defeated for simulation theory because it's a one of those, I forget what you call it, like a bit of theory that sort of covers its own tail, and simulation theory could explain a flat Earth.
Yeah, but that's not their claim. Their claim is not that we all have literal VR headsets on. In which case, I mean, the idea that we're on an Earth at all could just be a lie, and we're actually like, not even humans, but some other thing that's experiencing something, right? That's not the same as what their claim is. Their claim is that it is logistically possible for us, under the assumption that we're not wearing a VR headset.
Where are you getting all that from? Like, what is that backed in, or where are you getting that from? Because, and what are you referring to in particular? Talking about a globe Earth? Because, I mean, a large portion of sort of the cosmology of the globe and space is completely unverifiable for any human, meaning the space stuff, you have to just swallow what they give you. Just swallow what the space agents give you, essentially. And meaning when I'm saying that, I'm just saying like that's all you have to go off. It's like, okay, that's what they're saying. That's all I got. With the globe Earth, obviously there's the old claim, like you've never seen the globe yourself in any way, shape, or form. You've always just been on Earth. You've seen, horizontal horizons, et cetera. You've seen what I've seen. You've seen what everyone else has seen. Well, you may have had your own selection of things you've seen, whether you've done as much certain observations as others, or etc. So but for the most part, we're on Earth. We see the sky, we see the ground, and that's it. We go up in altitude, we see the ground. So I'm just saying, like, much of the globe is through images, through data that they're claiming, through propaganda, through television, through space agencies, through government agencies, through data streams that are claimed and things you cannot verify. And often even the people that work for those organizations can't verify as well, even for themselves. So where are you getting that would be so impossible? I mean, all it would have to be is a large-scale media psyop.
Sorry, what's unverifiable?
That there's a thing, that there's a globe hovering in a vacuum surrounded by a vacuum, and that humans go to the vacuum, that you can orbit this ball, that there's many, basically every component that separates a globe.
All right, let's start with the first one.
From a stationary planar Earth cannot be verified yourself.
All right, let's start with the first one. You said that it's unverifiable that we're on a globe, right? You don't think that's verifiable?
I don't think there's any valid, definitive verification that we're on a spherically shaped surface that's moving. Correct.
Okay. Would you say it's verifiable whether or not you're under a VR headset right now?
Yes, it's verifiable that I do not have a VR headset on. Correct.
All right. What's the symmetry breaker?
What's the symmetry breaker? What is that?
Yeah, what's the symmetry breaker between the two things such that one is verifiable and one is not? Because if one is and one isn't, then there would have to be some difference between the two that creates the symmetry breaker to justify that difference in verifiability, right? So I'm asking for the symmetry breaker.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about having a VR headset on, I mean, it can be validated that a VR headset is an object. My head is an object, and there's not a VR headset on my head. So it would be verifiable through physical, tangible reality that I'm not wearing a VR headset.
Physical, tangible reality.
Are you really asking that? Or is it, if there's some other point, just go with your point? Because, I mean, obviously I don't have a VR headset on, and that is verifiable. But was there somewhere else you were going with that, or is that it?
So there's two things to say. The first one is, it didn't sound like you named anything that's not the case with determining the shape of the Earth. The second thing is, you wouldn't be able to know if there's a VR headset on you, such that it's to the degree that you're within a simulation. Like, it could be made out of anything. It doesn't have to be like a fucking, like gaming headset or something that you could see. It could be like anything that's putting you in some sort of simulation, right? But moreover, to the first point, that doesn't sound like something that's different in the case of determining the shape of the Earth. There are physical objects around you that you can use and do experiments with that will produce results that work on one planet and not the other. So I don't see what the difference is there. A symmetry breaker has not been provided, forming a logical contradiction.
Interesting.
When I hear people say unverifiable, it sounds like what they really mean is whatever specific type of evidence they're looking for, like seeing the object from a distance to determine its shape, is not something they have access to, and that for them is like the only form of evidence that counts for determining an object's shape, even though that is, in many fields of science, not the method used to determine shapes of things, especially since two things. One, looking at an object only gives you a topographical understanding of the object's shape, unless you actually like rotate it around, look at it from every angle, have depth perception, and make sure that there's not some illusion taking place. Could you even determine what the shape of it is? But on top of that, there are actually many things that we could only determine the shape of using things that are not eyesight, funny enough. So this whole concept that the only way to verify something is to look at it, that's like saying a blind person can't verify whether or not the person they're talking to is their mom. It's like, well, they literally can, because all their other senses determine that.
That's fair. Yep.
And even within the domain of eyesight in and of itself, there are other things you could observe with your eyes to determine whether or not the Earth is round or flat. For example, if you know what a flat Earth should look like and what a round Earth should look like, and then you go out and do an observation, and the things that they should look like are not compatible, meaning there's two different things you should see. If you only see one of those two things, then one model is wrong and one model is right. Simple as that. What I see flat earthers tend to do most of the time, instead of saying you shouldn't see thing X on a globe, they'll say something along the lines of, oh, but it's also possible on a flat earth, right? That doesn't even get you to flat earth, by the way. That just keeps you agnostic on what the shape of the earth is. Now, what they'd actually have to do to even get to the earth being flat is showing that there's an observation we're getting that you wouldn't expect on a globe, but you would expect on a flat earth. Right? It can't be neither or both. It has to be one or the other to take you in any particular direction. Unless your proposition is that it's neither a ball nor a flat surface. But, I don't see too many people doing that. That makes sense.
Right.
I don't know. I just got here.
Yeah, fart. I actually went into the Flat Earth debate server yesterday, and I saw Nathan Thompson there. And he was trying to tell me about what kind of shadows you should expect to see on a round or flat Earth. And he said, why do the shadows look like this on a globe? That's an example of someone trying to point out something that they think you shouldn't see on a globe, but we are observing. And then I whipped out a beach ball and my 1,000 watt Duracell light, and I turned off all the lights, did the experiment, and he conceded that it actually is something you should see on a globe. And then I said, should you expect to see this on a flat Earth? And he said, I'm not sure yet, but I feel like there could be an explanation. Maybe something about perspective changes the shadow. I told him, that's fine, but can you remain agnostic on the shape of the Earth until you come back with that? And he said, I mean, fine, but I think there's going to be an explanation. All right, so agnostic, to be clear. He's like begrudgingly said yes and just like left for the time being. And he's going to do it again tonight, which is funny.
I've done handfuls of long distance observations and they seem convincing to me. I suppose they're not convincing to you, and that you're claiming refraction as the cause for the a seemingly parallel beam. Am I correct?
Having a horizon at all is actually something you shouldn't see on a flat surface.
I think the horizon's the 3 mile away one, not the distant thingy, but the measurable globe ball horizon.
Whatever the
So
amount of miles are, if you see a horizon, meaning a point by which objects are falling behind, at that point, you've already got an issue, right? On a flat surface,
Right.
that should never happen.
Right. Well, we would expect obstruction at some point, and we keep seeing further and further. So I'm questioning whether or not refraction is the reason for that, because they're got it down now to like a half a degree maybe might cause it, and that's in temperature variation across the way, and it's like, I don't know, I can't imagine us seeing anything in the distance if that low amount of variation of temperature distorted our views.
Yeah, so here's how you know refraction is real. On different days, you see the horizon at different points. Depending on the temperature of the day, you'll actually go out and you'll pull out your camera, and you'll notice that you get different results depending on the temperature. So you know refraction's obviously in place. Now, you might say that doesn't disprove flat Earth, but whether refraction was even there or not actually would, because on a flat Earth, there should be no horizon by which objects are falling behind, from which I could give you demonstrations of, like sailboats going far enough away that the bottom of the boat is gone, but the
But
the
know
sail
better
is
than
still
that. You're
visible.
saying that, but you know better, right? You're just saying that. You know that that's not true. You know that we
That
should be
that
measuring the
means
boat in its entirety and not based on the noise and trouble that you have at the bottom with it, which is all kinds of other conditions, certainly not the curvature of the Earth. So you better stick to one or the other. Is this about refraction or is this about the curvature of the Earth? Because the curvature
maybe
of
I
the
should
Earth
share
should
my
take,
phone.
maybe you should what?
He's fairly new, Dan. He might not know what you're. He might be actually saying that.
Hold on, I got a phone.
Well, it was just, I heard all this quiet and he was so sure that nobody had ever had an inkling of why we should think the Earth is still flat. And it's like, fuck. I don't want to be a dick about it, but we have really looked a bunch beyond the horizon. We can see past the horizon. And when I say the horizon, I mean what should be consistent, not the one that changes due to refraction, but the one that's rock solid. So, for instance, if you were standing at a 6 foot, observer height, you're about 3.2 miles away is the horizon. So
All right, I got a phone call.
so I don't know what you know about the numbers and stuff, but your horizon should be 3.2 miles away from a standing 6 foot person standing, let's say on the beach. And it doesn't appear that, we see all this other stuff that you were talking about, all these variable points in the distance. To me, that's straight up proof of flat Earth, because you shouldn't be able to see in the distance. The curvature of the Earth should have obstructed your view in the distance. And we're talking now, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 miles. So we do see something that doesn't match the mathematics of the globe.
That's not true. It actually falls perfectly in line. So I'm going to share screen and I'm going to show you the problem here.
I'm on a phone, so you might have to describe it as well.
Well, it'd be nice to be able to see it, but here's the thing. On a flat surface, let's say you have a 6 foot person. This is obviously not to scale. And they look out and they're seeing something. At no point is their vision going to be obscured unless there's a wave that's legitimately like 6 feet high or something. If there's not that, you will not get an obstruction. Now, you might be thinking, oh, but look, the angle of that arrow is slightly down, so a shorter and shorter wave should be required, right? Wrong. If the object's height is as tall as a boat,
Why are you talking about waves? Why are you talking about waves?
I'm talking about what would be required to block the vision of the person on a flat Earth. Because if you don't have a wave, you've got nothing, right? But if you have a
No, you
boat
have the
thing-
Earth itself. The Earth itself.
Yeah,
The Earth itself.
you have the limit of how far you can see. So if you can see 3 miles on one day due to conditions over a planar surface, another day you can see 5 miles, another day 10 miles. You're going to have a distance set by the conditions that will be the meeting place of the ground and the sky. So if the meeting place of the ground and the sky over planar surface on one day is at 3 miles, if a boat is at 4 miles or 5 miles, then the way that all the visual layers will stack up is that the bottom of that boat will be visually obscured because it is past the final distance point at which the ground and the sky meet. It's just a stacking of layers over a planar surface of optical layers. It's optical obscuration due to the layers and due to the fact that that boat is beyond the position that the ground and the sky are meeting on over a planar surface.
That is just gobbledygook, I'm sorry to say. So if
Right, well,
light
well,
is coming from the sun,
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Okay, we're having a gentleman's discussion. It's not legitimate to what you just did to respond with gobbledygook. If you're going to do that, we're not going to entertain that. So we're going to have a real conversation. Did you want to respond with any substance? Because you're not just going to call it gobbledygook and
I'm going to
monologuing. Hold on. You're not just going to insult something and then just monologue on some. That's not how we do conversations here. If you don't want to respond to what I said, somebody else can respond, and then you can go. You can't just call it gobbledygook and then use that time to grandstand whatever your next thing is. We're on a conversation. Yes. We're going one thing at a time. You brought up obstruction or obscuration. You said there's no way for it to happen other than a huge wave. I've now given a valid response. If you don't have a valid response, perhaps someone else can, and then we can move forward.
Are you done with the meta complaining? Like, I want to get to the actual content. So
no, we're good. We're going to leave you on mute for a bit. Maybe 5-10 minutes. We'll let you off. That's not what we do.
All right. Well, I'll take over then. I'll take over. All right. But okay. So here's the thing, though. Right. So Gio, you said it's a valid explanation or a valid whatever, but I mean, like, yeah, it is. You are explaining something, but just because you're explaining something doesn't mean it's like, valid. Like we need to work with something. You know what I'm saying? Like I could explain how, I know people use it all the time, but I could explain how unicorns, work or exist, whatever, but that doesn't make them, true,
Let me give you just a basic idea. 10 miles is a 66-foot drop, which means between you will be 16 feet of obstruction, just so you get your bearings right.
On a globe Earth, right?
So, yeah.
Wait, what does that have to do with the flat thing? I thought we were talking about the flat thing.
We're talking about where is this 16 feet that he thinks should be a water wave. It's actually the shape of the Earth. It's not a wave.
I mean, I came in trying to address Gio's thing.
Yeah, but what Gio said is 100% true.
It's 100% true?
Well, of course it is. I mean, if you've got a horizon... Okay, well, let's just say as an example, you've got a horizon that should be at 7 miles away. Okay. But on a particular day, that horizon is actually 3 miles away. You will find that a ship or whatever it is will disappear, obviously, much faster at that point because you're reaching that observable point, whatever you want to call that, where the horizon is. And as something goes beyond it, it's going to start disappearing, right? But it's happening at 3 miles, not 7 miles.
Okay, but we're trying to figure out why that even happens at all on a flat Earth, though.
Well, because the horizon is purely an optical effect.
Bingo.
Okay, an optical effect. I mean, that doesn't really explain it,
it's
though.
An optical effect of refraction.
Then how do you explain it being different all the time? I mean, you're the one that's saying, it's different. And so we're saying it's only an effect. That's why it's always at a different distance. And that is from the same point of reference, right?
Okay.
So it's...
But I don't think that's what Gio is saying, though. I mean, Gio, are you saying it's refraction? I'll ask Gio then. So, Gio, are you saying there is refraction involved? Like that's what's causing these things to, disappear, bottom up, or whatever?
No, I never really mentioned refraction in this particular thing I was saying. I wasn't necessarily referring to. I mean, there is refraction, and that's an entire component of what we see, and that's a factor. But No, I was just talking about the very basic geometry of if you have a planar surface like water that's going out horizontal, and then there's a meeting place of the ground and the sky visually for you. And because of cloud cover and moisture in the atmosphere and temperature and all these different factors, the distance of how far you can see is going to vary. So like one day it might be 3 miles, another day it might be 5 miles, another day 10 miles, etc. So that's going to vary. And if there's a day that the place where the ground and the sky meet for you, the horizon, let's say it's at a 3 mile point, meaning the last little bit of water that you can see right on your horizon, if there was like a wave right there, as it were, like a little splash of water, that would be the limit of what you can see. That's the last bit of water. So if that's at 3 miles of a distance, if there's a boat that's going out, 1 mile, then 2 mile, then 3 mile, and then it goes 4 miles, well, you're going to see the hull of the boat all the way up to 3 miles. But once it goes beyond 3 miles, if 3 miles is where your horizon is on that day, how far you can see, then a boat that's going 4 miles, 5 miles, 6 miles, now you're going to have a stacking of the optical layers horizontally and vertically. So you're going to have, at that point, the place of the ground and the sky meet, the ground is the last part you can see. If that boat is past that, but it's still on top of the water, then, the hull of the boat and the mast of the boat that's, going up above the water, that will still be visual because of the way that the angular size reduction is happening and everything is stacking up. So once that boat goes beyond 3 miles, the hull of it is not going to be visible. That's going to be visually obscured because the last point you can see is 3 miles. So anything beyond that is going to start to look like it's obscured from the bottom up as it continues to decrease in angular size and then sets into the horizon because that boat is past the point where your horizon is for that day.
Yeah, but I don't think you're not really like explaining why. I mean, I know you said earlier, there's like what is it, dust or whatever in the air and other things going on, but like besides like vaguely, alluding to those things, causing the limit, to the horizon, you haven't really given an actual mechanism as for why it's only 3 miles away. Like, why is it just 3 miles away? We're kind of just working with a vague, understanding.
Really?
The mechanism obviously has to be forms of refraction, right?
Well, I think
No, it's the shape of the Earth. My God, it's the numbers. It's the math. It's not about.
Obviously, the position of where the horizon is seen for the day has to do with refraction. It's an optical effect.
Well, if I caught what you were saying, Arma, I think what I would say to that, just briefly, I would say that if you're asking what is the mechanism that makes you see 3 miles on one day, 5 miles on another, is that what you're asking? The mechanism? Because that would be a good point. Because what I'm describing would absolutely, like, that would be the next logical question, or at least a logical question to ask. Like, well, why is that horizon changing? Why do one day we see 3 miles, another day we see 5 miles? In terms of the extinction point of how far we see on that day, like the visibility.
Yeah.
And I think that does get into more layers because of the conditions. Like, I think there's a magnification is part of it. Like when you look at, I think like water can create magnification. So especially like in the oil.
There's people behind you.
You're hot micing, Dan. In the like the classic, like the one that people call the black swan, but those oil rigs, there's the one where you see the feet of the oil rig, all the way down to the feet to the water, and then you see the horizon, way beyond the oil rigs.
Uh-huh.
And then there's another of a different day, but the exact same location, where you see the water is like cutting off the bottom of the legs of the oil rig. So that's a dramatic difference. So what's causing, and the thing that's wild about that, when you look at the water level, it looks magnified. Like, it actually looks like you can see more detail in the actual waves. I can post it, but it actually looks more detailed. So if there's a magnification effect, going on down near the water layer, which is where a lot of that moisture would be absorbed, coming up off the water, that could create more likely to create a magnification effect, and that would mean that the ground layer has that magnification effect, which is essentially bringing that horizon closer, because that last bit of water you can see. So I do think that there's a magnification component to the mechanism of why we see different distances on different days, which then links into how the layers all stack to create that obscuration from the bottom up effect, like we see in sunsets and with boats.
All right. So I guess you are then claiming though that because it changes different days though, but nonetheless, there is always a limit to the horizon. That every day there would be this magnification effect going on. Just maybe stronger on some days and weaker than on other days, but nonetheless, magnification every day. Like because every day, we do see that there is always a limit. You know what I'm saying, to the horizon. So you are claiming that, right? That there's always a magnification thing going on.
Well, you're saying within some spectrum of from either magnified or not magnified. Like I just posted this image, if that's what you mean. But like, see, this is the same position on different days. It is amazing to see how like on one of them the horizon is literally cutting off the legs of the oil rigs. On the other one, the horizon is way behind it.
So, I already posted that, Gio.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'm a bit confused. I thought you were saying that the magnification was part of the reason why it's getting cut off or whatever. I thought, were you not saying that, or did I miss your point?
Yeah, like I'm saying that that's part of what is occurring. I don't think it's the only thing, but I think it's part of the overall. There's like a ratio of how we see and the what could be called. It's really more like lensing. I would put it in a larger category of lensing. I wouldn't necessarily just. I think magnification is part of the lensing phenomenon, and then in terms of that word refraction being involved as well. Not that I would necessarily call this refraction directly. I wouldn't necessarily choose the wording in that way, but refractive effects are in a larger category. It's sort of like categories and then subcategories of in terms of between like lensing and refraction and how that creates this like ratio of factors that play into how we see. And yeah, like that last one I just showed, that I'll just say, just to finish real quick, just that the last one I showed there, that kind of shows the pulsating between them. So yeah, like I'm suggesting that there is a magnification effect and the conditions of the environment that limit the distance of visibility, which is what's creating the meeting place of the ground and the sky being in a particular distance. And if that meeting place of the ground and the sky is closer than, let's say, the oil rigs, then the bottom will be visually obscured because due to the layers, that ground layer is gonna win over the bottom of the oil rigs, because the bottom of the oil rigs is further. So you're gonna first see, it's like stacked layers. You're gonna first see the ground layer once, when that's your limit. If something's beyond it, you're only going to see the upper part of it that's further along the planar surface.
All right. Well, for the magnification thing, I've seen the videos where a person will take like a, what is it called, like that flat like rectangle kind of lens kind of thing, and they'll like take like a little picture of the sun and they'll bring it back, and it looks like the sun is setting, whatever. That's an okay argument until you start applying, right? For the sun, that's okay, but for objects like buildings and these oil rigs, whatever, right? That doesn't work anymore, because when it comes to because here's the thing, we can always just calculate the angular sizes of these things, right? And if it's magnified, right, then it should be larger than what's predicted, right? And here's the thing, if we if we do the the math, whatever, find out that hey, that isn't magnified, that's exactly the right size that it needs to be, then there has to be another mechanism as for why it's below the horizon. You know what I'm saying? So that's sort of a risky, I don't want to say risky, but that's sort of like a, what's the word? I don't want to say weak either, but the point is it doesn't quite have a leg to stand on if if we really put this to the test. You know what I'm saying? Like if we really like test this, I think we'll find out immediate that it's not this magnification that's causing things to disappear bottom up. If I, granted, I haven't actually done any tests like that. I haven't actually, measured anything though, but I'm fairly positive we would measure the proper angular sizes for these things. And,
not really referring to a magnification necessarily like in this exact same way, like a magnifying glass works. Like I'm not necessarily, although there is some of that effect, like even on those oil rigs, you can like measure pixel for pixel that there is actual, like one of them is larger than the other. I'll post the one that,
larger or taller in this, in what you're about to show me, because I think I have seen things where it has been magnified, but there's also, but most of the pictures that I've seen, it's more so it's just taller, because it was like sort of like it's like almost like stretched, like the legs are like stretched or something.
It is, it can be stretched like this one. So those red boxes, if you zoom in on that, the red boxes are the exact same size, but you'll see that the actual object is of a different. It's like being lensed, the way that like a lens warps things. It's like changing its altitude, actually. Like it's changing its actual position compared to the other oil rig, even though these are the same location, same elevation, but just different days. So that does show. And what's interesting about that too is that the one on the left, where the legs of the oil rigs are obscured, happens to be the one where it's magnified. Exactly what I'm saying. Whereas the one on the right, where you can see the horizon far beyond both of them, is when you have the smaller sizes. So this actually shows a magnification effect correlated with the water obscuring the bottom legs of the oil rig on the one that's magnified, showing that the horizon is closer and that there is a magnification effect that can be seen by comparing the sizes of them both.
Let me see.
So then obviously on the original one that's posted, which is the GIF that switches between the two of them, so to the other guy that we're talking to here, you could admit that on the day when half of the oil rig is like seeming to be underwater, that if a boat was moving away from you, that boat would disappear from the bottom up a heck of a lot faster than on the other image.
When you say the other image, you mean the right one, like the one that Geo posted? There's like a left image and a right image, and
no. I'm talking about like if you go back up a little bit and you see the one where the GIF changes between the 2 different days.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so you have the oil rig like half taken, and then the horizon well beyond the oil rig. You can admit that obviously on the day that the oil rig is half, appearing to be half under the water, that if a boat was actually going away from you on that day, it would disappear a hell of a lot faster than the other day.
Sure. Yeah.
And it would have to disappear bottom up.
Okay.
So therefore then the Earth curvature is not what's making boats disappear from the bottom up.
Well, no, I mean you would still have
There has
to.
be another effect.
Well, no. You would have to because the thing is, you still okay. So on the obviously the ball Earth. Here's how I see it. Right, we're on the ball Earth, right? And obviously when you have the yellow picture where the oil rig is actually brought up a bit, the curve is still technically there. Obviously visually it's not though because it's being brought up, and so visually it doesn't really look like it's curving per se. But on a flat Earth though, you would have to be claiming that everything is sort of being brought down, whatever. And if that's true, then yeah, your point stands. But I mean, I don't know if we technically confirm that or not. I don't know if we confirm that.
But in that image, there's no curvature to be seen, so you can't claim curvature in that GIF.
I mean,
what you do is you have magnified water, and then you have water that's not as magnified, looking much further behind the rig. So you can't claim curvature in that.
Oh, well, okay. So you're saying, yeah. I mean, I get because
you can't claim curvature.
Well, no, I mean, because if you were to go past that, though, I mean, at that point, I mean, that would still be like if you were to go like in the yellow picture where, yeah, the oil rig is brought up, right? If you were to go past that, like the boat was, going past that horizon, whatever that new horizon that's being shown, I mean, that would be, a version of the horizon. I mean, it might be maybe refracted, brought up a bit, less curves, whatever, but that would still be. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how you look at it. I mean, I think it would.
But you're talking a difference between those two horizons. That could be a distance of. I mean, we know the oil rig is 9 miles away, or 9.5 miles away. The high horizon is probably only about 3 miles away. And
Right.
the other horizon could be well beyond 11 or 12 or 15. Like, we don't know. That horizon is well beyond 9 miles.
Right.
So it could be 15 miles away. It could be 50 miles away. We don't know. It could be 12 miles away. We don't know. So you're talking, let's say you're talking at least an maybe 8 or 9 mile swing difference in the appearance of where the horizon is. So you are going to get a difference in how long it's going to take a ship to disappear between those two images. And that ship will disappear bottom up.
Right. So on the day when the horizon is obscuring the bottom, like the bottom picture on the one that is stuck to the chat there, the one on the bottom, the point at which the hull would start to look like it's cutting off from the bottom up would be much sooner, much closer distance than it would on the one on the top. The one on the top would have to be miles and miles. And even
on the top it'd be.
You'd have to have a zoom camera. You'd have to have a whole to even see it maybe.
Right. So what I'm saying is that it's a combination of the curve of the Earth and the refraction going on here. So in the top image, if the boat, let's say the horizon's like 12 miles away, right, and the boat starts disappearing after 12 miles, right, that would be a combination of the curve of the Earth and the refraction, right? We're seeing it drop at that point because it's brought up, but it's also on the curve of the Earth or whatever. So I would say it's a combination of the two.
You actually realize that I can't think of the word for it, but that is just your assumption, right? That's just you going by your religious, like I'm going to call it a religious belief, because you believe that the Earth is curving. So you're just going to say, even though when it gets to that further point, the Earth is still curving, and then it's going to just disappear from there. But you can't actually claim that with any true honesty, because looking at those two images, you can't claim which one's right. Where's the curve? Is the curve in the first image where the horizon is halfway up the oil rig, or is the curve happening 12 miles beyond that?
Well, I mean, we actually could get an idea of which one's more correct if we were to actually do some angle measurements, whatever. We could find out, like, okay, the distance of the oil rig, right? Let's say, like you said, like 9 miles, right? We can get the angular size. Then we can also get where the angle should be if it was on a flat Earth versus the angle, it would be if it's on a ball Earth, whatever. And we could at least find out between the two images which one's more correct, depending on which model, of course, right? And I think we would find that in the bottom picture, right, would actually match the ball Earth fairly well, fairly close, because I imagine there might be a little bit of refraction going on, so it might be like maybe a little bit off. But other than that, we would see that the bottom image actually matches, the ball Earth prediction, and I imagine, at least once again with my belief, if you want to call it that, that would at least line up with that. That would line up with that. Yeah.
So what you're saying is that with mathematics, we can turn the flat surface into a ball?
No. I'm not sure where you got that from.
Well, you basically just said that, we can work out the different sizes, and then eventually we'll work out. I mean, that's all with math, right?
Well, all I said was that the bottom picture, if I was to work out the, if I know the distance and I know the size of the oil rig, I can work out the angular size, but also I could work out, how much of an angle, like how much, it should basically where it is vertically, in my vision. I should figure out what, how much, like what the angle is above the horizon or whatever, or the angle above, or the angle away from zenith, or whatever the fuck, whatever reference you want to do, whatever. Point is, I could figure out where it should be visually, just using some math. If I assume a ball, for example, or if I assume a flat Earth, and obviously if one matches one and not the other, then there's at least, obviously one is confirming one. I'm not sure if that made any sense, but
yeah, kind of, but not really. But so let's take another example. How about if you can see something from, let's say, an 8-inch camera height, and you can see, maybe 14 and a half miles away, and you can see a shore break, which is, only a couple of meters high. And then on another day, from the same camera angle, looking at something else, you can have 150 feet of that blocked.
Okay.
So you can have 150-foot swing.
Right.
Of where the appearance of the water level is. We'll call that the horizon.
All right.
So which one's right?
Well, once again, that's
what you can see.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
You can have 150-foot swing in the appearance of the horizon. You can't actually claim that any one of them is right or wrong. Really,
no,
they're all right.
No, that's what my point was about earlier. I was saying we could figure out which one is, right, at least for a model, right? Like if I assume the ball Earth, right, and I take the bottom picture, right, I know that oil rig needs to be a certain angular size, right, but also it needs to be a certain angle above the horizon, whatever. I can calculate what that should be, right, and I would find that the bottom picture matches that better than the top picture, right? So with your example, where you're 8 inches above or whatever the sea level or ground, whatever, right? And you had those two examples where one was different than the other, right? I could actually work out the math which one actually is closer to what I what I should predict or what I would predict. So yeah, I mean, obviously we do need to assume like a model, right? If I assume a ball Earth, Yeah, globe prediction,
Sorry,
a flat surface prediction. We could actually work out the math and see what what we would expect.
Well, the globe
And-
prediction over that 14-mile example, the globe prediction is closer to 100 feet, but I can show you where there's more than 100 or approximately maybe 150 feet that's missing.
100 versus 150.
Yeah.
So okay, so 100 is obviously a little bit closer to that. Obviously, it's not close enough though.
So that's according to the globe. And according to the globe, they should be close to 100 feet, but I can show you that there's closer to 150 feet.
All right. Well, then we could also try other elevations too. We could try the same observation, just different elevations, and kind of actually science it out and see what's happening here. Maybe obviously if you go too low,
So
maybe,
I have that. So I have that as well. I have observation from 20 feet high, where you can see the shore break no problem, and also observation from 20 feet high, where there's about 110 feet missing.
All right.
So once again, you have a 110-foot swing of where the horizon appears to be. That's not small. That's huge.
Was this was this one day? Is it a couple of days? Like, what are we talking about here?
Oh, many different days.
Many different days. Okay.
Many different days. I can show you 200 different days.
Interesting. All right. Well,
actually, I could probably show you 260 different days.
260?
Yeah, I've been out filming every day this year almost.
Kind of. And you zoomed in, or what are we talking about here? You have like an observation with 260 days of the same observation, whatever, or the same, like whatever,
Yeah.
like.
Pop one in the chat.
Yeah, I guess post one. I guess. Like pick a day, any day.
Pick a day, any day.
Shuffle it. Just pick one out randomly.
Yeah, I'll go into something and then I'll just post a few of them.
If you've been taking images of the horizon for that many days, you should see a pattern.
There is no pattern. There's patterns of days. So you might get 3 days where you have a very similar inferior mirage happening, and then all of a sudden the next day, maybe vision, you can barely see anything at that point because of it's too hazy, and then the next day you see well beyond that. Then the next day there's superior miraging, and then it's never the same. Very rarely it's the same. It might be this sort of similar for a few days in a row, and then it changes, and then it could be similar for 2 days in a row again, and then it changes.
Can I ask, if it's changing, why would we trust it? Why would we pick which one to trust? Unless we've got a heuristic to pick between them.
That's the point.
I was going to ask a question similar to that, Eggshells. Thanks for that.
But that's why I was saying.
It's like if you, to me, it's a little bit like you've got somebody, and 50% of the time he lies, and then you're like, based upon my science of asking this guy what he thinks.
Yeah, that's fair, but that's why I said that's why we take like a model or something, right? And we sort of compare like what do we expect, right? The position of this thing to be on like a flat surface, for example, versus a ball, a round surface, right? We could work out that math. We know what the angular size should be. We know what angle it should be. Like away from like the horizon, whatever. Like the dip, basically, if you want to call it that. We could work these things out, whatever, and we could just find out like whether or not this actually makes sense. Like okay, if we assume a flat Earth, obviously, then we get the numbers and whatnot, and then we just get an observation where that most closely closely matches those numbers, right? And then that would have to be the most, that one observation would have to be the most accurate to flat Earth, and then vice versa. Obviously, another observation where the numbers line up with the ball Earth, that would be the most accurate to what we would see on a ball Earth without refraction and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we can kind of work that out.
Okay, so posted one.
Okay, let's see this. How high is this going to 8 inches? What is this?
Approximately. I mean, maybe it's 9 inches. I don't know. It doesn't really make that much difference. It's not a GIF. It's an actual video.
Okay. And what are we looking at exactly in this video? Okay, we see. Okay, curfew. Okay, curfew point short break. Camera height at 8 inches, 14.3 miles. Go away from German. Go predicts 100. highest. Rocks 13. Okay.
Where have you put this?
Average 2 to 3.
It's in the text chat.
40 after the hour.
2.
I just put another one in as well. I'm not sure which one that was. I'm just going to post them. It could be one that maybe it's a good vision, maybe it's not good vision.
Okay, I've got it now.
Okay, so the second one that I posted shows where there's closer to maybe about 140 feet blocked with the mirror line, where the fold line is. And the horizon clearly is in a position that's probably up around 120 feet. And the fold line's probably more like around 130 to 140 feet.
Yeah, it's a good one. You can see the breakers on the far shore. Looks like, or reef breaks maybe. Oh no, it's a boat, I see.
Let me see.
I mean, of this style of the way that this is, I've only got about 8 or 9 of those made, but I could sit there and make these all day. Which one did I do? There we go. Here's one from 5 feet. It's coming through. I'm not sure what the vision. I'm just posting. I'm not sure what the vision is of it. But I can just keep going, and they'll just be different all the time.
Yeah, I mean, no one. I'm not. Yeah, obviously, I'm not doubting that. And I guess you're making your point. But my whole thing is, yeah. Oh, actually, that's a weird one. Actually, that one's doing a weird.
What you're talking about is essentially, to use my metaphor of the guy that's lying. You're going, I want to develop a tool to predict when he's lying and when he's telling the truth.
Wait, you're talking about me? My argument?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, where you're saying we won't measure the angular size, which is sort of like, we get him in an interrogation and check his alibi.
So, Eggshells, you're saying that because it's lying to us, we shouldn't trust these observations?
Yeah, I think it's a worst way to measure it. Like, I don't think, like I used to say throw it out altogether, and I still kind of lean that way, but I also think like stack it up against other things.
Well, true.
Can we get this to do? But like one of the simplest ones is in the Black Swan, go, which image looks more distorted?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So in the latest one that I just posted, you'll see when you get to the first bit where I stop it and do a screenshot, I actually show you where the horizon was, or the waterline was in the previous image, the previous one that we just did. So you'll see that line there is in the same approximate position as where the previous one is. But the previous one was from a camera height of more like 8 inches. This one's from a camera height of 5 feet. And as you go through, you'll see that you can see the shore break, you can see the whole hill section, you can see all the houses that are there. So this one here from 5 feet is just on it's on the same day, but I'm just showing you different things. I'm showing you some houses, the shore break, and then a thing which I mentioned, which is the Buddha, which is 31 miles away. So you'll see there's different screenshots breaking down each one of those. And that Buddha, which is 31 miles away, should be below that hill. You shouldn't be able to see that at all, but it's clearly well above. And if we go by, that Buddha is obviously magnified, but if we go by the dimensions of what that Buddha looks like, we see that there's 1, 2, 3 Buddhas could fit underneath that. The Buddha is 18 meters tall. So, we can say that it's, X amount above where it should be.
Right. What was I going to say?
See if I can get one of the ones that's from 20 feet. I think I've got one here which is from 20 feet.
I guess what I should probably do is one of these days is try to analyze one of these, whatever, and see which one matches, like which observation, whatever matches the globe the closest, whatever, right? Because once again, that was my whole point. I know your whole argument is that we can't really know for sure which one is the actual accurate horizon. But I do think though, if we at least assume a model, we could get like, one observation that most closely resembles, like what we should see or whatever. So maybe one of these days I can analyze like a video or something, be like, okay, this one right here, or do an observation myself,
You're just gonna cherry pick it.
No, not cherry pick. No, not
Just gonna cherry pick one.
No, that's
You
not.
can blind the process.
No, hold on.
Now, see, this is why I go out every day, right? Because a lot of people go, oh, a lot of people have said to me, why are you out every day? And I'm like, well, because the conditions change every day and you need to show what actually happens in reality. In reality, it's different all the time. We can't go and sit there and say, like, well, if I want to see the furthest, I need to pick the day where the water temperature and the air temperature are the same, and then I'm going to go out and I'm going to show that there's a long distance. Well, no, what I'm showing is that on many days you will get far less vision, and on other days you will get far more vision, right? So I'm showing the difference in the way that the conditions change. So even last night I just posted a little video, and it was one just while I was actually out, and I just did screen recording. And so there was a ship at 12.7 miles away. I'm 28 feet high. The horizon should have been 7 miles away, but you can see the horizon beyond the ship. And the ship is 12.6 miles away. So the horizon's further than the ship.
Okay.
But the horizon should have been 7 miles away.
I feel like we're still sort of like deviating. Like I feel like we're deviating from the original point, though. Like all I was saying is that, like what I've been saying, like if you assume a model, whatever, you can. Because like here's the thing, right? Like some flat earthers will be like, okay, yeah, obviously this. On this day, the fact that the oil rigs are disappearing bottom up, that means it has to be lower, whether be refraction or whatever the fuck, right? It has to be lower or some shit, right? But once again, if we assume a flat model, right? If we assume a flat plane and we start making angles to that, right? I think we would find that the oil rig is actually lower than what we would predict. And if that is the case, right, then well,
nothing's ever lower.
So you can see the last one that I just posted, that was from the jetty. That's from 20 foot above sea level, approximately, where the camera height would be. Right. So you can see that I'm pointing out at the very end, last screenshot, I'm pointing to those same houses where I showed that the horizon in one of the other ones, and how the horizon is much higher. So we're now at 20 feet high compared to what we've been at, let's just say, even if it's only 1 foot, right? So let's just say I got it wrong. It's not 8 inches, it's 1 foot. The difference of the swing between a 1 foot observation and a 20 foot observation is 1 foot observation, we're seeing the shore break. 20 foot observation, we're completely missing houses. The horizon is well over 120 feet high. And that's from a 20 foot observer.
Wait, you're saying when we stand up and that? Well, hold on. You're saying when you hold on, 20 feet versus what again? And what are we missing?
Versus more like 8 inches. So one of those observations is I say it's from 8 inches. Maybe it's 9. Maybe it's 10. Right. And we can see the shore break. That shore break is at most 4 meters high, at least 2 meters high. Right. And we can see that shore break. Now here on the last one that I just posted, we have a 20 foot observer height, and we have 130 odd feet missing.
Okay, but you are 130 odd feet, right?
Yeah, that's about 130 feet. The horizon is probably sitting close to 130 feet. The lowest arrow pointing, that's where those houses are at about 150 feet. So the mirror line that I show, the fold line, which is where the long red line is, that's probably at around 140 feet or so, and maybe the horizon has an appearance of 120 feet, somewhere around there, 130 feet. But the horizon from 20 foot observer height at that 15 miles away should only be about 46 feet. So we have a horizon that is about closer to 70 feet, 60 to 70 feet, maybe even 80 feet above what the globe predicts.
I unfortunately I'm a little busy to do the math right now currently though, but real fast. I mean, when you're doing the math, I mean, did you use like Earth
I use the
curve
Metabunk.
metabunk?
That's including standard refraction as well. I just do the numbers including what they have as standard refraction.
Okay.
And we're all aware that standard refraction is like above 100 meters. Standard refraction's rare down near the surface.
Yeah, but I just use those
Or
numbers
not.
anyway because
Okay.
otherwise, if I just use the geometric, then people will be like, "Oh, you're not including refraction," and like, well, I mean, we don't even know what the actual refraction is over that period. All I'm doing is demonstrating the difference.
Sure.
And the difference in the level of where the horizon is. So obviously, this is like the other the picture of the oil rigs, of where one day you have a horizon that's blocking almost half the oil rigs, and the other day you have the horizon which is well beyond the oil rigs. Well, here we have a horizon where you can still see something that's only about 2 or 3 meters high from 14 miles away from a less than 1 foot camera height. And then on another day, from a 20-foot camera height, you have 130 feet blocked by the horizon. So obviously, once again, if on the day when so the big ships, the container ships, the biggest of the big are approximately 130 feet tall. So we could put a container ship next to this piece of land, and you wouldn't be able to see it in the observation from 20 feet high, where approximately 130, 140 feet is blocked. You wouldn't be able to see that container ship. But on the opposite one, where we have it from a 1 foot or less than 1 foot observer height, virtually the entire container ship would be visible. So if you watched the container ship go away from you on each of those different days, you will see something drastically different.
Okay.
We can agree on that, right?
Yeah, that's why I think it's a dud method. Like it's to rely on it solely is a dud method.
No, I agree.
But I think everybody agrees.
What I'm doing is I'm demonstrating here that when someone sits there and shows that a boat is half under the horizon, or an oil rig is half under the horizon, the correct answer to seeing that is, who fucking cares? It doesn't matter.
So what's the correct?
It's the conditions of the day.
So what's the correct answer if somebody says, "Hey, we can see the horizon beyond the oil rig"?
Still, who cares? It doesn't matter.
Right. So
the conditions change daily. Neither of them prove flat. Some people might not like this, but neither of them prove flat or curve. What they're proving is that the horizon has nothing to do with the Earth's curvature. All right.
Well, I don't think. Hang on. I don't think you've shown that.
Well, I'd like to get in here and say something, because I beg to differ. Because if the Earth were a sphere, curving at the rate that they say it is, the only reason that you even have these optical effects are because you have a line of sight to those things. There may be different conditions going on that's going to shorten how far you can see, that's going to make what you're seeing all wobbly. It may form false horizons, which will shorten your the distance to your horizon. But the horizon being where the sky appears to meet the Earth cannot exist beyond the point of where the curvature has to, where it's predicted to begin. That's the point. So it does matter. It matters tremendously.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Way.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. I think that I don't think that really the horizon can be, like literally. I mean, if you've got a horizon that should have been 1 mile away, but it's beyond 11 to 15 miles away, that's a 15 times difference of what it should be. I don't think that would be possible in the globe.
I think you need to do the maths on that again, because 15 times when you're converting angular to linear is very easy to get. The tighter that angle, the less it needs to change. So if you're talking about the difference in an arc minute from horizontal, then at great distances, that will be enormous, even though it's only an arc minute. The bigger the distance, the greater a small angle. Well, the bigger the distance, the greater an angle will have an impact. So to say 15 times, you need to do that with proper trig and work out, is this beyond what refraction can do? But 15, everybody, I've heard that claim since I first came in, like, well, how can you make it 15 times farther? And it's like, well, easily with trig asymptotes.
Yeah, but you can turn refraction up to show that you'd be able to see your own arsehole from all the way around the globe. So turning refraction up to where you need it to be doesn't really show anything.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
But
not
where do we
talking
draw?
about turning refraction up.
Yeah, but you're
How do you
saying, well, we
tell?
can determine like, well, we should be able to see that horizon from that distance
No.
because if we just show this amount of refraction, it'll bring it up.
No, what I'm saying is, if you get a tight angle and you are measuring a distance to that, the distance from here on the ground to there on the ground, directly under your feet, would be a big difference, right? But if you're saying it's 15 times further, the closer and closer that gets to horizontal, the longer the triangle gets that you're talking about, the perspective triangle gets. And as the longer the perspective triangle gets, the less and less it needs to be affected to change by 15 times.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm just throwing a number out there. I'm not saying that
but I'm not even
that out.
Yeah, I'm not even invoking refraction when I say that. I'm just saying this is like basic geometry would say as that angle gets tighter and tighter, it will equal greater and greater distances.
Yeah.
So if you're agreeing, plain reality, that this is not go on.
Yeah, I want to ask about what you just said. Did I hear you right? Did you just say that refraction can like extend? Can you repeat what you just said? Let me just ask you to do that, I guess.
Sure. What I'm talking about is nothing to do with refraction. It is just how triangles and angles work. So when people say, oh, that refraction would have to cause something to be 15 times further away, what they are doing is going, well, it's a base linear relationship. So to get 15x more on this, you need to times the other side of the equation by 15. And we don't see that. So refraction is crazy. This crazy 15 times multiplication. It doesn't need to. As that angle is really tight, right, which is essentially the difference in the angle between a horizon that is 3 miles away and the distance of the angle between that and a horizon that is 13 miles away, is a tiny, tiny angle. And the tinier that angle, the greater an effect any change to that angle will have. So because it's a tiny, tiny little angle, it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in arc minutes, but let's say it's like 3 arc minutes. Gets you that 15, that 3 miles to 13 miles. If you change it by another arc minute, you'll probably be up at 45 miles because that's what tight angles do in geometry. Whereas a really broad angle, which you'd be looking basically straight down at your feet, yeah, you would need to multiply it by a lot to get a big difference. Basically, I'm saying draw a triangle, a very, very tiny, like the very sharpest point is your eyeball, and then the triangle is then super, super, super long base, and then a very, very short at the other end.
Yeah, but I think if you have a look at and obviously I don't personally have the math skills to do these things, right? But from what I've seen, they've shown that the actual radius of the Earth or the circumference of the Earth would have to be something like 200,000 miles around for the black swan image to be.
That's what I'm saying. Again, that's what I'm saying. They just do this 15 times multiplication and they go back to the globe and they go, we'll just times that number by 15. That's what I'm saying.
That's not what they did. That's not what they did. They did the mathematics properly. People who knew how to do the mathematics did it properly. So I'm sure if you know how to do it, why don't you just do it yourself?
Yeah, I'm doubtful of that, but I will check it.
But then, yeah, you can just do that yourself. So let's just say that, the oil rig's 9.4 miles away, and we know that the horizon's beyond that. So let's even just say that it's just 2 miles beyond that, and it's at like 11.5 miles away, or you can just even say 11 miles away from a 1 foot observer height. Work out what the dimensions of the globe should be on that then.
Yeah, I think it's easily doable. I'm in the gym at the moment, so I'm not.
Wait, but okay, you're saying like what? Like the Earth would have to be like a certain size or some shit. But that's like, is that what you're saying? Whatever, like.
Well, no, that's what I mean. If you were to actually map it out as if the Earth was still a globe, but the horizon is at 11 miles rather than 1 mile, then obviously the dimensions of the Earth have to be drastically different than what we're told, right?
Okay.
So when the black swan image came out, I don't know who it was, but someone did the mathematics on it and showed that the circumference of the Earth would have to be closer to 200,000 miles around.
Oh yeah, I mean, if what we were looking at is just strictly, like no refraction, that was just the geometry of the globe, then yeah, I mean, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
The math.
I don't think it gets to 200,000. I think you get to a much smaller number because that's
Maybe,
changing
I
it
don't
by
know.
like multiple orders of magnitude. Yeah, because the one I heard was rather than 3959, they were going 300,000 plus as a radius. So not all the way around, not circumference, not diameter, radius. Very skeptical of that. Haven't done the maths, but I'm still skeptical.
Yeah, that
Like,
math.
we can agree that it would have to be
Go on.
much, much bigger.
No, I don't think that much bigger. Go ahead. What are you saying, Kosho? It sounds like you know.
Sorry, go ahead.
The person who came up with those numbers a long time ago is based on, like, when you solve the distance to the horizon, formula for the size of the Earth and stuff like that. You're trying to figure out where the horizon should be. On the geometric horizon, you get a certain value for it. And so if you try to reverse that, and you try to reverse the equation and put in the distance the horizon actually is, or actually appears to be, and you calculate what the radius of the Earth would be in that case, you get that large number. But there's no reason
so it is
why
correct.
that's the correct way. No, there's no reason why that's a correct way of doing it. That's not a correct way of calculating it. The way that you were describing it with the angle, that's more correct. Like refraction, it's bending at a certain degree, at a certain angle, and it's those angles that are going to represent, the change in those angles are going to represent where the horizon appears to be. But that equation for the geometric horizon doesn't apply to refraction and all that, so it's not proper to reverse that.
No, but it would just be straight spherical geometry, wouldn't it? Just to work out, like, okay, well, if the distance that you can see is 11 rather than 1, then obviously it's got to curve at a certain rate.
I think we need to invoke spherical geometry. I think it's basic Euclidean. You can turn the sphere into a circle and just do Euclidean.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you guys know how to do it, it would be interesting to see what you actually come up with. But obviously it's going to be...
I think it's probably just a knee-jerk reaction, because anytime I see those numbers, I'm like, I think it's a calculation. Like Northern Rebellion sometimes shares this one where he's like, here's the Chicago skyline, which should be hidden by 2,400 foot of drop. And I was like, what? I did the calculation and realized what he's done is applied the drop from his toes. So forgetting the fact that if you're looking at the horizon, if you're testing a ball, you're actually looking down at the horizon through the sagittal of the Earth hump, and then essentially getting half of that hidden area on the other side of the sagittal. He's just gone, well, if the hump's, if I'm standing on the hump and looked out to space, then Chicago will be 2,400 feet below that. That's kind of giving me the Pavlovian response to hearing those giant numbers. Is like, I don't think that's calculated.
As an example, so just as an example, I already had something on the Earth curve calculator pulled up here. And let's just say I've got in here a distance of 17.1 miles, a viewer height of 27 feet. If you include the standard refraction, it says the effective radius of the Earth is 4,618 miles. So on that, if we have standard refraction, you've increased the radius of the Earth by, what's that? Over 600 miles. And that's
but that's what I'm saying. That's close to 7/6R.
Yeah,
that's
but then what we've done,
7/6R, whereas what they're doing is orders of magnitude difference. Sorry.
Yeah, but then all that's done is that's increased the geometric horizon from 6.27 miles to 6.78 miles. So that's only to increase the radius of the Earth by 600 miles. You've only increased the distance to the horizon by 500 yards. And you increase the radius of the Earth by more than 600 miles. And that's only a 500-yard difference. So if you're talking...
But you're doing it in absolutes. You've got to do these in proportions to one another.
Okay, well, yeah, work it out.
Well, you do.
I don't know.
Just how
you work it out.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I would think that it would be exponentially larger though than what this is showing. Because if
you could be right.
Because if you're showing an increase of, what is it? It's meant to be 3959. So, you've got like a nearly a 700-mile difference over, just a radius, a horizon that changes 500 meters or, 600 meters or so, or maybe 800 meters.
So what you need to find in order to do these calculations is how much to the flat earthers who do this multiple 100,000-meter ball, what is the actual number? And is that circumference, diameter, or radius? And then we can test it against that. So what are they claiming so that we can test their claim?
Oh, just do a completely separate calculation. Don't worry about what they've said. Just do the actual numbers. You've got a horizon 11.5 miles away when it should be 1 mile away from a 1-foot observer height. Just do the actual numbers and then see what you get. Doesn't matter what anyone else has said.
You could probably just type this into ChatGPT and it'll give you the answer rather than bothering doing that.
I don't have an account with ChatGPT, so if anyone else does and you want to do it quickly, I'm sure ChatGPT could work it out pretty fast.
I'm just trying to think of doing it right now. I'm just trying to think of how to do it. Ignoring refraction. How large? What would Earth's radius be?
Forgive me. Why are you questioning the radius? Why are you questioning the radius of the Earth right now?
That's the whole discussion we've been having the last half hour. Haven't you been questioning the radius of the Earth for the last couple of decades of your life?
Yes, so I'm surprised to hear it from you.
I'm not really questioning. I'm questioning flat Earth maths right now.
Well, I hear what you guys are sort of backwards calculating what the Earth might be.
No, seeing how wrong. All right, so it's given me the thing, but it hasn't actually solved it. That's funny. I always use please when I'm talking to ChatGPT. The radius of the Earth would be 140833 miles, but that decimal point's in the wrong spot. That's a bit weird.
So we all know who Wolfie is here, don't we?
That's silly. It's given me a dumb answer. It's given me 14 miles. Thanks a lot, ChatGPT. I've said, have I worded this wrong? Ignoring refraction, what would be the Earth's radius if the horizon was 13 miles away for a 6-foot observer standing at sea level?
Because the horizon's always going to be the same. 3.2 miles.
Yeah, with ignoring refraction, yeah. But I'm saying, if it was 13, what would that make the radius? I'll work it out some other time. This is obviously going to be something weird.
Okay, I'll just find this video here as well, and I'll drop this one in. So here's another one of an example of just refractive conditions of the day. So you'll see that I'm looking one direction at houses and the land, and there's a huge inferior mirage going on. And then when I turn and look at the ship, there's no inferior mirage, and you can see when there should be 57 feet according to the globe prediction missing, there's actually more like about 15 feet. So you look one direction, you have a huge inferior mirage, turn the camera, look a different direction, no inferior mirage with completely different conditions. I'll just drop that as well so you can have a look at that. It's only a 1:30 video. And this one I find very rare, but I find it very interesting because it's showing you just a complete difference of how the conditions can be looking one direction to another at the very same moment.
So the question I started asking you before is if you, it seems you agree it's not a very good test to see what can I see at what distance because it changes so much as your videos show. What do you think is good evidence that the Earth's flat?
Well, I'm not saying that it's not good evidence that the Earth's flat, because I don't think that these distances should really be seen personally. But like what I'm saying is that technically it's not proving either way 100%, but there are obviously some other observations that are more like 50 miles away and you can see almost to the ground. You know, maybe you're only missing 20 or 30 feet from like 50 miles away, and that's
Do you have any of those?
that's just crazy. There's the one that's
depending on your elevation.
of the well, no, there's the one of, is it Ontario, from 50 miles away, and that's only like a 6-foot observer height. And there's literally only like 20 to 50 feet missing when there should be, you know, from a 6-foot observer height, 50 miles away. You're talking like well over like, you know, 1,400 feet of curve should be there. So if you've only got like 30 or 40 or 50 feet missing, you know, you've got a problem.
I want to go and get an exercise ball, but there's a guy who's gone into the exercise ball room to have a Zoom call. Get barging on him.
They do have a problem because for them to maintain line of sight in the distance to match or similarly match their 7/6R surface, they need they're claiming now to only need 0.13 degrees Celsius to make that happen in temperature variation. And I doubt that a great deal.
What's the problem we've got that you doubt? A temperature change?
If we're shooting straight and don't need any math, you require math to get to match 7/6R. And if we change any variables, your math has to change. But your result,
if you're shooting straight, is the first premise seems to be the issue. If we're shooting straight, it seems like what plain reality's just been showing is that he goes to the same place every day and sees something different, which seems to put a nail in the coffin of the idea
if we're taking two level sides of the lake, shooting a line straight between, which you say can't be straight, because I go, look, hey, I'm matching the surface, and you're going, well, the surface is curved, so you're damn well, if you're matching it, your beam is curved. And I say, okay, by what properties? And you're going to say refraction, and we're going to agree shortly that it's only 0.5 degree Fahrenheit is necessary. No one's demonstrated that. You've just claimed it, but that is the claim necessary.
I'll tell you what's really necessary, and that is the metric system. You'll need to catch up.
Yeah, it's one of those inherent American problems.
It is. It's like, it would be so hard to change it now. Everything's so complex. So much stuff relies on it. It's like, is that problem growing or shrinking? Is it going to get better later on?
So yeah, so that video I just dropped that video in there. So if you watch that, and you can try and skip through it quickly, but you'll see a bit where I show something that's 8 miles away that's blocked by, closer to 30 odd feet by an inferior mirage, and that's only 8 miles away, and then the ship is 13 miles away, and the ship is only blocked by maybe 15 feet, and there is no inferior mirage.
But you have your numbers wrong. The drop at 8 miles is very similar to 10 miles. For instance, the drop is different than the obstructed view. The obstructed view. Yeah, the obstructed view is about 16 feet at that distance. So
that's exactly what I was questioning. Are we looking at drop from our feet, or are we looking at hidden behind the sagittar?
Well, according to the
it's just the midway point is different than the drop. The drop is from the standing position, but in fact, when it's distributed between your two observer positions, it changes where you don't see the entirety of it.
From 5 feet, there should be 14.53 feet hidden.
Okay, good.
But in the example that I'm showing here, there's actually closer to 30 feet hidden underneath the inferior mirage, looking at 8 miles. And then if you zoom right up to where the actual ship is, you can see that the ship actually, has about approximately 15 foot blocked, but the ship is 13 miles away and there's no inferior mirage. So what I'm showing there is just the difference of conditions of looking, like literally looking one direction and then turning and looking a different direction, and the conditions are completely different. And this is at the same time, literally turning from one spot and just turning the camera to another spot.
And how do you know there's no miraging?
Oh, you can see that there's no miraging. You can see there's no miraging on the. There's definitely no inferior mirage on the one with the ship. You can tell that the conditions are different. Just watch the video.
Where am I looking? I can't find the video.
I only just posted it, so it should be it's like the third one down in the text chat. Livestream 1.
What? How many minutes past the hour? Is it 15 minutes past the hour? 23rd of September. Screen recording.
Is that it?
It's a 23rd of September one. Yeah. Yep.
Something interesting. All right, sorry. Something interesting. Because you said, Dan, a half a degree of refraction.
Yeah, they're starting to agree on that 0.13 degrees Celsius is about half a degree Fahrenheit. And they're starting to agree on that.
Half a degree Fahrenheit, or do you mean half a degree in angle change or angle of the refraction?
No,
I think you've gone Celsius and Fahrenheit. What?
They mean temperature variation to cause a gradient.
Wait, I thought you were talking about the angle of refraction.
Nah. Believe any of it though. Not yet.
You crazy conspiracies about flat water. I mean, when are you guys going to get with it?
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen flat water.
Some kind of psychos.
I've just never seen flat water.
You never heard of waves?
Yeah, it's always got something going on.
No, that's not true.
Some forces acting on it.
Yeah, but sometimes it's about as dead flat as you could possibly imagine that the water could be.
No, I can imagine flatter water. Like I've seen glass. I've never seen water exactly like glass.
Yeah, but you've seen water in a glass. You've seen water in a glass.
I've seen it get close. Yeah, and it's got little viscous things as it sticks to the edge, and it's got ripples on its surface.
When you have the ocean that is, with the tiniest of tiny ripples through it, It's about as close to flat as you could imagine for the ocean.
Yeah, I've definitely never seen the ocean like that. Always the ocean to me has swells. Plus, it's got tides. Like, tides rule out the possibility of it being flat. Can't have both tides and flat. You've got to pick one. Tides are a lie, or the flatness is a lie.
Well, what about large body lakes then, or dry lakes?
Oh, I mean, my understanding is everything has tides commensurate with how much water there is that can move. The bigger the lake, the more measurable the tide.
I don't think lakes have tides.
I'm pretty sure they do.
No, there's nothing.
It's worth Googling, but the last time I Googled it, I was reading something about, I think it's the Great Lakes or whatever that one is by Chicago, something like that. And it talked about how it's got a tide. I mean, it's only like a couple of centimeters or an inch or something. It's a tide.
Yeah, they've measured annual, not annual, but just over longer periods of time there in the Great Lakes. There's tides.
So which is it, tides or flat? Come time to pick.
Well, I'll show you a
Choose
photo
your
in a sec.
team.
All right, I'll just do a screenshot of this and then I'll drop some flat water for you.
I mean, we know the Earth is flat, but what shape is the universe itself? If I had to guess, I would say the universe is a sphere.
No, the universe is pear-shaped.
Or maybe it's just like a random blob, like a bacteria, just like random.
Okay, so this one is for the person who just said that they have never seen flat water before on the ocean. I just dropped a screenshot from one of my videos. Would you like to say that that water of the ocean doesn't look flat? I think we can all agree that looks pretty flat, doesn't it?
Sure, it looks pretty flat. It's got ripples up there. Does it? No? We're not all saying the same thing?
And it was like that as far as the eye could see that day.
But it's ripples. There's ripples in it.
Well, yeah,
Ripples.
that's what I think. There's ripples.
So it's not flat.
Well, that's just taking a little bit far. I didn't say it was dead flat, as in flat.
Well,
I
that's
said,
what I'm saying. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I've never seen it flat. I've seen glass, and I've never seen a water like that. I've seen it get close. I've seen it better than that on dam by morning.
oh yeah, for sure. This is the ocean, though. This is the ocean. This isn't like a lake. This is the ocean.
Exactly. Right. So something we can confirm. We all agree now. We've never seen perfectly flat, and we accept it's got tides. We're going to claim it's flat.
Well, I don't think anyone is saying perfectly flat. That's a bit fallacious. To say that you can see ripples in it, that's needs a comment of Odysee. Of course, there's tiny ripples.
And do we also see tides there?
Sorry?
Do we see tides?
This would have been during a high tide because it's at night time. As you can tell, that is the sunset.
Right. So
it would have been close to a high tide.
If it's at a king tide, we can reliably presume that 6 hours either side of it is lower in elevation. So 6 hours around whatever surface to the east or to the west is going to be a lower elevation. Would you agree?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, of course.
Hey, just to be clear, also, again, what we were saying before about the drop and the further you can see and all this kind of stuff, and if you like, I just did the math. Like, it looks like if you have 0.01 degrees of refraction, and say it's standard refraction, you just have to change that by like whatever you multiply that angle by, that's the amount that you can multiply the amount that's hidden by. So there's a linear relationship between the angle and the amount that's hidden, but not necessarily, much else. Like you were trying to do with the further you can see, and size of the Earth and all that type of stuff. It's just based on whatever angle, whatever the difference is in that angle. And it's very slight. 0.01 degrees and 0.02 degrees is very slight, but it can make a big difference.
Yeah, those pictures that Truth Prevails just posted still perplex me, because we know that the ocean must be, it's mimicking the color of the sky, but it can't be like a reflection of the color of the sky, because otherwise then there should be an inferior mirage. So it's like the ocean color is literally just actually mimicking the color of the sky.
The sky is said to be a mirror. Isn't
Yeah.
the sky a mirror?
Yeah, it's like a downcast. That's really when they named lumen. It's kind of a misdirecting type malformed name, because it makes it, when it makes it appear to be lumen, it's because it, like you just mentioned, that the false horizon where the image of the sky is being cast down. But in most cases, when you see lumen occurring, you can look, if you look closely enough, you can see the actual horizon still yet. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen an image of lumen where if I looked closely enough, I couldn't still see it.
Yeah, so like when you look at that and the way that the color of the water is obviously the same color as the sky, which is why it gives that ship the appearance of floating, and then obviously the water below is completely different, which is what in plain truth kind of calls these things the ether bands. Normally when you would get a reflection of the water and the sky is what will be an inferior mirage, but there is definitely no inferior mirage on the boat. And that's why I'm wondering, like, well, how is that even happening? How are we getting the same color in the water and the sky, but then not having any way that affecting the boat? It's very bizarre. I don't know if they'd actually be able to explain that properly.
Oh,
I thought a Phantom Morgana
okay.
was a superior mirage.
Yeah, it's not a Fata Morgana.
If you're thinking about like the light coming from the ship, it's not, and the light coming off of the surface of the water, like there can be an effect just on the surface of the water that will affect the light coming from the surface of the water, and also have an interplay with the light coming from the sky, which is where the colors blend, and not have that effect on the ship, because the ship is high enough off the water where you don't really have that effect on the light coming from the ship.
Yeah, it's just weird because I've got some footage where I almost got this. Like it's like the color of the ocean is just like a tiny fraction of a shade off of the color of the sky. So I could see where and how this happens, but
Which really you could. Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, you're right. Go. All good.
Well, I mean, and really, you could be having the same effect on the ship too. The only difference is like the water is more closely. It's already a color that's because some of the, like, you can still see the water. If you look, you can see the little ripples around the boat. You can see the actual horizon back there. So some of that is getting through. And if the water were like more had like a more vast of a difference of wavelength, spectrum difference than in the ship, then it's got to do with the similarities in the colors too. Like there's not a huge difference in the color of the light blue sky and the dark blue water. So,
Yeah,
but you can still see that
if
there
you have a
is
look,
some of that effect happening
yeah,
on the ship. It's
Rakia.
just not as
Sorry, yeah, sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, if you look in the text chat, Rakia just dropped 2 images. Like, so one is of a floating ship, and the other one is of a inferior mirage. And so, see what I'm talking about? How in the inferior mirage, you're getting it's a mirroring of the sky into the water and anything that's there, where you have the fold line, or I just call it the mirror line, but I've heard it being called the fold line before as well. And so everything below that fold line is mirroring whatever's above it. So you can see the sky there perfectly. But when you look in the one above that, and it's the floating ship, you have the sky color being mirrored. Well, not necessarily mirrored. It's obviously not mirrored because we're not having the ship mirrored. So I get your, well, actually, I'd like to hear your explanation for that again, so I can maybe try to process that again. Because it's just weird to me how we're not getting that same effect of the inferior mirage, but we are getting a colored sky and colored water the same.
Again, I think that if those explanations of those ships that are higher or superior mirages.
Yeah, but they can't be a superior mirage because a superior mirage is also an inverted image. It's an image on top of an image. And normally when you get this kind of like looming thing, so I don't have it, I haven't put it through a normal, through my iMovie, so I haven't actually downloaded a video of it, but when you see things being raised up due to whatever's going on in the ocean, you can tell that the ocean itself has stretched and then that's raised something up. All right, and then it will it'll come back down, and so I've got one which I can put in fast forward, and you actually literally you can see the ocean stretch underneath it, but it squishes the image above it, so it'll squash the ship. It'll
It's not always the case. What I'm saying.
No, yeah,
There's
but
not a single description of there's not a specific type of superior mirage. Like superior mirage can appear right side up, upside down, squished. Doesn't have to.
But a superior mirage will always have an inverted image on top, isn't it? Because that's what the mirage is. The mirage is the image on top of the image.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to. Is what I'm saying. Like it depends on the. I think it depends on how far away it is and how big it is.
Oh, because I thought the inferior mirage was basically just the opposite of the the superior was the opposite of the inferior. So the inferior is where you have it being mirrored underneath, and the superior is where you have it basically being mirrored on top. So you'd have the ship on top of a ship. That was my understanding of a superior mirage.
Let me see, because now I'm not sure. Let me see. It says inferior mirage, and an inferior mirage, the mirage appears below the real object. And then it says for superior mirage can be right side up or upside down. Yep, depending on the distance. Often the image
So it's normally image on top of an image.
Up and down parts. So it just appears as distorted of a mixture of up and down parts, but it doesn't have to include one or the other. So it could include the parts of the right. I think it depends on the actual refractive index and like the temperatures and stuff like that. I don't think there's like a specific example that has to adhere to every time.
I would say that last photo there is got both of them going on. So
yeah,
is what I would say. Because most times you will have several things going on at one time.
Oh, so Rakia is saying that that's the building. So the picture on top, the one underneath is the building, right? So I was saying this last night. One thing that I've noticed that I've never seen anyone else mention is that what I've seen through all of my footage is that 100% of the time, without fail, when you have an inferior mirage, you have a raising of the appearance of the horizon. And I think that's because the horizon itself is actually much closer to us now. So whenever there's an inferior mirage, the horizon is actually much closer to you. Therefore, it appears higher. So when you see a picture like what Rakia just put up there of that building, like the fold line is on the top of the building and the actual horizon line is far higher than what it actually normally would be. And that's why you'll see in the ones that I put on before, where when you have the mirroring going on, like the inferior mirage, the horizon line was up closer to, like 120 feet on the land, when according to the globe math, it should have been more like 50 feet. And according to a different day of my filming, it's like at only about maybe 7 feet. So whenever you have an inferior mirage, you will always have the horizon appearing to be at a much greater height than what it actually is in reality.
That was a wild redemption play by the Vikings.
I'm not American, man. I don't know who the Vikings are.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Nobody here watches football.
I'm just sitting here reading the chat. And Duva says, I've heard some flat earthers acknowledge the existence of refraction. I don't think anyone's denied that refraction's a thing. Only to turn around and claim that refraction existing is enough to claim curvature cannot exist. It's bonkers, as are most things in flat Earth.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I don't really subscribe to refraction. I just call it like reflection. Like it's just refraction. I mean, what they call refraction is just reflection, and then refraction, real refraction, like one, isotropic medium change to another medium change. They pretend that that's like the same thing. So that's what happens. Like people deny refraction. Yeah, because you're not talking about refraction at all. You're talking about your own made believe globe refraction that within the same medium.
I'm sure.
Yeah, you're just talking about something going from one medium to another medium and then appearing different than what it actually is.
No,
and
no,
the
they're
point
talking about the same.
that
They're talking about no medium change, but refraction. No medium change, but refraction. But refraction is defined by changing the medium, like a change of medium. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a medium change to have refraction in the first place, don't you?
Yeah, but they're saying refraction. Within 30 feet of a 30-foot column of air.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that when they say, "Oh, you guys deny refraction," yeah, because you're making up your own refraction, guys, like Globers. You're making up. It's not refraction. You're just saying refraction.
Yeah, well, basically all they've done is reverse engineered it. They had a belief that they were on a ball, and then they were trying to explain things that they see, so they just reverse engineer it and to fit the ball.
Yeah. So yeah. Yes, I mean yes, but I'm just saying all things aside, right? Like even if it was like a pretend that like the shape of the Earth isn't even in contention, right? And I go up to some scientists, I'm like, check out this refraction within the same medium of air of 30 foot of column of air. They go, dude, that's not refraction. Refraction is a change from one medium to a totally different medium.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not even. But that's what they call it. They say, look, it's refraction.
All right, so are you saying, so when we're looking through a particular part and we're not actually changing the medium, we're looking through the same section, then there shouldn't be any real refraction because we're looking through the same part. We're not going from one medium to another.
You're right. Refraction is defined by change in medium from like one hard isotropic medium to another.
Yeah, well, that's where when you think about it, it's like I've heard some of the globers sit there and say, well, you need to get up to 100 meters high or something, and then you're going to cut down refraction. But when you're at 100 meters high and you're looking down at, e.g., a ship on the horizon at X amount of miles away, you're looking through more layers. So you are going to get more refraction because you are looking through the different density layers.
That's what they say.
Yeah, but I guess let's just say if I'm at 8 foot above sea level and I'm just looking dead straight, I guess anything that's also around that sort of 8 to maybe 20 feet above sea level is looking through the same medium.
Well,
A lot.
I think that. Go ahead.
I'll be really quick. I was just going to say that to what he said that The speed of the induction of light depends entirely on the permittivity and permeability of the medium. So anything that'll change that, and when you increase altitude, that changes too. And it doesn't even need to have all these atmospheric conditions, but then when you compound that and add these atmospheric conditions, all you need, like one thing you need is you need the speed of the light to change. You need an incidence at a point where the speed of light has been changed.
Yes, which doesn't make sense to me, given I spend the rest of my life being told by boffins that it's a constant, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, but refraction causes when is caused by a changing speed." I'm like, what? That don't make no sense, not to me anyway.
No, but it's not a constant.
Damn it, make up your minds, boffins. What is it then?
No, okay, so the value called C is a constant. It's a constant value. It's the same way pi is a constant, and then or gravitational constant is a constant. Like C is a constant, and C is the maximum speed of light or the speed of light in a vacuum. That's true, but light speed is variable based on the medium. Basically, that's just the medium. So different mediums, the same way the speed of sound's different, the speed of light's different, different mediums, and it's that medium that is going to allow for refraction because it has different light speeds because it's a fluctuating medium.
So it's topped out at a top speed, but these different mediums slow it down differently.
Right. Yes.
But I've also heard somebody else saying it doesn't actually slow down, but it bounces back and forth in particles or something.
Yes, I once thought that. It's once been explained that way to me, and that makes sense. It's not true, though. It's more complicated than that.
So why doesn't reality make sense to me?
Well, it's just like you said earlier. Some things aren't intuitive, and we search for the intuitive answers. But it's almost like the models for reality, though, they don't have to follow those intuitive, our intuition. So unfortunately, the models of the reality doesn't match our intuition. That's what I'm saying.
It sounds like you're saying my intuition is wrong.
Yeah, but it's the same intuition I had as well for a long time.
What is intuition? Something that's uninformed by intelligence? It exists on its own, unable to be educated over the entire course of your lifetime? Is that how your intuition works?
It must be some sort of energy exchange between the particles.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't mean to be sexist, but there's a reason why they call women's intuition, something that's people think is powerful.
Whoa.
Yeah, because women are always wrong and they're emotional.
Intuition.
They're always thinking the wrong things because they're out of fear. That's women's intuition. Thanks.
Jesus.
Intuition isn't really something that's powerful in most cases.
It's pretty
In some
bad.
cases it can be. In some cases it can be like
Sometimes
trust
it can
your
be
gut
good.
kind of thing.
Well, it's only
Sometimes it can be
powerful if
bad.
you're smart.
The takeaway is that tuition is intuition, my bad, is eh.
You're gonna be paid for this joke for a while.
If you have to make a guess, if you have nothing left but a guess, then intuition can go a long way. But if you have evidence, your intuition doesn't really necessarily need to apply if you have evidence, right? The more evidence you have, the less intuition you need. And the intuition and evidence aren't always going to agree with each other. And if they don't, then you go with the evidence.
Intuition.
But anyways, yeah, the thing about the speed of light, the light changing speed in a medium, like I said, I thought that same thing, but only like, well, who's that guy? There's a guy from the Fermi Lab channel, and he says the same thing. He says that is a way that people thought about it for a long time, but it's just not correct for this reason and that reason, and it's retarded. It's more it's just to do with the light being emitted from the material that the light's interacting with, and then that interfering with itself.
Well, can you show me a measurable speed change?
Yes.
I think there's a video on that.
Yes, there's plenty of videos on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not denying. I'm just saying, show me what you mean.
I mean, you could probably find it on YouTube if you just search for it.
If you
Yeah,
have
I
a list,
could, but
if
he's
you have a
got it.
distance,
He's got it down. He's got it. He
if
knows
you have
what he knows a good
$11,
example.
if you have $11, you can go to the hardware store and get a laser distance finder, and you can put it in an empty fish tank and see how big the fish tank is from front to back. And the distance will be accurate because it uses the speed of light in air to make its measurements. However, if you fill it with water, it's no longer going to be accurate because the speed of light in water is different than the speed of light in air. And you could verify that yourself for $11.
Yeah, what does that tell? That tells you the speed of light is changing.
Yes.
It
What
doesn't
does it tell you that the distance changed?
Well, no, I mean the distance didn't change.
Exactly. Something's got to
I mean,
give.
so,
It's not the distance.
is it measuring a shorter distance or a longer distance?
I'd measure a longer distance.
It measures a longer distance. Wow. Okay. In the water, when the water's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's pretty fucking cool.
I mean, it still doesn't mean the speed has
This
changed.
what my intuition is telling me.
Yeah, but it could literally just be a longer distance.
Yeah, it could be. You're right.
Through water, not a straight line. Like if it just had one place where it changed, it doesn't. It's an actual longer distance to travel.
How is it coming back to the?
True.
How is it making a measurement if it's not going in a straight line?
Got me.
Use your statement.
Well, I mean, those are the two options. It's either not a straight line, right? So it's a longer distance, or you're saying the other option is that it's flowing down in a fish tank of water.
Let me remind you, the laser distance finder shoots a laser out of the front of it, and then it receives it back. Okay, so if it's not reflecting in a straight line, it's not going to receive it back.
I mean, it followed that same path of little resistance one way. It'll follow the same path back the other way.
What difference in measurement would be expected? Would it be a big amount, or would it be like in a small amount?
Let's look
it up. I don't think it would be a big amount, but he's saying that it's. I don't know. No, he's on it. I thought it would be actually just intuitively. I thought it would be a shorter reading in the water, but he's saying
shorter
longer.
reading if it's traveling faster, right?
Right. Well, that's if it travels.
Timing.
I'm thinking that it would have been impeded by something. Is why it read a shorter distance. Fog or something in the water.
Right. I'm with you.
Yeah, so the speed of light in the air is 299,705. In water, it's 225. That's a difference of 75, which is about 8%.
And we're talking about you're talking about refraction, like based on refraction, where light is bending, right? Is this what
we're not talking about? No, listen, we're talking about a consistent medium. So if there's air in the fish tank, it's a consistent medium, and if it's water in there, it's a consistent medium. We're not doing anything to it to create any kind of refractive effects.
So light cannot refract through a single medium.
What are you talking about, dude? Listen,
a consistent was the thing he said. Consistent
medium. Yeah, one type of medium, water or air, as examples.
No, like water with same temperature or whatever throughout.
Same temperature, same consistency. It's got nothing in it. It's just water. In the case of the air, It's run-of-the-mill air, and it's the same temperature. It's not fluctuating.
Yeah, he thought he was being clever. I saw what you're doing. Yeah, you thought you can get away with that. Yeah, I don't think so.
The horizontal, what do you call it? Variant in like the air, the horizontal column is not going to be. It's not going to be. It's not going to change. It's not going to vary throughout. It's not expected to. And for this example, it's not. It's not going to. So there's no need to bring in refraction.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to bring it in. It's just, I mean, that was on the table like, 40 seconds ago. That's why that's why this speed of light was brought up due to the refraction topic.
That's right.
Don't pretend
Refraction
don't pretend I'm sneaking it in there. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying
Armor.
you're asking about you asked me to show you the speed of light changing because of different mediums. I'm giving you an example, and the example I'm giving you is not one where you would expect refraction. So
Well, that's what I meant. Right. I'm asking, how did you determine that that refraction does not exist? Like, when did you?
Just went
Only
over
when
that.
it's convenient. I don't know.
No, that's convenient.
Are you saying like a fish tank doesn't have glass in it, and that the glass doesn't like affect the optics in it?
What?
More variables.
I thought that's what he's saying. He's saying like you can just take a fish tank and then just like blank out all of the variables, and it's just like it's the same stuff because it's a fish tank, and a fish tank is made out of air, or a fish tank is made out of water, right? Like you said.
Yes, you put water in a fish tank. The horizontal.
Okay, we have two different mediums here. We have glass, which is containing the medium.
Yeah, but we're not
You
worried
say
about
buy an $11 laser, dunk it, and put the AAA batteries in it, dunk it in water, and it'll show you that the light doesn't work.
Goodness gracious, dude.
Yeah, you guys are complicated as fucking shit. All right.
Right, because glass isn't reflective. You got it. You guys masters of this. Maybe.
Well, then you don't gotta put. You could literally just put. I don't know. You could probably paint the. I mean, I guess we haven't necessarily tested that, but I'm pretty sure you could just paint the glass or something like not reflective or something, on the inside, or you could just coat, the
I love
inside
how you
of
guys
the.
remove all the variables. That's good. That's good thinking.
Poke a hole in the fish tank.
But it's consistent. I mean, come on. I mean, like, whatever. Go ahead.
Well, that's the refraction they show you, like with a cup of water. Like, look how it changes through the glass. Yeah.
Like that's some stupid shit. Like, I mean, like he's saying, Coach was saying, if you put the laser thingy in the thing. Sorry, I'm not calling you guys stupid. I'm just saying, I just think the argument's a little silly because like if you put the laser thing in the water, right, versus in the air, and then you measure the fish tank, whatever, right? Like, you get a different.
You're
you get a
goddamn
different
right.
thing,
This
right?
is a silly argument. You're right.
But here's the thing though, right? Why wouldn't that happen with the air though? Like he's doing it also in air, right? And there's air in the fish tank now, right? And you're maybe the laser thing is bouncing off of the fucking tank in air or whatever. Like okay, but you're getting a consistent result. So I mean, it's safe to say that the reflective part of the fish tank is negligible. Like it's not related to this. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's related. I mean,
it makes up like a tenth of the entire distance. Not a tenth, but like 1/100th of the entire distance.
What does?
A half-inch thick fish tank on both sides, and within a 30-inch fish tank.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, let the Jersey boys figure this out, Kosho. Stay out of it.
Well, no, I'll be right back. I gotta check my food.
It's not a fish tank without fishes in it, so it's just an aquarium.
Yeah, it's like a turtle tank.
Just because I feel like an asshole.
Well, I mean, it is interesting. Maybe it is a speed of light changing. I don't know. Maybe it's the absorption of light. So there's just different things that are different concepts that could be. You could look at it from different ways. Maybe maybe it is the speed of light. Maybe it's the angle of incident that it travels there and back along the same path of oscillation, whatever, right? Or maybe it's for some reason slowing down within 30 inches. I don't know.
You need to have it slowing down unevenly to curve. It has to be pulled differently from one side of the beam to the other.
Or just continuously. Like if you have a continuously varying medium, then it'll turn. So like, you know, like the Snell's law, it'll turn and then it'll turn and it'll keep turning continuously. And that continuous turn will appear to be a curve, yeah.
What's a curved medium? In other words, I think it has to go through two mediums to curve at all.
No, I said a continuously changing medium. I said like a continuously varying medium will cause it to continuously turn, which will appear as a curve.
Are you any more sure? Are you any more sure of that than I am?
I mean, that's how I understand refraction to work, but then it does seem to work. I mean, it could work somewhere else. I'm not 100% sure. But
yeah, it could work in some way that mimics, that happens to coincide with that, or just mimics the same effect as that. Doesn't have to equal that, right? It just seems to, if you want to know what it's going to do, that seems to be a really good way to predict. And as the Globers always talk about, the meat and taters is being able to make testable predictions. If you can make testable predictions, then you can show that your model has validity, has utility.
I'm going to go so far to say is that my stuff that I always talk about, the diverging beam's margin of error, meaning over 100 feet on the other side, is going to create a problem for me.
For you?
Yeah, where I never thought that created a problem before. But if it's within the range that we're looking for, in other words, if I don't have 100 feet to play with and I got 100 feet of beam, it doesn't really help me much.
So what would you do at that stage? It sounds like what you're saying is, what will I do if my observations don't match the flat Earth? What would you do at that stage? Which would go, do you think? Is that what you're saying, actually, is what I probably need to ask first?
No, what I'm saying is that we need to clarify, for instance, if I do 70 inches off the water at night at 10 miles and I got a 95-foot beam, I'm maybe not testing as much of the gradient as I think over 70 inches. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Where I think I'm moving through the entire gradient at 70 inches, I may not be. It may just appear so. Because on the other side's a big fat beam, wider than my 70-inch scope to begin with, wider than my gradient to begin with.
I mean, I know. So when you see that beam get wider, has anybody ever actually measured like the 2 points, like like on a surface? I don't know, like on a wall,
Like
to know that it's that wide.
The width of a cone shape? No, we only read the specs on the laser, like what the spread might be if you had a shotgun.
Beam divergence we're talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, a 90-foot wide beam of light, like that'd be awesome. Like,
I can tell you honestly that because of our success with handheld at 9 and 17 miles, like unmounted laser, it must be very big on the other side. Very big. You know, because
I mean, you're lighting up the entire width of a football field. Like, how's that right? That's huge. 90-foot, 100-foot beam. Huge.
Got to collimate it.
Yeah, but it won't go over a curve. It won't go over a curve. It's still a straight line, you know?
But what I'm saying, Stephen, I'm just saying that's crazy. Like, imagine you saw a 100-foot beam coming at you. Like, has anybody seen a 100-foot beam coming at them? That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get even wider than that, right? If you look at a street light, that has a sort of a beam that I don't know even how you'd measure it. You'd measure it in degrees, but it would be like every light that's uncollimated has a massive spread. So when you see a car's headlights from a long way away, we can see them about 80 k's from our hut on the like a mountain top at our farm. You can see a dingo gate. It's about 80 k's away. That as the cars come down through the trees, you can see them. But that's like if they're pointing straight at you, the beam there would be kilometers wide, huge, many kilometers wide.
In this image I just posted, you could see it enveloping you on all sides. You can even see its height coming at you. It's a blue laser coming at you from 10 miles away. So that actually looks like 100 feet coming at you in height. And then you can see the difference between the source beam, the off center of the source beam, looking like it's going up towards what we might call 2 o'clock.
Yeah, what I'm picturing is like you ever carry around like the little laser pointers, right? Like a little one, right? You got a little pin dot on the wall. Yeah. Imagine carrying around 100-foot wide one. Like you're a giant.
It's the same device. It's just
I know. Yeah.
But I mean,
I just thought you could. I mean, shoot it at the sky. Won't you just light up the entire airplane? Like, you know?
No, but when you hit the stop sign, if you hit the stop sign down the street, it's already 7-8 inches wide there. You know?
Yeah. Like, yeah, you would light up a plane, but also as it diverges, it gets weaker. The more divergent it is, the weaker it is. So yeah, you could hit a plane and you'd probably be covering the entire plane. And somebody on that plane would probably see light, somebody trying to shoot light towards them. But would you see
each passenger would see the same thing. Each passenger would see it. But you wouldn't hit one window. You know?
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I don't think from the ground you'd be able to go, oh, look, the plane's being lit up. The reason you can see it like on stop signs and stuff is that special reflective stuff they invented.
That's a great point. That's a great point, Harry. People always forget that we see reflective light. We don't. So it itself has to be bouncing back. The light has to bounce back. Excellent point. Which is why we don't light up the tankers off the coast here. We really need to be on one of the tankers pointed back. Because we wouldn't see it if we hit it.
Yes. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. You might if you got, I guess, a really like precise sensor or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Shiny stuff picks up a lot better, like bracelets, jewelry. Certain things glow pretty bright. You know, you can see.
Yeah, that stuff they use for high-vis now, like on like jogging gear that they made. That's the one stuff I was talking about a moment ago. They made for the Superman films, and now it's like a super popular stuff to use in safety applications. They originally made it to make clothes for the people on planet Krypton.
And next time you do one of the tests, Dan, just like shine the laser beam down, like hold it up, you know, whatever you're doing, 20 feet off the ground or something, and then just shine it down.
And see how far we can still see it, right? Okay. How far into the angle of the cone shape.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, we really never tried that.
Boom.
Poor Cookie. Cookie, come on, VC. Relax.
Well, if you're just shining it down, though, there's not going to be a claim of. I don't think.
Don't mumble too much.
There's not going to be a claim of beam divergence. If you somehow can spot that, I don't know.
I'm only good at mumbling. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, are you really confused whether or not I'm a flat earther?
No, I was fucking with you, but okay.
I just noticed.
I have started to wonder if you are flirting with switching sides, though.
And it works. It works every time.
It's not about switching sides. I
But
don't.
it sounds like you are considering the possibility of tests coming back with globe results.
There's a lot of things flat earthers are not working on, including our own people here. You know what I mean? Like, we're not getting it done.
You didn't hear about the new model, Dan?
What's that?
Oh, wow. Stop the
Brand
presses.
Yeah, don't forget the new model.
Brand new model.
That's exciting.
I
No,
get excited every time I hear the word model. Yes.
I didn't hear anything about it. Does someone want to tell me about it?
I feel like it's a joke.
No, because I heard there was some sort of thing that was supposed to be revealed at the Vegas convention, and I never.
That's correct.
And you
That is
believe
what
it?
I'm referring to.
I never heard what it was.
No, that is what I'm referring to. Yeah.
And what was it?
Did they do it? Did they do something?
Let's see if I can find.
I don't think they did. I didn't hear anyone talk about it. But it did kind of fizzle early on day 2, so I'm not sure.
Who was involved?
Don't know. It was sort of like one of the surprise packages that was announced.
Sounds like a serving suggestion to me, but
My friend went. She was furious that there was no dinner served. She's like, "It says dinner. It's for $250 fucking bucks.
I was gonna say for $250 they ought to give you dinner and a movie and a fucking hand job.
She was furious, and like imagine imagine 400 people trying to run out and have dinner in an hour and a half somewhere, like right now.
God.
Yeah, it was fucking hard. She went to the supermarket. My friend, she went to the supermarket. It was the only way.
Who
you were
fucking did
there?
That? That sounds like a rip job. So hang on. Somebody did a flat earth conference, charged $250 a head per ticket, that said you would get dinner and then didn't cough up the dinner.
No, it's scheduled dinner, and there was no dinner arranged. Yeah, and my friend goes to lots of mixers, conferences, and network group things, and there's always at least some kind of crappy spread of cheese and crackers or something, you know.
Exactly, yeah. Like biscuits at the bargain basement minimum.
Exactly.
If you're doing like a $20 ticket, you still expect like
exactly.
At least cold cereal or something. Gee.
$250. I would expect like a la carte, be able to choose my dinner or a big buffet.
That was a 2-day ticket, but still, that's
maybe we should do one that's better. Maybe we should do it better.
Good luck. Good luck with that. I mean, that'd be exciting.
No, seriously, like why not do it somewhere different? I don't know why anybody would want to go to Vegas for
Because
that.
we were challenged for 4 years to do it on the West Coast. We never did, so she came here.
I see.
She begged everyone. Everyone begged us to do it.
Who ran it?
Huh?
Who ran it?
Karen B took over the momentum that
Well, that
was
explains why I didn't go.
Cookie, you gotta be careful, man. You clip people. What did you say?
Sorry.
Well, we don't get to hear you either, so they didn't hear me or you.
It's a nice way to say it, Dan.
Actually, when I'm pissy like that and I'm always jumping, I noticed that if I really use press to talk, it's more you have to take a breath and a moment to decide when you're talking, so you can't just blurt out the same one. It's probably a good remedy for myself when I get too excited. Because it's too easy.
Well, Dan, she's really not going to like. I mean, unless she went, but yeah, you probably won't like what I just said.
Is it the model?
Could be.
I don't know. This looks like good stuff to me. Mechanical realm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't know what that is. Was that? But that's not related to the conference, right?
Yeah, I've been a caterer for a lot of years, but just because the catering is all fucked up doesn't take anything away from the presentation that's being presented, the information
As
or whatever.
No, it definitely
as
does. I mean, it's all about food and
Who
drinks.
said that?
Like that's it.
No, but if you're asking 500 people to find within 2 hours accommodations to get somewhere,
yeah,
get fed, and get back in time for the next speaker all at once, you're flooding the neighborhood as well. So each restaurant that there was directly available was completely slammed.
and like I wish what you were saying was right, where you're saying it doesn't matter about that, but I'm a trainer, and like nothing about my training is like you get food, right? You're not there for that. You're there for like public speaking or customer service.
Right.
And then when the clients go, hey, should we feed them food? I'm like, absolutely. You are nuts if you think this is going to work if you don't give them food. Like
Right.
it's I don't know, not logical necessarily, but it is the case that as Dan's saying, one part of it's logistical. Some of it's also social, which is you come to this conference to meet and connect with other people, but then for your lunch break, you've got to just like go off, fend for yourself. You're going to form factions and groups. It chews up way more time than is necessary. People miss out on food and then they're grumpy about that. It's a crucial factor.
Yeah, and they're grumpy about missing each other. And I thought I thought you were waiting for me. Where did you guys go? Yeah. It causes quite a bit of that.
The tickets should just make it super clear: food not included.
I agree with everything that you're saying, but one of the most uncomfortable things that since I've been a caterer and catered is so much food is wasted.
Yeah.
Like it makes me sad. It makes me so sad as a caterer. Like I throw so much food in the trash, and like I don't know how many thousands of dollars were spent on the catering and the food, but me providing the food, taking the plates off the table, and if they finish their plate or don't finish, I throw so much food away, and it's like it just depresses me that so much food is
but that's
wasted.
that's just what it is. Even like the statistic of like I think that 80 like in America 80% of whatever you purchase at when you go food shopping goes in the trash. Like 80% of what you buy you throw away. So it ends up actually becoming cheaper, or just even if it's not cheaper, but it's more like I guess eco friendly to just order food, because you're not wasting it.
Yeah, I think sure it's more eco-friendly to do so, and I agree with you. Yeah, I used to do weddings. I was a wedding planner for a bit, and you chuck away large amounts.
But if you've
got to get back to the point of like, if you forked out $250 for a ticket that said dinner on it and didn't explicitly say provide your own dinner or dinner not provided or something like that, didn't even like because I've been at places that do that and I hate it because it's not very good for the reasons I mentioned before. But then often what they'll at least do is call up 4 restaurants around the place and go, I'm going to send you 100 people and they're all going to turn up at exactly this time. What are the options on your menu that you can get pumped out of the kitchen? And I promise you those people will be there. And then when you're doing the conference, you go, okay, I've spoken to, Juan's, the Mexican restaurant over there, and I've spoken to the Italian restaurant there. Go to one of those 2 places, order one of these 3 dishes, and you'll be back here in time for the conference starting again.
Yeah, imagine being the speaker afterwards and people are trailing in the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, also, like, has anybody, I don't know if other people's partners are like this, but my one, she cannot decide what she wants. Not in that amount of time. She will be looking at that menu for
What do you want to eat?
the lunch break, and then you just don't eat dinner.
Yeah. She doesn't know what she wants to eat.
Exactly. She wants to know what all the items are, like maybe ask a question or 2 about them. And you've got, like, if you just have 3 of those people in your table, kiss goodbye to you're going to be scarfing it down trying to get back for the next speaker.
Right.
So my friend also complained that the people weren't that warm. They were, considering everyone there showed up to see the speakers and stuff. They weren't all that. Like Karen was overwhelmed. Like you couldn't really get her time.
Oh yeah, that okay. I'm not on their side about that. Like if you're going to a large conference and expecting as part of your ticket price that you're going to get FaceTime with the conference organizer, you're just dreaming.
But you know what she said though? They could at least fucking smile. So it does go a little deeper when she said it like that. They can at least smile when you come up and say, "Hey, I'm so and so. I know you on Facebook for 7 years." Right?
Yeah, I feel you.
That's somebody that was there that was picking it apart because she goes to lots of events.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you go to lots of conferences and things, like if you go to them for work, you'll have a very different standard to people who are like, "Oh, this is a fun shindig that I like. This is something out of the ordinary that I wouldn't normally do."
And somebody's car got stolen out of the hotel parking lot. One of the speakers.
Maybe they just couldn't see it behind the curve.
Clever.
You're welcome. I'll be here all week. Try the quiche.
That was quick.
Alrighty then.
Cookie, the hotels were $500 fucking bucks.
That's just fucking crazy, bro.
The ticket,
That's nuts, bro.
was the least of your problem. Because it was going to run.
What was $400 to $500?
There was not anything less than $500. My friend took a bedroom in a house as an Airbnb for $500 a night.
But that sounds kind of standard for Vegas. Like my mates went to Vegas and they were like, we thought we would lose all our money at the casino, but we didn't even have any left by the time we got to the casino.
I don't understand. How could they build more and more rooms and still run out? Why don't they build more rooms? Is that what just keeps happening? More and more people come to the place?
I have a suspicion, this is the conspiracy theorist in me.
Supply and demand.
I have a suspicion a lot of these places, like wherever there is like a big industry like that there's probably bits of price fixing that goes on where they go, hey, let's not race to the bottom in terms of prices.
No, the prices are $125 now. The same rooms are $125 now.
Oh, was it just a busy time then?
Yes, which should be illegal as well, right?
It's just supply and demand. If there's a high demand, you're going to charge a lot more, and if there's not, you're going to lower the price. As simple as that.
Yeah,
do you know how easy it is to get? Do you know how easy it is to get free rooms in Vegas? It's like the easiest place in the world to get a free hotel room.
What do you do? Tell them you're going to gamble a lot.
Yes, sir.
That's the. You could do that. You could just gamble and then give it to you. Sure.
Yeah, go into the casino and put a lot of money down. They'll offer you free drinks and a free room.
I gotta say, this sounds like a very expensive free room.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's the way that you guys suggested. That's not the way I suggested. There's plenty of opportunities online. Like there's a Facebook game called My Vegas. What's it called? My Vegas Slots, and you just play. You'll earn reward points, and you can do things with those reward points. Like get rooms. I can get. I mean, every time I've been to Vegas, I got free rooms through that Facebook thing. But there's a lot of promotions everywhere for free rooms in Vegas.
Yep, he's correct.
They want you to go there.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of a like lost leader, do they call it, where they're like, if we can get him in the hotel, we'll probably get him on gambling, food and beverage.
Yep.
It's gambling. Is that same app or that same game on Facebook you can use it to get free.
You guys really
When
should
I
read
went there,
Virginia
I got
Tech.
free meals. I got free meals, free rooms, everything.
How much do you weigh, Kosho?
175.
Currently, like maybe 185, 190.
Oh, okay. I said 175, 185.
I picture you as like a skinny dude, like I just do. But you're always talking about getting free food and mooching off stuff.
Buy one, get one free.
You've been
Sure.
seen, Kosho.
That's fine. I mean, I do eat food. I do prefer to spend less on it. I guess I'm weird. Yeah.
No, I mean, just it's not that. Like, of course, everybody would. It's just the amount of energy you put into it is.
Not that much.
No, it's not that much.
I mean, I've eaten for free at Taco Cabana for a whole year once.
How?
And that required almost no energy. I just figured out a flaw in their app, and
Figured out how to what their app?
there was a flaw. There was like a bug, or there was a glitch in their in the way they set up their, like, if you got an app, if you downloaded the app and made a new account on Taco Cabana, they give you 2 free tacos, and on your birthday they give you a free quesadilla. And I already had like 1,000 emails, so I just made I just made a different account every time I wanted free tacos in a quesadilla.
You're lucky they didn't get you for that, because that is exploiting flaws is criminal. They've like had judgments on that. So like making
Felony
multiple
food fraud. Felony food fraud. Real code.
Is it called felony food? Is that what it's actually called?
No, it's not called that. Where have you seen that though? Hey, Shells, I'm curious.
Whatever.
A Chinese meal. There's this guy on TikTok that does this, like, who is liable? And he's this like really good looking camp black guy who's a lawyer who'll tell you like which things are and aren't illegal. And
he shows an altercation or something, and then he hits the legal side of it at the end.
Yeah, which person's liable? And it'll be like somebody doesn't yield and won't let in a car. And yeah, there was somebody talking about this, and he was like, yes, you could get free food out of it, but the question is this fraud? Well, according to the blah 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 blah, yes, it is. You could go to jail. And he sort of has this whole thing.
Well, so you're entitled to do it, and they're entitled to press charges.
Yeah, and the difference is if a judge would accept that you didn't know what you were doing was dodgy. So, because there's another case I know of where a person ordered something off Amazon and then went, oh shit, I don't actually want that, and cancelled it. And they did it within a certain time window where the order did get lodged, but they also got their refund. And this person worked this out. And so what it was judged is the very first time they did it wasn't fraudulent because they didn't do it on purpose. So the company gave them a gift. But once they realized that they were getting free stuff and kept doing it, exploiting a flaw in the system was considered theft, and they got charged with fraud.
Yeah, sometimes they'll tell you to throw it out instead of returning it because it's not worth the $15 in shipping again.
Yes.
So you end up with the item again.
Yeah, which is scary to think. What does that mean about the world?
Who cares?
Oh, regardless if it's illegal or not, I did it, and I do it again.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I think it's a fun way to go about it.
And we get a lot of birthday parties this way. So as long as it's your birthday, every time we go out, as long as you're willing to be the birthday boy.
Did the people there not start being like, hang on, how many fucking birthdays do you have and how many times are you a new customer?
Yeah, eventually there was a lady who got suspicious, and actually they ended up changing a lot of the way the app worked. It took a year though, but before that, I did it, and the people who worked there, they're cool, whatever. And I was cool with everybody at all the different Taco Cabanas. I'd go to different Taco Cabanas, but then I realized if I just order it through the app for pickup, then there wouldn't be nobody at the cash register that's going to even notice that I'm getting a free taco. So they just make the taco and put it on the counter, and someone picks it up. So yeah, it was very easy to to
The
continue to
scam
do that.
got more and more sophisticated as time went on. You're saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a scam, but yeah, exactly.
No, I think it's good. I think it's clever.
I mean, there's exploits all. I guess that is illegal, yeah, because there's exploiting technical flaw. But yeah, we were talking about the receipts. Like, there's receipts that give you free food if you take a
Hey,
survey and all
but a
that.
lot of us are out here struggling, man. So if you gotta, like, if you're doing it and you ain't gotta do it like that, then that's one thing. But it's like there's people like me and a lot of other people that go to food banks and can't eat, and you know what I'm saying, and we find a glitch and can get some free food. Like, we're just trying to eat, man. We're just trying to survive. Like, we're not trying to get over and this and that. If we had the money, we would just go to Taco Bell and buy a taco. We'd be fine. But we don't have that, obviously. So we're trying to find a way to eat, you know, when we don't have the money to fucking eat. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
no, I feel you,
I'm
man.
struggling as fuck right now. Like, so I don't know if Kosho is struggling like I'm struggling, but I'm sure he is. If he even entertained the idea of doing that, he could have just gone to Taco Bell and got the $10 meal or whatever and been fine. But if he did that, he probably needed to do it. So,
Well, it works in both ways, because sometimes, I guess at that time, there's a lot of times during that time I probably did need to do it, or help me out doing that. But I've noticed that even when I have money, I don't like spending it on things I don't have to. And sometimes I feel like, yeah, like if you can get a buy one get one free sandwich at McDonald's, and I'm buying 2 sandwiches full price, I don't really need to do that if I know that I can buy one get one. So I just prefer to spend less money. And the same with if you're struggling, I can help you out with these codes, because there's a code I'm trying to solve right now for Chick-fil-A, and you don't have to buy one get one. You just get a free sandwich, and
Oh,
I've
yeah.
almost worked it out. Yeah.
oh yeah, I need that. Kosho, hit me up, bro. I need that.
Yeah, give it to the guy who needs it.
Trust me, I would not be asking for it if I did not truly mean it. Like, I can't pay my rent right now. I can't pay my car payment right now. I don't know how I'm gonna pay for my electricity right now, my gas right now. Like, I need this shit. Like, I'm not capping, bro. Like, if I could just go to McDonald's or buy groceries or whatever, I would. But trust me, man, I need to eat. I'm trying to pay these bills. It's just fucked up. I got a job, but it's part time, so I'm only getting part time while I'm training, and I'm just trying to keep up with everything. And man, I'm truly struggling right now. Like, I'm truly struggling. So,
Do you guys know that when you go, like if there's a really hot special at the market and you go there and they're all gone, you can get what's called a rain check, and they'll hold on to that price for you. And when they come back in, you can grab them.
Not unless it says while stocks last, or is
It's just pretty common for them to honor it.
oh right, I see. So it's not like a legal requirement. Just if you ask them, they'll do it. I'm with you.
Yeah, because you're coming there for that product and you're all disappointed it's no longer there, and they want you to come back. You know, that's why they did it. But it's a good way to shop, you know, because different markets do put great discounts on certain items just to get you to go to more than one market. But a lot of people don't realize that they can either get rain checks or price match. Many places price match.
Yeah,
Which
loads
you just
price
mentioned.
match. We were always taught that at school. But sometimes they won't. Sometimes that, like, I've tried that at some place and they go, no, because we offer a blah 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 warranty or like something else. I think that's because you've got to compete now with like online, where it's like, well, that guy could have got grey imports and drop shipped them, and now you're asking that for JB Hi-Fi, who's got a physical premises. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling illegal. That sounds like it sucks for you at the moment, mate.
it's okay. God is good all the time, man. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna work out. I don't know how, but one day at a time. And yeah.
I agree with you though, man. As long as like I'm not a thief, or I don't like to take from people who don't deserve it and stuff like that. But I don't have a problem, like I said, exploiting something like that from someplace like McDonald's or Chick-fil-A, where it's not really hurting probably anybody at all ever that I can imagine. And so yeah, I mean, taking advantage of stuff like that when you need to is, I mean, the way I see it, it's like if you can do it, then and you need to do it, then yeah, why not?
Like I go to food banks and stuff. Like I'm doing everything I can to just stay afloat. Like I don't know how I'm gonna pay my rent next month. I don't know how I'm gonna pay my car payment. I just paid my internet bill and my gas and went on a payment plan, doing all kinds of shit. I just started a new job, but it's part time because I'm just training right now, and so I'm just trying to keep up. So I genuinely need this shit. Like to like I have my kids on the weekend, so to feed them and stuff like that. So for Kosho to say, hey, you can get some free Chick-fil-A or some Papa John's pizza on the side or whatever. Like I'm not like one of these people just trying to work the system for no reason. Like I genuinely need this shit. Like I really need help.
Yeah.
Really, really need help.
I'll tell you, you're the first person. You're the first person I'll hit up when I figure out the Chick-fil-A. It's not as easy as McDonald's one, but I think I'm almost there.
I don't want to like put my nose where it's not welcome, man. But I would say do be careful about. It sounds like you're in a tough situation, but do be careful about doing stuff that's illegal to get yourself out, because that could be a shovel, not a ladder.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do anything illegal. I don't want to like. I could go to Kroger's and fucking steal food if it came to it, but I don't want it to come to that. You know what I'm saying? So if I can get some cheat codes from Kosho and have a little code that you can put in to get a free taco here and there or whatever, then I'm more okay with that than going into Kroger's and fucking stealing some cheese and some ground beef or whatever. I don't want it to come to that. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather go to the food banks and get some food that way, or if Kosho got some cheat codes or whatever, I'd rather do it that way rather than going to the fucking grocery store and steal. Like I don't want to do that, but it's like it's to that point. Like
Yeah.
Like I'm really struggling. Like I'm really struggling.
Yeah.
The caterer said there's a lot of wasted food, so maybe if you work around food, you'll have more access to it.
That is what I was going to say. Actually, we used to when I was doing the weddings, we used to desperately. I would spend time on the phones. I would get awkward about it, so I'd spend time on the phones trying to find somebody who would take this food. We ended up finding a mosque. Mosques are really good. Actually, that's a good one. Any Sikh or Muslim mosque will, they're like duty bound by their religion to feed you. So there are like gurudwaras, they're called. And if you Google the nearest gurudwara, they'll feed you for free night after night, no questions asked. They'll be proud to do so. And mosques will often do the same thing, but not quite as set up as like we went to Amritsar, which is like the Sikhs' most holy place. And they were just so keen for us to go in and eat there. They serve like, I think it's like on average 2,500 people twice a day. I think it's just lunch and dinner they do. But like, yeah, it's a full massive meal. It's all vegetarian, but it's a full massive meal every day for free. Like, they don't even preach about it.
Yo, that's awesome. But I go through a temp agency to do catering at the Coliseum where I work at, and we do catering for like 500, 1,000, 2,000 people. We throw so much food away. It makes me sick. And they won't even let us take. They won't even let us take it home. Like we can eat it at the end of our shift, but they won't let us take it home. Like it's so ridiculous. They waste so much food. It makes me sick to my stomach how much food we waste.
Yeah.
What's the reasoning for not letting you take it home?
I don't know. They won't let us take us home. We can eat at the end of our shift once we get all the tables cleared and everything, the dishes and everything back to the kitchen, whatever. They'll say, okay, now you can go on break and eat, and they'll have like leftovers for us to eat. But they won't let us take it home. They won't let us take a doggy bag of food home. And I was like, fuck that shit. I fucking put that shit in a napkin and I put it in my cargo pants and fucking ate that shit for 3 days. I was like, fuck them.
So
but they
my
would not let us take it home. It's ridiculous. They waste so much fucking food. It makes me sick to my stomach.
My suspicion on why they don't let you take it home is a similar thing when we were giving away the food, where they were like, well, actually, if we give them food, we're accepting a level of responsibility for the food to be good quality, and we can only guarantee that close to the time it was served. Whereas if they take it home, leave it unrefrigerated, and then they eat it, there's a chance they could they could attempt to hold us liable for that, saying, well, they fed me this food that then I got sick from, so I'm making a workers' comp claim.
I guess legally, liability wise, yeah, that could be the justifiable reason. But we threw away thousands and pounds of food that they paid thousands of dollars for, and like it's like 1,000 people. We threw away so much food, so much chocolate, so much cookies, so much meat, so much whatever, and it was like, if you would just let the freaking servers take that shit home if they wanted to, and if you gotta sign like a waiver saying, we can sign a waiver saying we're not gonna sue you if the food is bad, but we're throwing all this food in the trash. It just makes me sick to my stomach, man. I don't care how much money they paid for it, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and so much food goes into the trash. I worked as a server in the Coliseum in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and we threw so much food away. And
what is the Coliseum?
Yeah, the Fort Wayne Coliseum.
It's a massive place. Okay, well, it's the fact that it's called Coliseum makes it sound like it's a massive place. Well,
yeah, it's huge.
It's an arena, like a basketball arena, right?
Well,
yeah, they do all kinds of stuff.
Well, I'm sure there are companies out there, right? Well, if there isn't, start a company. I'm sure there's a company out there called, like, let's say you start a company called Food Waiver, and basically you just connect points where there is food waste to homeless people or homeless organizations. You just connect the two.
No, that's a good idea. No, I might try and do that because that's something in my heart that I want to do because I want to help people in some way. I don't know how to help people, but that is a good way to start a nonprofit organization to take all the leftover waste from these events or whatever and save on waste, and instead of throwing it in the trash, take it and because man, they've done so many things where you can't even dumpster dive. Like, you can't even give fucking food to the homeless. They'll like say it's illegal to feed the homeless with the waste or the leftovers or the fruit and the vegetables. So they'll like say no. Like, so I don't know how you would go about it saying, yeah, like, we will take all your waste. I don't know how to.
In New York, but that was a huge thing, and probably still is. But I mean, and probably other cities as well, like places where they were done for the day, and they put their food in the back, and people would go and get it because they know it's not necessarily trash. It's not like with the trash, but it's back there for the trash, but it's really for just homeless people and people just to take it. Otherwise, the trash is going to take it.
Yeah, and then some organizations now require you to like destroy it or spoil it in some way so that you don't have homeless out the back taking it. I'm like, that is just peak capitalism, isn't it?
Riding, what's up, man? I ain't said hey to you. Oops, sorry.
That's all right. Is that done?
Yeah, I haven't said hey in a minute, but look, can we call it this atrocity? Look at Kosho posing like he cares about the people. I've been in here like an hour. He ain't even said hi to me, but he cares about homeless people. I mean, come on, y'all.
Let's be realistic. Does he really care about anybody except his top?
Are we just picking on people?
Who are y'all talking about? Who is the talking about?
I care about illegal. I care about tons of people. I don't care about homeless people that much, but
yeah, I care about him, and he cares about me, and I care about anybody. Like, I'm trying to help people. Like, I see all this food going to waste, and I'm even just trying to take food home for myself because I'm struggling. But not only me, I want to take all this other food that's just going straight in the trash can. People are paying thousands of dollars and all this food, cookies, chocolate, fucking submarine sandwiches, all types of shit just going straight in the trash can. And I'm like, if we could just save this somehow and give it to the homeless, but now it's almost illegal to dumpster dive and get the food out of even the dumpsters.
Right. You got to contact Second Harvest, man. I know all that perishable shit that the grocery stores churn out, like the cakes and the sandwiches, like you're saying. But Second Harvest is in a lot of markets, and they do get a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, that's true. There's
Well,
if
that's
you can
good.
always you can connect with tons of people, like tons of. I mean, really, any gas station, any grocery store, tons of people do that. Because remember, I'm on Tiger King. Remember on Tiger King, that's how he fed his
Yeah.
whole staff and his tigers is by
Yeah.
the groceries that he got from the grocery store that they just.
And
give
he
out
was
for free.
reselling them too, though, which was a bit sketchy.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
was like
his whole thing
reselling
was fucked up.
expired pizzas as new pizzas to.
Well, there's a lot of places in California where they donate their stale like breads and stuff like that. They donate them to the food banks and stuff. We have all kinds of programs in California for that stuff.
Look,
So
look,
you
man,
can
it's time to step up our game. If gas can be on a pipeline, cheese should be on a pipeline, and milk should be.
My
Milk could
girlfriend
definitely be
used
a
to be the
pipeline, bro.
system.
Government cheese, huh?
My ex-girlfriend used to be the system manager for Panera Bread, and every night, all the leftover bread they would donate to the the food banks and stuff or whatever. Every night, all the
Yeah.
leftover bread
I
they
like
would
what you're
donate.
saying. Bread pipeline, okay, bread pipeline, and the overflow could just squeeze out in the middle parts of like wherever in the corners of streets or in the city, and it could just be bread trees just growing on every corner for people to just pick whatever they want. Bread pipeline.
If you're homeless and you're near like vegetable farms, you know, you can just walk onto the vegetable farm and eat what you want. As long as you don't take anything with you and you don't take anything else or destroy the plants, they won't care. I've done it.
Watermelon for the win.
I've actually done it. And they don't get mad at you. They'll come out there and ask you what you're doing. Tell them that you're hungry. They won't get mad. They actually offered us more food. But we were like, no, we're good. We just wanted to try it out.
I just saw the most epic movie trick ever, where an actor wanted to eat some real steak during the scene. So the prop guy painted watermelon into a steak.
That's funny. Well, yeah, I guess it could become a problem if you're trying to chew a real steak and you're trying to talk, and yeah, I can see that being an issue.
The most beautiful steak ever.
That's the director's fault, though. Like, I mean,
I've never filmed a movie, but I can only
uh,
imagine that it's probably tedious to have to like set everything up, and everything has to be a certain way, and it has to be unpoisonous, and you can't, like imagine all the stuff, the insurance stuff you got to go through, the red tape. It's just got to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally you get to shoot somebody on stage and kill them, but
Hey, I shot lots of
Yeah,
people in
right.
my film career, and I never killed
That's what
anybody
we're
for
already.
Audies. I did. Y'all are true. Good to say hi to y'all, man.
Good to say hi to you too.
Anybody shopped at Walmart lately?
Somewhat.
How's the experience? Do you feel like a man when you get out of there, or do you feel like somebody just raped you?
I feel like a man every minute of every day. So I don't know.
You mean you're telling me that you didn't have to wait in a line for somebody to come and open a cabinet for you to get you some $3 item, and then bring it up to the front, and then you have to go through a special line, and it takes you 45 minutes to get out of the store, and then they stop you at the door and they want to see your receipt, and you're like, what? You're kidding me, right?
There's several things. Depending on where you live, you don't have to deal with that. Because I go to different WalMarts, some depending on what part of town it is. Yeah, they put the underwear behind glass, and they put also behind glass because people.
Who steals air freshener, bro? Who steals air freshener? There's a whole aisle in Walmart of just air freshener, all locked in a cabinet. What is that about? I don't get that.
They'll
You're gonna have to
lock
explain
whatever's
that to
in
me.
the cabinet is most commonly stolen. So somebody is, but quite often it won't be they're stealing it because they want it. They'll be stealing stuff that's
You know what? I want to
for.
know. I want to meet every person that's ever stolen air freshener so I can punch them in the nose. That's just dumb.
Yeah, I don't think
Get a job, man. Come on, man. It ain't that difficult. It's not. I mean, like I get it if you're homeless and stuff, it's difficult. But I'm saying if you're a normal person and you've already got a place to live, it's easy to get a job, bro.
Why don't you just order it online? Go to Walmart.com and just order it. But yeah, ordinarily I don't have a problem there because they don't have
I could do that.
lines.
I
They
could do
don't have
that.
lines. They have self checkout. All the WalMarts that I've ever
But
been
I
to
just
in the
I
past few
just
years.
love the experience, I guess.
Yeah, I like going to Walmarts as well. They're trying to move away from that though. So
Well, like when I was a kid, I loved Walmart. Every time I went there, it was like the greatest place in the world. The smell of it, they had all these cool toys and everything was cheap, so my grandma could buy me stuff, right? I loved it. Every time we'd go, I'd get something new, and I loved Walmart. I always thought every time I smelled the Walmart, it reminds me of my grandmother, dude. It does. But for some reason now, it's like I feel like I'm being insulted by every person. There's people following me around, watching me, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Like, who the hell sends security to follow somebody that looks like me? I look normal, dude. I mean, come on. But every time I go to Walmart, it's like the people follow me, and I'd be like,
Okay,
"Who
so
are
is it
you? And
like
why do you keep
Kmart where the
following me?"
business model just will not work and they're going to have to shut down?
no, they're going. They're
It
trying to
might just
go
be better if
towards
they just go
Amazon.
just all shipping it. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, they're trying to
Wow.
They're trying to use their space for warehouse space. And if you go to any Walmart, I mean, I've been to a Walmart where like there'll be machines mopping the floor, and there's not even any people on the machine. It's like a sit-down mopper, but they're not even there's no one sitting on it. I barely ever see people, staff members in the store. Yeah, and there's none of the registers are open. It's all self checkout lanes, and they're trying to move away from hiring people and having people come in the stores at all.
Yeah, I just went to Myers the other night with my girl, and I heard the cashier supervisor, whatever, who she was saying that they couldn't get any like cashiers. They were calling off and not showing up, this and that, and they put in like a whole another lane of self checkout lanes. So they're like, "Fuck them bitches that ain't coming in to to be cashiers." We put in a whole new 20 self checkout lanes, so to eliminate their jobs. That's what the super.
I don't think it's the employee's fault.
We overheard
If you
the
get, those
supervisor say
checkout
that.
machines are shit. I always just go, even if I've only got a few items, I'll just go through a checkout thing. Or if they don't have one open, I'll just like take all my stuff around to the front desk. Be like,
But
check
I'm
me
just
out.
saying we overheard the cashier supervisor say, because me and my girl went to Myers, and she was like, "This wasn't here last time." I'm like, "Oh, this is brand new." She's like, "Yeah, this wasn't here last time I came here." And then we overheard the cashier supervisor.
It's not cheaper for them for like Myers and stuff. It's only cheaper for the grocery stores. Like
Yeah,
for Myers and
I'm
they're
just
doing like
saying
it's not even
they
it's not
had
even a
problems
profit thing for them.
with
It's
the cashier.
it's a programming thing.
I'm just saying they had problems with the cashier showing up and having problems, so they're like, "Fuck y'all, we'll just put a whole new line of self checkouts," and that's what they did.
Uh-huh.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I think
I
employees
think
is the problem, bro.
it makes sense though. It's like it's the direction you want to head in. You want to relieve from humans menial, dumb tasks and get humans towards tasks that fulfill them. I think, anyway.
Yeah. People can
And unless
think
you
for
live in New
themselves.
Jersey, unless you live in New
Hi,
Jersey,
Matthew.
pump your own gas instead of
Hey.
having.
If they can't think for themselves, they should be taught how to think for themselves. I mean, it is possible.
Cool. We're in Clipland, Interruption Central.
Are you loving it? Was that appreciative interruption central?
Like a McDonald's sort of thing, is it?
I'd respond if you could hear me.
I can hear you. Maybe we both asked a question at the same time. What did you say? You were speaking while I was.
I can't. Well, I thought I started. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't remember what I was saying though. No.
No, this other person. They had something to say.
Must not have been important.
I should go and get some sunshine. I'll be back.
Not too much though.
Sunshine. Go
Shepard.
get some sunshine. Sunshine.
Hey, his name is Sunshine now.
Now it is.
I was gonna make a ginger joke, but he already left.
Oh, he's still here. You got a second? Maybe he's still here.
All right. I don't know what y'all are talking about, but I'll fill in the space, fill in the gap. There's a cool YouTube channel called Subtle Infinity. He has like a mixtape channel, like all the time. It's Subtle Infinity, and his video, he drops like multiple videos per week, and each one, like it's somewhat informative, just like anything else. I don't agree with 100% of what they're talking about. As of anything, I don't agree 100%, but it's entertaining to say the least. So they like mix. It's like a mixtape. So it's like a video mixtape of a lot of shit that's going on right now. Subtle Infinity, and if you look it up on YouTube, it's pretty dope. And
I posted the link for everybody.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all I got to say. Is I just recommend that because, like, I don't agree with everything that is on there, but it at the very least, it's entertaining. Like they mix like entertainment and with information with other stuff, and you might not agree with some stuff, but then some stuff you like learn some stuff, and then some stuff is funny, and so yeah, it's just cool. So thanks for sharing that for me.
So yeah, just wanted to say real quick, we got like a shoplifting situation in this country, something like $100 billion a year, they say, you know, and the amount of money that people spend on AirPods, about 15 billion a year. I just think, you know, just hold those two things in perspective. All right, thanks. That's all you needed to do. Thanks everybody for doing that. Appreciate it.
What do we do?
Can't eat an AirPod. You know, that's the moral of the story. What's going on? What'd you say?
What do you mean? What do you mean we did something? What do we do?
Nothing. I just got to say that. I was waiting for about 15 minutes to rattle that off to no particular interest. So, yeah, it's just good. It's just a lot of fun.
So I'm not the only nut in here? Okay, that's good.
So what you're saying is the shrinkage or like loss, theft, whatever we might call it, is equal to is in proportion to AirPods? Much greater. Much less.
It's yeah, let's say $100 billion year loss. Shoplifting, $15 billion a year are made by Apple for their sales of AirPods.
I mean, I'm on my third set of AirPods right now, so
You're contributing to the problem here.
Do I sound good though?
Yeah, you do sound good.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how sexy is my voice?
How much were those earpods, man? Maybe I should get some.
They're like $100. They're $100.
Kosher, you got a coupon for that?
I went and got my car inspected, and to my surprise, it was only the price of the inspection. They didn't hammer me with the $1,000 worth of stuff wrong with my car, so I splurged and got another set of AirPods. Kosho, how do we get coupon? We got a coupon for AirPods or what's up?
It's gonna be like buy one earbud, get one earbud free.
I got about 4 or 5 pairs of earbuds coming out of TikTok shop though, because right before I bought these earbuds, I ordered mad of them off the TikTok shop because they're cheap. So they'll just be sitting in my drawer now collecting dust.
You got spares.
Oh, I already have so many spares all over the place. I got 2 sets of earbuds in a car, 2 sets at home.
Jeremy
I got
again.
tons of them at home. I don't even know. What's up?
Somebody just said your name. I don't know.
What's up, Jeremy?
What's up? How we doing?
I don't know. You're in the same room I am.
Eggshells. What's up? I just got here.
Yeah, welcome. Yep.
Thank
I
you.
know. I was just letting you know. Just letting everybody know that we pick on you too. That's all.
I'll dish it out. I'll dish it right out. Yeah, if you gotta dish it
Well,
out,
we know
you gotta
that
take
too.
it too.
We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
We're
You
aware.
gotta take it.
Why not?
How you doing, Jeremy?
I'm good, good. Who was that? Illegal?
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, man? How you been?
I've been better, but I'm hanging in there. I haven't been around in a while, so this is like my first time back in Discord in like a lot of weeks. Because I
No
was
doubt. Well,
over
dude,
the whole, huh?
you were over to what?
No, I was just over the whole flat Earth debate. You know, I was on Nathan Oakley's channel for like 1,000 months, and I was just over it, and so I took a break, and yeah, so I've been off Discord for a while, and then I came back and just checking in to see what people are talking about. Because I like talking to people about interesting things, you know, not just flat Earth or other things, but just, you know, talking to people about how they see things, and if it's for a positive reason, like I want to talk to you and uplift you. You know what I'm saying? I want you to be better and be positive, and I want you to give me say some positive shit to me that I need right now, and shit like that. Like, that's why I come on here. I don't come on here to argue and fight or whatever. I come on here to find like-minded people that can boost me up and tell me what I need to be told. That's why I come on
Well,
here, not to fight and argue.
keep your head up, like Tupac said.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jeremy,
Fuck,
that's
fuck,
brilliant.
fuck Jada Pinkett. All praise
I love
be
it.
to Allah for Tupac Shakur. Fuck Jada. Yes, sir. But
It's
yeah,
gonna
that's
get
why I'm.
better.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the mantras and shit that I say to myself to get me through. And there might be somebody on here that might need that. So I come on here to maybe help them and pump them up and give them some positivity, because they might not have the same. They might be on here for some, you know, they need some lifting up too. And they're on here because they're hurting and struggling. You know what I'm saying? Men out here, we can't go to our girls and tell them like how we're hurting and struggling and our emotional problems or whatever. So we go on Discord and maybe share with other people, and so I want to be one of those people to say, yo, you're gonna be okay, keep going, think positive, keep going, you're gonna be okay, God is good all the time, stay strong, keep going, that type shit. And so I needed that for me, but I haven't got that. But I know that's what I need, so I'm trying to come on here to give other people what I might not have gotten. So that's what I'm on here trying to do, is trying to give other people on here something that I wanted that I never got. And so since I never got it, I'm on here trying to give them words of encouragement that I wish I had from my father or whoever. So, yeah.
Whatever you do, just keep all your emotions bottled up. Be a man.
That's hilarious.
No,
Jeremy
I had
always
a
makes
aunt.
fun.
no, I got a
I
sense
had
of
a
humor. You're funny. I have a sense of humor. I get what you're saying. That
Laughter's
was
the
fun.
best medicine, but laughter's the best medicine. Seriously though, I had an aunt.
That,
She was 100. She was 105, 106 when she passed. God bless her. She was an angel. Never drank, smoked, drug, none of that shit. She always told me things are gonna get better, and I never believed her. And you know what? Things got fucking better. I'm telling you, man, shit is gonna get better. It's gonna happen. Just be positive and keep your head up.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to, like, it's called Discord, like Discord, like discourse, like arguing and shit like that. I'm here to motivate people and give them words of encouragement. I'm not here to argue. Yes, I like debate. Yes, I like to debate about certain things, and I like that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I like to rather encourage people and give them words of encouragement to better their lives. Because it doesn't matter what the world is, a spinning water ball or flat with ice walls or whatever. It doesn't really, at the end of the day, really in our day-to-day life, doesn't give a fuck. Like, that doesn't matter. I can't prove it. You can't prove it. Whatever. But at least I can give some words of encouragement to have people have a better day and get through their life without committing suicide or whatever they need to hear. Like, that's what I'm in here for. I'm in here in Discord to, like, share positive stuff. Like, I don't want to argue about what the shape of the earth is all day. Like, I'm past that at this point.
Okay. People commit suicide every day. And
Yeah.
the only way you can stop them, right, is to make them think. Or the only way that you would not commit suicide is if you thought about it. The only people that actually successfully commit suicide, or the ones that get really close, are the ones that they never thought about it. It was just a feeling, and it was I wanted to escape that feeling in the moment, so they just went and killed themselves like quite quickly.
You know, it's funny you say that because I was talking to my girlfriend about that. Yes, because sometimes you see people how they try to kill themselves, and they always do it in like a stupid way. They're like, "Oh man, that's a stupid way." Like, there's better ways to do it or whatever. But then she was saying that a lot of times people aren't thinking when they do that. Yeah.
Yes,
Because I've thought about committing suicide, but that's the problem. I've thought about it, and you think about it, and you decide it's not a good idea.
Yes, what you're talking about, they talk about as time from ideation, which is, if you like, this is one of the reasons that suicide is so big in the United States. They think in Australia, my parents lived in an apartment block who were friends with these other people in an apartment block, and he committed suicide. But like without a handgun, the way he committed suicide was get in his car, drive up to the Blue Mountains, which is like, I shit you not, like 2 hours drive, then sat there, they presume while somebody else was there or something or thinking about it, and then put his Kindle down on the bonnet of his car and jumped off a cliff. And that's why suicide in those circumstances is quite rare, because like you're talking about, like the Aussie guy is saying, it takes you a really long time to think through all those steps. So a lot of people will sort of turn the car around before that. Whereas
Yeah,
if the time from
it's a
ideation is really low,
it's a lot easier to commit suicide in America. We can blow our brains out any day of the week. It's a
No, but even that,
super
Yeah, well,
easy.
that's an
that's what
amazing
I'm
way to
talking
go.
about.
With your fucking
That's
brains splattered all over the wall. Like,
yeah,
what a fucking
It's
joke.
yeah,
super
exactly.
easy to
That's what I'm
commit
saying.
suicide in America.
Yeah, I know, but nobody ever does it. Like I said, I'm not advocating for it at all whatsoever. I make that perfectly clear. I advise against it 100% of the time. But I was once thinking about it years ago, and when I did, I was talking to suicide hotline people for hours during the day, and then I even asked them, and they told me, they told me the best way to do it. I was like, "What the fuck?" But and then I looked further, and really, I don't know if I should give this. It's not advice. There's not advice that way. Don't do it, whatever, at all. But if you're gonna do it, not if you're gonna do it. Don't never do it. But if someone does it and they blow their brains out, I think that's the stupidest way to do it because, like Shepard said, it's messy, and a lot of times people mess that up even. And if you mess it up, just like if you mess up falling off a cliff and you don't die, it's kind of worse than if you didn't do it at all, right? Because
This is what
you're not.
this
Yeah,
is
you
what you
could
need to
shoot
do, right?
you could shoot the
Basically, right?
wrong
You get
angle of your brain and still live, and you'll still survive. If you shoot you take a gun and put it to your head and blow your brains out, you think, but then you angled it
Shoot some
wrong,
good.
what you
and
do, right?
you still
If you
live,
want
right?
to, well, if you're going to commit suicide, you want to make a statement, right? So what you've got to do is you got to super glue your hands to your face. Well, after you've got the piano wire all hooked up. So what happens is you have a big fall. The piano wire cuts your head off, but then you're left holding your head in your hands once it separates
Oh
from your
my
body.
god, that's a lot better than what I was going to say. Actually, never mind.
God
Although that's
damn.
also stupid. I advise against all this. This shouldn't be done. Okay, this at all. But
Yeah, don't kill yourself.
everyone,
yeah,
Thanks, Coach.
if,
Nobody,
Thanks for
nobody,
yeah. Thanks for all.
nobody kill
let's
yourself.
move on before we regret this conversation, shall we?
No, you don't need to.
Please do.
It's
Can we kill
yeah,
this conversation? Is that possible?
yeah. Let's kill this
Yes.
conversation
Let's
instead
let
of
the
ourselves.
conversation kill itself. How about that?
Instead of
Yeah,
ourselves,
let's
let's
let it
kill this
commit suicide.
conversation.
No,
and
actually,
say
let's talk the conversation
everything,
out of doing that. No,
everything
Yes.
is gonna
let's
be
move on.
okay.
Talk
Everything
about
is gonna.
cars. You guys like cars? You got wheels?
We are gonna work
Does
it
anyone
out.
in the room need help with that? If they don't, then let's
We
move on, please.
we are blessed. We are great. Let's focus on what we're grateful for. Let's not kill ourselves. Let's be blessed. Have gratitude for everything that we're grateful
Let's
in
all
life.
sing
Like
Kumbaya.
Tickle our buttholes.
y'all sound condescending right now. I'm trying to be serious.
I know. I was trying to change the subject without being a dick, but it's difficult sometimes.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
the
I'm
idea.
being serious. I'm being serious.
No,
Be
I'm hearing you, bro.
grateful.
Like you sound like me all the time, and now I understand why people always tell me to shut up after a while. It's like I get it, bro. I totally hear you. I sent you a friend request too.
Yeah.
Okay, just be grateful. Okay, moving on.
So has anybody found that curvature yet? I want some measurements of this curved dome. Some measurements of this
Okay,
curved
well,
dome that's
Oh
keeping
which is
man,
worse, I
us.
don't know.
I love that question.
I want to know if this dome has a radius of 3959.
No, nobody's found the curvature. You're trolling because you
So let's
know
keep
damn
fooling
well
around
when
then.
you ask that question that nobody's found it.
So what's keeping all
Nobody's
the
found
air?
it. It's not there. It's not there.
So
You
how do
already
we have air
know.
pressure? Air pressure requires a container. A container.
I know. Trust me, bro. Yes, there's no curvature. How can you have air pressure without a container? Yes, you can't. There has to be a container. The water's
I'm glad we
flat.
agree on that one.
Blah blah blah.
So what's the measurement of this container? Does it have a radius?
It's supposedly it does.
Okay. Well, is it
But we can't.
3959?
Nobody's measured it.
Ah,
That's why
so we don't have any
that's why they
measurements of
call
the
it
curvature of this
level.
curved container.
That's why they call it sea level.
Is it container level? That's what I want to know the measurements of.
Is the container level?
Yeah. Is it
Are
flat?
you
Is it
talking about
curved?
the sides or the top of containment?
Hey, look, I'll take anything. I'll take any measurements of any container.
Okay, so if you're talking about air pressure, can you have air pressure without containment?
Curved containment?
Can you have air pressure without containment?
But I just need to understand more about the container so I can answer that question. Is the container curved? What is it made? Is it airtight? Is it permeable?
It doesn't matter.
Well, it does to me.
Okay, air pressure. What is the definition of air pressure?
It is the weight of air above a certain point as caused by gravity. I think is the simplest definition I found.
No.
Air pressure.
No. Wrong.
I think you meant gas pressure.
Okay,
air pressure is what I said.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. Gas pressure. What is the definition
But
of
why
gas pressure?
But why switch to gas pressure? Don't you think air is what we call it? Like
Air
is a
is
mixture
gas.
of gases.
Air is gas. So it's the same thing. So let's switch to gas pressure because air pressure and gas pressure is the same thing. So gas pressure. So what is the definition of gas pressure?
Well, I think the definition of air pressure makes more sense because we're going by definitions, and that's definitionally what the word is we've got air on Earth. It's a mixture of gas.
And air is gas. So what is the definition of gas pressure?
Air pressure or gas pressure?
Same thing.
Well,
air is gas.
Let me just check what's the definition of air pressure and see if it is the same thing.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Yeah, so it says the air around you has weight and here it is. It is the force exerted on a surface by the air above it as gravity pulls it to Earth. So I guess the antecedent consequent relationship would suggest because we have air pressure, therefore we must have gravity. Okay, so there we go. Okay, we got that. So I guess we don't have a container, curved or otherwise. We just have gravity.
What is the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure? Well, gas pressure is a different thing, right?
No, air is gas.
I just gave you the definition of air pressure. Air pressure is the weight of air molecules pressing down on the Earth.
Air is gas.
Pressure within the atmosphere of Earth. Yeah,
what is
seems
the definition
like
of gas? What is the definition of gas pressure?
But I guess the confusion for me is why would we use the wrong word and then stick to the definition of the wrong word? That's like me going, I can prove this is a donkey by showing you the definition of a horse. It's like, okay, they're close, but surely if we're going to argue for something being true or not based on the definition, we want to pick the right fucking word, right?
Okay, we can do. Okay, we can do air pressure or gas pressure, but then if we got to get into what is air and is air gas or not, and if you're saying, are you claiming that air isn't gas?
I'm saying air is a specific mixture of gases. So, like,
is air gas?
I just answered that. Air is a specific mixture of gases, right? So traffic is in car.
So it's gas. It's
made
a
up of
specific
gases.
mixture of gas. So it's gas, right?
Mixture of gases.
Yes, a mixture of gases. So it's gas.
To me, gas means something different. If you said I've got gas, I would go probably a homogeneous gas of one kind, right? So it's probably just propane, just oxygen, just something like that.
Can we not get to the part?
Oh my god, bro, is air gas or not?
No, it's a mixture of gases. It's made up of gas.
Yes. Okay, so let's go with gas. So we'll go with gas pressure then.
Why? Okay. Sure. Yeah. Let's use the wrong word. Okay. I'm happy to use the wrong word for a little bit.
No. What do you want to do? What do you want to go with? Air is not gas.
Use the right word.
or gas pressure, or air pressure. You don't want to use air pressure, so we'll go with gas pressure. But you want to say air is gas, but
It's
we'll
just
go
a
with
phase.
gas. So gas pressure. You agree with gas pressure, right? We have gas pressure,
I
right?
made it clear.
All right.
There are
What is
gases. There's propane and stuff
what is
like
gas?
that.
What is gas pressure at sea level?
Air pressure or gas pressure? I've told you
Gas
why I've
pressure.
chosen the word air. Can you explain to me why you're using the word gas? Because
Oh my
here's my
God.
guess
Okay.
about
Are
here's
we
my guess
picking
guess
air,
guess
or
about
are we picking gas? I don't want to debate you all night long
air.
about whether air is
Air.
gas or gas is air.
Air.
Let's go
Air.
with
Use air.
gas.
Go with
Okay,
air.
we have gas pressure, right?
Wrong. We're using air. You said pick one. I'm picking one. I'm picking air. Air is the correct one.
Okay.
Air fits the definition better.
Okay,
Air is
Well,
level three.
gas pressure. We don't really use that word in Australia. Instead of gas pressure, we use fuel pressure, or like we don't generally say
Petrol
gas
pressure.
station. It's like a petrol station.
At sea level, what is air pressure or gas level? You pick. What is air pressure or gas level at sea level? Tell me what.
10,000.
You got nothing in the tank, dude.
1,015 millibars.
Like 15.2?
No, 1,015 millibars or 14.7-ish psi.
What is the gas pressure at sea level?
Air pressure, mate. You just said I could choose which word, and I'm choosing the correct one, which is
Oh my
air.
God.
So
Air is gas.
Made up of a mixture
All
of
right,
gases.
so we gotta go back. We gotta go back to whether air is gas or not.
No, we've already done it, but what we found is that you're wrong, and now you need to use the right word.
No,
Because
I'm not wrong.
here's the problem with the argument. The entire argument rests upon the definition of a word, but you've picked obviously the wrong word, and then you're sticking to the definition of that wrong word, and that I'm suggesting is silly.
Okay. So
what
my
happens when you
definition
use the
of
right
air,
word?
my definition of air is wrong.
No. Definition of air is the correct one to use. To use gas is wrong. It's like plane flies through what? On Earth, we breathe what? Right? And you would say plane flies through air. We breathe air. When you go, how thick is that stuff that's outside my window and inside my house? You would say it's air. It's air pressure.
Well, what state is that air in, though? What state is it in? I don't think it's much of a point to argue over. Like it's in the state of a gas, right?
Right. What state is it in? It's in a gaseous state.
Sure. But here's the reason I think here's the reason I normally wouldn't be a stickler for definitions. But if we're going to argue the existence of an enormous, impermeable, physical structure that surrounds the Earth, that has a radius that we can't measure, that we don't know anything about it, and the entire argument rests upon how we define words, and then in order to define it into existence, we're actually picking the wrong word to define, then yeah, the definition does start to matter.
All right, so we have to agree on terms before we can continue, correct?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you want to agree on terms, I'll happily agree to air.
Okay. Is air a gas?
Air is a mixture of gases. It is not a gas. It is a mixture of gases.
A mixture of gases. Is that not a gas?
No, it's a mixture of them.
Yeah, is a mixture of gases still a gas?
No, I don't think so. Would you still call a mixture
what
of
would
gases
it be?
a gas? I wouldn't.
A mixture of gases is not a gas. What is it?
Mixture of gases. It's air. It's got a word for it. I'm just saying, use that
word
word and then move forward and see if the whole argument still holds up.
A mixture of gases is not gas. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No. What is it if a mixture of gases? If it's not a gas, what is it then?
Air.
Air. What is air?
Mixture of gases that we find on Earth that's 80% nitrogen.
Is air gas?
No, it's a mixture of gases. Why are you too drunk to really follow the conversation? Because you just keep saying something again and again. How's this not going to change?
No, bro, you're going around in circles. You're saying gas.
Yes, you are. Here we are, spinning around on a stationary Earth.
Can you? here, let me take this conversation for just a minute. So
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to try and move it forward for him, right? So,
please.
so you would say air is in a gaseous state, right?
Sure, yeah.
And gases require to be contained. When you contain a gas, it's pushing on the outside of the container, right? They just try to fill it.
Right, but that's exactly the question. We don't need you anymore, illegal. That's exactly the question we're trying to ask. We can't start with that presumption. What we're trying to do is question the validity of that presumption that it requires a container. And what I'm suggesting is,
do you have any examples of gas?
If something's sealed and contained, right? It's not leaking. There needs to be something that's all around it. I think that's pretty well observed and pretty accepted fact that we need to sort of. You might say there's some other force that's. What would you say is keeping the gas, the gaseous air, to the surface of the Earth?
It's
and not flying away.
Without a container.
It's weightward. So I would say it's weight answers that question pretty well.
Weight.
Yeah, like it's like saying to me, if you're asking about how I think about it, I'd go, it's like bouncing balls, and you're going, what keeps them to Earth? And the fact that they have mass keeps them to Earth. That answers it to me. They'll bounce up, but they got weight, they'll come back down. So the thing that I
what's making them come down though? What's the cause of gravity?
Why do I need to answer that? If I can observe that it's coming
here
down,
we go. Don't start.
Well, you can't observe it. The gas, you can't exactly see gas.
Huh?
You can't exactly see these gases.
Can you see the gases in your model? I don't understand how that doesn't favor one model over the other.
I've got a good explanation for why there's a downward force. But even with a downward force, it still doesn't explain. Well, actually, it does. On a plane, it does explain it. On a ball, the downward force still doesn't explain it. But yeah, it's like a Vajra. But I'm not going to explain. I've gotten in trouble for explaining this in the past. So just funny people contact you and make suggestions and hint things and tell you it's probably not a good idea to talk about stuff like that. It's basically it's like the Indian or Vedic flying machines.
I know India and stuff about the Vedas. I didn't know that. What do they claim they got flying machines?
Well, those flying machines that you find a record of, they're powered by Vajra, and you'll find a lot of even statues and paintings and things of
Hold up! It sounded for all the world like you just said they're powered by vagina. What word was it?
So basically, if you get look up in Google Images, Vishnu Vajra, and you find
Vishnu.
it's a symbol
I know
of power.
Vishnu. Vishnu's like the creator deity. There's the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer.
That's right.
Right.
So a Vajra is a device that perpetually spins, and they're able to produce force from it.
What
or
are we talking about?
Into it and get more torque out of it. Okay. There's a.
Are you
if you
not
look
sharing
into
this
what a
picture?
Vajra is and look into how a Tesla coil works, you'll understand what gravity is created by.
Sure. So does this Vajra? I'm googling it now. Does it cause things to go downwards?
No.
What does it do?
It creates a
Vajra.
Well,
Vajra is how you would say it. V, like almost a U. Vajra.
I would say that it would give some sort of you'd be able to create some sort of drawing effect with it.
Downwards?
Well, I'm like I said, I'm no technician. I'm not. I've seen something that I believe was powered by one of these things, but I haven't had hands-on experience with these things, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But I can give you some general a general idea of what creates this downward force and how you would recreate it?
Sure. I don't know if that fixes the thing. Like where I'd started was saying, I think
in the opposite direction,
that you can easily solve this problem of gas pressure requires a container to just go, actually, like the challenge for me is the
I
argument.
don't care if it does or doesn't require a container. I just think that these are like rudimentary arguments, just a waste of time.
Oh, okay.
They're ideological.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's kind of my point. I think people, when they repeat them,
And you
haven't ever
give
gone, why do we call it gas? Why don't we call it air? It is air after all, isn't it?
no. Just ask them. Can you give one example of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I can give you plenty. Like here's how
You
broken,
can't give
here's
one.
how broken and ideological it is. When you say gas pressure without a container, you don't realize that actually, if there is gas, what gas is unbonded molecules. Unbonded molecules, the mere existence of them, they will be at a pressure. They cannot be at zero pressure because zero pressure means zero molecules. Zero molecules means zero gas. So it's actually tautological. It doesn't make any sense to say gas pressure unless what you're talking about is a specific pressure, right? Gas at X pressure, right? Then it makes sense. So what you either need to do is drop the word pressure,
14 psi, whatever it is.
Exactly. Can you show me gas at 14.7 psi pressure? Then, psi pressure is tautological as well. The P in psi is for, oh no, it's not. It's pounds, isn't it?
Yeah, what he's saying is that why don't the molecules just bounce away and just dissipate into like nothing? Why do they actually? Why are they relatively contained in terms of like weather systems and clouds and
you can't have pressure without them, without something to press upon. What are they pressing on?
So what
are they pressing upon?
Well, okay, let me ask you guys a question. On a flat Earth,
Hold
right?
on, guys.
How come the gas pressure doesn't just? How come it doesn't just?
It doesn't matter if it's flat or not. What are they pressing on?
I'm talking. Just let me finish. So, on a flat Earth, right? Why doesn't it do the same thing? Why doesn't it just dissipate and evaporate out to nothingness all the way up into infinity?
There's a container.
On a flat Earth, how does the
There's a container. Because there's a container, something to press upon.
What is it contained by? It's contained by a dome. We'll prove a dome then.
Let's let eggshells. Let's let eggshells. Okay, is that what you're going to say? Eggshells?
Yeah, no. Sorry, what's his name? Sunshine got the point exactly, which is if the entire evidence for the existence of a dome comes from the definition, and I can point that it's the wrong word that you're defining, then you need to do a lot of. I'm agreeing with you, Sunshine. I'm saying then you need to do a lot of work to convince me of this dome, and exactly as you just said, Sunshine, like. Just show me. It's a physical object. Show me. Bounce something off it. Give me a sample of it. At least just tell me what it's made out of, what its radius is, so I can start to make some assumptions and test them.
You can't.
Right. Yeah, it's untestable, right? It's this thing that must be there, just over there, right, within sailing distance.
But you acknowledge it must be there, right?
No. Every evidence for its existence comes from a misapplied definition, the wrong definition. The correct definition for the wrong word. That's the only evidence for the dome is like, hey, look, if you look at the wrong definition, it's kind of implied here. Sure, well done. Yes, if you compare Earth to a propane tank, I guess you've got a point. But does anybody think Earth's a propane tank?
You have to have containment for the gas to press upon. You can't have gas pressure without it pressing upon anything.
Is that it? Sorry, I'd missed it. I just evidently you had to repeat it for the 45th time. Now it makes sense. Sorry, I
I don't understand why
repetitions.
I don't understand why you don't get it. Why you don't understand why you have to have something to press upon to have gas pressure.
Now 46 times. Now it's sinking in. I think give it another 10 or 12
now you got it.
I just want to say, right, for anybody who comes here looking for an argument, don't give it to them. Like, what's the point?
Well, because I wanted to get away from suicide discussion.
So what is it pressing upon?
I don't care about proving myself right. I just want to have a normal, actual, fruitful conversation with somebody.
The definition of gas pressure is the pressure that is exerted on the walls of its container, and there is no containment then how do you have gas pressure? Please explain that. If that's fine if you disagree, but please explain how you can have gas pressure without anything to press upon.
Sure, I can, and I'll just see if you can follow it. What a container does is provides a force. So the molecules can collide with the wall, and the wall, by being able
The wall of what? What wall?
Hold up, man. Come on.
If you've got a container, what that container will do is provide a force, which will be
What
equal in
container? What's the container?
Come on, man.
You drunk retard.
All right. I'll let him go.
If it hits a wall and there is a force that the wall provides pushing back in the opposite direction, then that's a force. What that's saying is not that a container is necessary, but that a force is necessary. So if you get that force any other way, right, by like heating up, so there could be an expansion which would increase pressure, right? That's not, that volume hasn't gotten small, so the container hasn't caused that. So we can show that we can get a gradient, we can change the pressure without changing the size of the container, meaning the container isn't what's making the pressure. It's a collection of things, which is generally number of molecules, volume, and also other forces that are being applied.
Actually, I was going to say something similar, which is that if you define gas pressure as the pressure exerted against from the wall of a container to the gas, well, if you use a barometer in the middle of a field and you measure the pressure and you measure it, 5 feet above, 5 feet below, 5 feet, around to the other sides, you're going to get different pressures. Maybe not to the sides, but you're not going to get the same pressure above and below. So the pressure that's existing there with your barometer isn't the pressure. You're not reading any pressure from the walls of any container. Pressure is coming simply from, the other gases around it. The thing that's actually pushing the gas is the gas itself.
Jojo, why are you gonna go against me, bro? You have to have containment. You have to have a container for the gas to press upon in any direction.
Oh,
east,
mate,
west,
we've heard
south.
you say it. We've heard you say it. You don't need to keep saying the same thing again and again and again. It's really dull, illegal. You've had too much to drink, so you don't realize that you're just repeating yourself. It's
oh my god! But you're not talking about.
How dare you,
Oh my god!
I'm just kidding.
Like, it's one thing to be drunk.
You
I
have
don't mind
to have
drunk people being on
containment.
stream, but to just keep saying you don't have containment is
Yes,
like,
where is the
no.
containment? What is containing? You have to have containment to have gas pressure. The gas has to be pressing upon something. What is it pressing upon?
You're pressing upon my patience to put up with this fucking conversation.
Impressive.
Hold on, you guys.
That was
Let's
accurate.
Let's all be friends. Let's all talk one at a time. HL's a good man. Legal's a good man. Chepa, he's getting there, and we can all get along.
Do I get a star?
Go for it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, everybody give. Yeah, sure. But here when people ask like what's containing the gases, you have to remember that like I have a bunch of stuff on my desk. I'm on my chair, my computer's on the desk on the floor, and these are all being contained. There's water in the cup, there's beer in the can, and they're all being contained by the same thing. And it's because there's something compelling everything to the surface, even the things that are going up because they're buoyant.
I mean, you can have air pressure within a house, right? You have a house, some houses that are sealed really well. You open the door and you feel the air rush.
Physical.
The answer to what's containing it is the same thing that's containing everything else to the surface.
Physical containment, though. The coffee in your cup is being contained by a physical cup, correct?
Oh my god.
You have physical containment.
With an open top, no roof. So who could argue with this logic? If there was a container surrounding Earth, it would be detectable through methods other than rhetoric.
A laser distance finder, for instance.
Yeah, or just slamming something into it, sailing out and hacking off a piece, reflecting things, bouncing beams. Wouldn't we agree that as like if we're going to test the existence of a curve versus flat, that's difficult. but the difference between a physical impermeable barrier and a vacuum is a far greater difference. It's a much easier thing to distinguish whether there is nothing versus something impermeable there.
Wait a
Right?
minute. If there's not a dome, then what was the bat signal always bouncing off of? Because it was always reflecting off of something.
Well, they could only fight crime on overcast nights because they had to shine it off the clouds. So when on a clear day, people just got murdered and Batman took the night off.
That's too bad. He was probably just enjoying the night then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know at what stage does the vacuum of space not attack our atmosphere?
Attack it with like fighter planes.
He's a Kiwi.
Oh.
That's a good question though, because that is interesting the way you said that. The atmosphere. I mean, the vacuum attacking the atmosphere.
Mm.
It seems like like kind of not something I would be afraid of. If the vacuum's coming to attack you, like, oh, okay.
Well, dogs are pretty scared of it, so they might know what's up.
Oh, okay. Funny. Oh, but yeah, there's long and the short, and you've heard this, and I've said this, and we all know what I'm going to say. And that vacuums, they don't do anything. They literally don't do anything. They're not even anything. So it's not anything. It doesn't do anything. It isn't something.
Yeah, they don't have a force. But it is pretty interesting to think that, like, if you see that train car implosion, you know, when they're like evacuate a airtight train carriage, and it goes like shunk and like crushes in, has implosion. Or like I was thinking about the other day because I had to take some medicine with needles, and I was like, as I was drawing stuff up into the syringe, I was like, it is bizarre to think that what I feel like I'm doing with my thumb is pulling on this syringe and causing a pressure to suck that material out of the vial. But what's actually happening in reality, according to physics, is the air all around me is pushing it up the needle, and I'm just creating an emptiness to let it go in there. And I was like, it doesn't make any sense, but that's apparently what it is. That's what they tell me.
Mm-hmm. You know who also didn't believe that? Talked about intuition earlier. You have the same intuition as even Galileo. Even Galileo didn't believe that, and Torricelli had to prove it to him, basically, that the air causes pressure. Like they used to think that, like when you have an empty vacuum or whatever, they would think that it would actually suck it. It would suck in the, like there was a force there basically. And Torricelli proved that it was the atmosphere. The atmosphere has a pressure. Galileo's not the smartest guy in the world after all.
Well, if he got it wrong, then he's always wrong.
Well, like I said, that's a fair intuition though. So you have the same intuition as him, and I think it's a fair intuition anyway. So
science is wrong.
Were these Italian scientists even any good at what they did, or do they have good thoughts? I mean, Nicholas Copernicus, right? He was a bit better, wasn't he?
Wasn't Copernicus? I thought he was German.
Wasn't it? Aristarchus and it's been so long. I don't even remember what that even means. Something about I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Copernicus.
Yeah, some sort of observation, wasn't it?
What are we even really talking about?
What's the topic you find most boring, illegal?
Talking about these people, what these people are about, right? What did Copernicus do? Something to do with Venus, right? It was the observation of Venus across the sun, yeah?
No, you got a hot mic.
Nope, that's me. Unless I don't sound like a human voice.
Oh, okay, it sounded like you were just talking to somebody else.
Is that a human voice I just heard?
No, yeah.
Snacks, you can fuck
Copernicus
right
was
off.
Copernicus was the heliocentric guy, right? Copernican principle that Earth doesn't hold a special place in the universe. That there's actually a heliocentric model, and then Kepler refined it so that instead of circles, it was ellipses around the sun.
Sorry, what did Copernicus do?
He's the one he's the Copernican principle. The Earth doesn't hold a special position in the universe. The solar system is heliocentric, not geocentric.
I know what he's associated with, right? But I asked you, I said, you have to listen to the question. This is like the third or fourth time I've asked the question. Is what did he do? Right? Was it the Venus experiment? There was something that, or the observation of Venus across the some parallax or something that he was attributed to him as being this discovery that and people point to Copernicus, right? And why?
I don't think so. I think Galileo was the one who did all the observations. Copernicus, the guy who just came up with the theory, right?
Didn't Captain Cook help with attempting to
Yes, Captain Cook is the one who did a Venus transit observation. Yeah, that's when he actually discovered Hawaii.
Yeah, yes, wait has.
But Copernicus didn't do that. He was essentially the math and theory guy.
Right.
At least as far as I'm known.
But that's what I'm saying.
He's the one who came up with the model. He didn't do any experiments.
He worked it all out.
He was a Prussian.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kosha.
I was just saying that he worked out the like you said, through math and a theory. I don't think that he did himself. Like, I can't think of any tests that came back from him, but just based on all the information that was already available. Kind of the same way Kepler, he used observations from, who's that guy, Tycho Brahe or whatever. The same kind of way.
That would be devastating, wouldn't it? Where like you go out, do all the observations, and are like, okay, now I'm going to figure it out, and somebody else takes your measurements and observations and comes up with beats you by coming up with a better theory using the same data.
That's what Kosho was scared of when we're doing this experiment. He wouldn't share the data.
Maybe to come back flat. Was that what you were worried about, Kosho? You'd lose your shield check.
You just had to move the numbers around a little bit.
Okay. Just had to reverse engineer it to the globe before he could share anything with you.
Actually, it doesn't. That observation doesn't matter. These latitude lines were established using the sun to begin with, so of course it's going to return back the latitude that you expect.
What?
But that can be used. That same experiment can be used for the moon.
What experiment? What experiment set? Jeppe, what experiment are you talking about?
Eratosthenes.
Why do you say it can be done for the moon?
Well, the sun's light is supposed to reflect off the moon, right? So we use that reflected light to cast a shadow, and we measure the moon's shadow.
I don't know about that. I think that'd be very dim, but also the moon is
No, have you never back and been outside on a fucking night of a full moon?
Come on, man.
Jesus
You're
Christ,
cutting them
mate,
off.
it's easy to make a shadow.
You're cutting them off, my man. Come on.
Make a shadow and measure it. Drink, fucking eat some carrots. Put some glasses on.
Easy, dude. Saying there are two problems to that. One is, I think, just a functional problem of how dim it is, but sure, you can try.
Okay, if you don't have any carrots, don't worry about it.
Let
Put
people
glasses on and go
finish,
outside
man.
and measure it, you know? Measure
Jeff,
the shadow.
let him
Maybe you
finish,
need
man.
to unpack the
Set it up for the sun, do it for the sun, right? And then
fields.
when the moon comes along, do it for the moon. Put it in a spot where you can measure both.
Yeah. So did you hear my second? Or were you talking?
So you confirm your latitude by doing a correct measurement of the sun, and then at night, when the full moon comes out, you do a synchronized measurement, and we all get the correct, the correct data, and we go, is it flat? Because the moonlight doesn't refract as much. It's a way lower frequency. It's been reflected, been absorbed and reflected.
So you are still dating that guy?
Maybe a hot mic, Kosha?
No, I'm just trying to see if Chepa can hear us. I don't think he can hear us.
I hear you. I was just finishing explaining what I was explaining.
Oh, what the hell? You could hear the whole time and you were just talking
I
over
fucking hear you. I just don't want to listen to your interruptions.
It's
courtesy to let someone finish explaining the thing they're explaining.
Just like an offset spatula, he just takes a vanilla frosting and puts it all over the cake. All over continuously. It won't stop until it's done.
Jesus. What the fuck is going on? Oh, God. I hope I don't get in trouble for that.
To be fair, Chepa, eggshells. Go ahead. Eggshells.
The second objection I raised to it is you can't treat the moon as infinitely far away. If you use it in cell nav, you've got to actually apply a little bit of trig to make it closer.
So basically, right, we'll be able to map the surface of the Earth by measuring the shadow of the moon at the same time.
I'm saying that will be inaccurate because the moon is closer to the point that it affects those measurements.
I don't care. We do a trig measurement on it. We figure out we have one person. We'll know where the moon is supposed to be directly over. We can make measurements. We can do trig measurements. You don't need, we know our parallax, we need about this, that, and the other. No. Just do, I don't care what you think the distance is, we'll do a trig measurement of it.
Right, away you go. Crack on. Don't let me stand in your way.
We know, or we have a fair assumption of what the distance is across the Earth from point to point. So we just say the moon's directly overhead here, it's this far away here, blah, blah, blah. And then we just have observations. We make those observations and we confirm, and we we can see which model it fits better.
Yeah, well, give it a go. I'll be here ready to eat my humble pie.
Eat it.
I think we might have to call what was that company that takes the food when nobody eats it?
The Food Wave. Food Wave.
That was a good callback. Solid callback, I think.
Well, I was thinking about Chepa because I remember you talking about this test a long time ago, and you can use time and date to determine what the sun will do, or what your angles will be, from the sun. We can do that also for the moon. We can look at the moon at a given time and take two latitudes, that are one's near it and one's maybe further away. And I guess you would predict that the angles should be consistent as they would be with the sun, but I'm going to predict they're not going to be consistent. I'm going to find out what the error is actually, or the difference. So give me 2 minutes.
I think if you're taking it close to dead overhead, you'll keep getting the sun at different heights until you wrap it around a ball, and then they'll all point in the same direction. There'll be parallel lines if you wrap it around a ball.
They're not parallel lines as it is, because the light refracts more and more the closer it gets to the surface of the Earth. Right? You're going into a denser from a less dense medium to a more dense medium. So what it will do?
Do it when it's overhead.
What it will do is actually on a globe Earth, right? It would actually you would think that it would tilt down right, that the sun's rays would tilt down. On a flat Earth, the sun's rays are tilting up because it's coming in quite horizontally, right? But atmospheric refraction affects your measurement with the sun. With the moon, not so much. The consistent air temperature, crisp, cold. That's what you want.
Okay, what's going on?
Refraction.
Low humidity. Right.
I'm sure
Consistent air
nobody has a
temperature.
hot mic on right now.
No. Hot air and inconsistent
I've been
temperature
wrong every time.
produces refractive conditions.
No, I don't think it's hot micing. I think it's poor impulse control.
Probably eggshells. You're not hot micing. It's cool.
Nope.
Every time I call somebody out for hot mic, they're like, "I'm not fucking hot micing. What are you talking about? You bitch."
No,
Shut
I was
up.
saying it's hot micing. I think it's poor impulse control.
Oh, were you hearing me when I was in my kitchen before, were you?
All right, I'm gonna quit asking anybody if they're hot micing for the.
Are you hot
I
micing?
wasn't the one saying refraction. Somebody was going, what? Refraction.
Appreciate you, Snacks.
Right. So why don't people do these tests if they actually care about the subject? I think it's
Doing it
more
right
about just proving. I want to be proven. I want to prove other people wrong, and everyone's going to listen to me. I'm right.
Chip, I'm doing the
Cool.
test right now.
Great.
You can do the tests. Many people do. I mean, I would say globers do these tests at a rate of about 5 times to 10 times more than flat earthers do. People are doing many
You're
of
not
these
asking
tests
for
all
much.
the time.
Yeah, look, I'm bigger than you, and I'm better than you are. So shush.
Okay. Don't know what's going on.
Awesome. Cool.
I got my statistics.
I know more than you. I'm
My statistics
faster
come
than
straight
you.
from my own
I'm more
app.
intelligent than you.
Guys, let's raise it up a little bit. Let's elevate it as it were. But Shep, I'm doing this test for you as we speak in real time, and I'll have a conclusion for you in the next 4 minutes.
Sure.
Testing,
It's the same
testing.
calculation. See, all you do is you just change the height. Or you have
Testing
two.
Kosho's patience. 1, 2, 3.
You're gonna like this, Chepman.
Why do I think he's not?
He did the Aristophanes test with me. He provided more data than anyone else, and he was the loudest critic.
You have to use a square level on 2 different axes, and you have to make sure the surface you're measuring off is leveled flat. So you get like a big concreting square, or or just like a 1 meter square. 1 meter level, and you just use that to sort of get the sand flat. Where you hammer it in the star picket, or get it flat first. You just put your star picket to the side where you know where the moon's coming up, know where the sun's going to be, blah, blah, blah. And you just put the star picket where you want the shadow to be cast on the flat surface, and then you plumb it. So you make sure that it's level, that it's standing directly up and down level, and then put the level on 90 degrees to that. Make sure it's level in both ways. It's quite an easy process, but you got to do it right. What you could do, you could send out a document to everyone that wants to participate, and I could make up just like a quick little picture, just diagram with some explanations, just step by step. Make sure how to set your equipment up right.
What's the best breakfast?
Bacon and eggs.
Right. Yeah.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Steak and eggs and liver.
Best breakfast is a glass of water.
Nope. A pinch of salt.
Oh, maybe a pinch of salt in the water.
A pinch of
Definitely
salt
a
way
glass of
before the
water.
water, like 10 minutes
Nice.
before the water.
Yeah, that's a nice breakfast, man. And then you just skip the eating part and you wait till lunch, bro. And then that's when you fucking go ham.
That's if you're pre-diabetic, that'll actually be really good for you. But what you do is you have a fatty breakfast. Like bacon and eggs or steak and eggs and liver.
Oh.
And
Oh.
you hold off from lunch. You have a light lunch. Something to keep you going through. A piece of fruit, piece of some sort of vegetable, some sort of, or more steak. And then you have your carbs in the afternoon.
What kind of carbs is that?
Yeah, people having breakfast cereal for breakfast. That's like pure sugar.
Steak, eggs, and liver, eh? That's a hearty meal, huh?
That's the champion's breakfast.
Shit.
You'll have
I
energy.
don't know, man. I've been skipping breakfast, man. I think it's the way to go, man.
Try skip lunch instead. It'll be more difficult for you. Have a fatty breakfast and then try and skip lunch. Your body will start going into ketosis, and you'll struggle. But by the afternoon, you feel really good. Have like a smoko with something like chips or whatever you want. But you hold off from any carbs for the first half of the day.
Oh, okay. I see where you're coming from. I didn't get the overall picture until that last part.
It's pushing your body
That's
into
the tactic,
ketosis
eh?
during that part
I
of the
see.
day, but then your body's tired, you're sore muscles. So when you do eat carbs, by that point in the day, you worked enough. Carbs will be good for you. But carbs in the morning, not a fan of it, eh? Yeah, I lost a heap of weight this year. Fasting,
Man, they
probably
got
too much.
these $6 bentos, man, outside my work. Fuck, dude. I just get that shit every day, man. It's so good for $6, man. In this economy, with this fucking funny money, man, it's like $13 for a chicken wing, and yet these guys somehow are getting the bentos to us for $6. I gotta hit that shit up every
Getting
fucking
what?
lunch, man.
What did you say? Benzo what?
Bento.
Bento what?
It's like a Japanese meal.
Bento box. It's like a little box of sushi and sashimi and like a wrap or something.
Well, it's not always that.
Remade. So yeah, it's like a little lunch box of chosen ingredients.
Yeah, I don't know where they came up with this idea, man, but fuck. Bento is amazing.
What'd you get in your bento box?
Bro, today I had fish. Seared ahi fish with corn and rice. And I was like, holy shit, man, this is $6. Like,
Have you ever had that fish that's cooked in lemon juice?
Nope.
That's what I reckon would be really
It's
nice.
not seared with lemon juice. Nope.
Lemon juice fish sushi, that would be all right. Like you get
some kind of lemon juice sushi. I never heard of it.
And what you do, you get like salmon or something where you can cut the fish really thin, and then you just have like lemon juice. You soak it in the lemon juice for hours, and then it comes out. It looks cooked. Seriously, looks cooked. Lemon juice, salt, and a bit of sugar. And then you take that fish out. You can make sushi with it, whatever. But like when you're doing any kind of raw fish sort of thing like this, you got to make sure that it's clean and that it's good quality. It's not got like bacteria or like parasites in it or anything.
Okay.
I
So
would
just put
hope
the
your
lemon
shit
juice on
doesn't
your
have
sushi.
parasites
Cool.
in it. That would be the first thing I hope isn't in your food is parasites.
Well, even if there are parasites, so let's say you got fish that's got like let's say it might be like some sort of big fish, or like, okay, here's one that's really terrible, like bad for it is trevally. So you get a piece of trevally, and oh look, there's a bit of like there's parasite like some worm that had gotten into the fish. Well, by the time you've cooked it, fried it on a pan, if you don't bat it or anything when you got fish that looks crap like that. But fry it on the pan, and it's all dead anyway.
Talk to me before I go to bed, please. I eat them up.
Mike.
Oh, well, it's fine. I want to talk. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking. I just thought you were like, I don't know. I thought maybe you were falling asleep or something.
Yeah. Could have been. So,
So,
All right, Chuck, I did calculations.
yo, I'm not going to ask how many people are doing good today because I'm not doing good today. So, I would just
We'll
like
put
words of
it on the
encouragement,
whiteboard and
positivity.
get a whiteboard link. Let's put the calculations to. It's been a long time.
Well, I hope things get better for you, Illegal.
All right. Thank you. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Because when you do the trig measurements, let's do two trig measurements. One with where the flat side of the triangle, the length measurement. We have to have two different models where we have, even on the flat model, where we calculate it to a curved length, and then because we just be calculating off Sagitta, which is so we just reduce the distance when we do that. So we'd have two alternative models for each view. So there'd actually be 4 different models.
You're saying there's an alternative model for the curvature calculator?
Okay, so let's take. You say you're coming from the flat Earth perspective. Well, let's calculate it with just a flat land, and we use the given distances from Google Maps, say, and we'll just apply that to a flat Earth, right? And then the other one will have, it'll be the flat Earth, but we'll take those distances and we'll treat that as if that's a curved measurement, and then we'll use the Sagitta measurement, so it'll be a shorter distance measurement. And then for the globe Earth, we'll have two different models, right? We'll have just the normal curved measurement of the distance, and then we'll have I don't know, because you'd also calculate that off of the Sagitta measurement to make it easier.
Why is it whatever you're doing is necessary? Why is that even necessary when we can see way more farther than we're supposed to, given the given curvature calculator, and we can see way farther than we're supposed to? Physical obstruction to not be able to see over a curvature, and we have that formula. Why even do all that if?
Because it's easy. Because once you put it in an Excel spreadsheet, it becomes very, very easy. You just have one extra equation, and it's fucking easy.
All right.
Using the same data, there's only two measurements that people have to do. How tall's the thing that they're measuring with? How tall's their stick, and how long's the shadow? And it would be nice to get a third measurement from people, which is like degrees axis off of north or south, like your compass measurement. That's not azimuth, is it? Yeah, that's your azimuthal reading. And then you got your attitude, and then you got your no, that's it.
Why do you need a compass reading if you're doing it?
Azimuth and altitude.
But why do you need a compass reading if you're doing it at noon?
No. The noon. No, we're not. They can't measure the moon at noon.
Yeah, you're using the moon's noon.
Tell him, Kosho.
Because, okay, for the sun, that shadows deviation from north or south was where it's I reckon you would get a lot of, and let's say people accurately measure really accurately, have everything set up properly. I would say you would have a spread of deviation on the horizontal axis. I mean horizontal refraction when the sun is lower in the sky. So everyone makes a synchronous measurement of the sun, let's say, and for some people it might be 10 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock. Other people it might be 4 in the afternoon. So I would say if you did that kind of measurement, you would find a lot of, obviously noon, you're not getting a measurement. But when you do a synchronous measurement, you can actually account for how much refraction, what was the air temperature, what time of day was it, what was the humidity. I mean, let's say you're taking a measurement of the sun. It doesn't even have to be on the same day per se. Let's say, I didn't take the measurement when I was supposed to. Just go the next day. Take it at the same time you were supposed to. It's the same shit. The sun doesn't really deviate much day to day. The moon does.
Much?
Quite a bit. 1/28th of a rotation. there's 12 zodiacs, right? And it's 14 days to a half phase, right? So it's 2, but it's actually 1. So over a month, it'll move 2 zodiacs, something like that. At least that's what I think. I don't even remember. But it was very interesting recently with these eclipses. We had an eclipse in the southern hemisphere and then an eclipse in the north. Oh shit, I've got a pumpkin in the oven. Should really go and cut that up, shouldn't I? Take all the seeds out.
What do I need telling, Cookie? What did I miss? I went down to the parcel room and came back, and there was nobody here.
I forgot I was in here, so that beautiful music came on. I was like, "What the fuck was that?" I forgot I was here until the beautiful music came on. So, oh well. Time for me to take my ass to bed, anyways.
Sleep well, drink some water.
Yeah, stay hydrated, bro. All day, every day. When they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, what they really mean is apple cider vinegar. Take a shot of apple cider vinegar every day. 1 shot of apple cider vinegar every day. If you can take a shot of vodka, you can take a shot of apple cider vinegar.
All right, I'm gonna have to jump off and get on a call. I might see you guys after it.
Drink lots of water and apple cider vinegar. Drink lots of water. Apple cider vinegar. All natural brags.
Oh, look who's here.
Who showed up?
Everybody, we're all here.
Oh, yeah. We're all here. Yeah, Koso's here. I'm here. Everybody's here. Who else we got? Yeah, Truth Prevails is in the building. Noah's here. Being all quiet. Extremist is in the building. Cookie Monster. I don't know who that is, but I feel like he's a good person. He probably just changed his
Nah,
name to something.
he's full of shit too.
Nah, he probably just changed his name to something weird.
That's me talking, by the way.
I know, I forget who Cookie Monster is, but I'm sure I know who he is. He just changed his name, so now I forget who he is.
They used to call me Rookie, but my name's Ryan,
Rookie.
in case you wondered.
Rookie used to be called Rookie. What was
I still
your
am. Rookie
what did you use
1973. That was my Irish name. That's what my name was. Rookie 1973. It's the year I was born.
Rookie 1973.
Yeah, and then I had one other account that I had for a little while, but I just deleted them when I left. Now I'm back with this one. I wasn't going to change it back to Rookie. I just thought, well, I'd go with Cookie Monster. What the hell? I didn't care. It just popped up in there. I was like, what the hell? You want me to change it to Rookie Monster? Will that make you guys happy?
No, it's kind of funny, man. I watched me and my girlfriend be watching like YouTube videos and shit, and we was watching just today when we was laying up in the bed. We was laid up early this morning. Me and my girl, we was laid up, and it had like Cookie Monster in a costume, scaring the shit out of his pets, like scaring the shit out of the dog dressed in the Cookie Monster costume. So it's just kind of synchronistic. We was just watching that this morning, and then you know what I'm saying.
I actually looked for one when I was at the Halloween Superstore the other day, and I could not find one. I couldn't find any Sesame Street stuff. I was like, what the hell? Where the hell do they hide that stuff?
I don't know. There was somebody found one because they were on YouTube scaring the shit out of their dog, and we was laughing. We
They
was
might have
in
made their
bed
own.
laughing.
You could always get
Me and my
fabric and
girl
make
was
your own.
laughing at that shit. So yeah. But
So what do you think,
yeah,
Demoser? What do you think, Demoser?
Demoser. Oh, Demoser. Who the fuck is Demoser? He ain't gonna talk.
He might.
No, Sunshine will talk. Kosho will talk. I will definitely talk. Truth Prevails might pop in. Truth Prevails, Sunshine, Kosho, me, Extremistus, and Cookie Monster are the only people that will probably chime in on any conversation we're having right now. I guarantee it.
You mean they're listening in?
Yeah, I've been here long enough. I know who might who is most likely to chime in and most not. It's you, Extremistus, maybe Geo, me, Kosho, Sunshine, and Truth Prevails are the people that are most likely to chime in any conversation we're having.
Where'd Jeremy go?
I don't know.
Adamod's in here. He usually talks. He's probably just busy just listening in.
Look who the fucking cat dragged in this time.
Yeah, I said his name.
Yep, see what I said? See what I said would jump in?
I'm here to crush Glober's soul.
See what I said? I
Bro,
said,
Glovers don't have souls.
And in
Don't you know
this
that?
corner, weighing 375 pounds at a total of 6'8", Noah Radlowski. And in this corner, Eggshells at 5'2", 120 pounds, soaking wet. You are about to witness a
And most of
massacre
it's behind the ear.
live time from the MGM Grand. Watch Eggshells get cracked.
You're stepping on eggshells, eh?
See what I said? I told you the 5 most likely people to chime in. Professor Noah being one of them.
All right.
No.
Illegal has been known to predict things at a strange rate.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? Even Noah knows what's up. He's the
Sounds to me
Noah.
like you've been in here a long time, like we have, and we've heard it all before.
Come on now.
I've been keeping my ear to
and
the
Noah
street.
knows me. We've been around the Christmas tree a long time.
Of course, we both had dates. Not a homo Christmas tree like the Globers use.
We don't care.
Yeah.
It works either way.
The globe.
I'm kidding, of course.
The globe does not work anyway.
I agree. Try telling that to what's his name? Big Shells.
When they talk about global this, global that, global warming, let's cheer everybody up, right? And warm to this idea of
That's
us
another depressing
doing
game.
XYZ.
Can we discuss a topic I haven't researched yet, so at least I have some, I can actually pretend I don't know what I'm talking about?
I'm kind of dizzy. I'm kind of dizzy right now. Like I'm spinning at like 1,000 miles an hour right now, so I'm kind of dizzy and I can't really concentrate on what y'all talking about because I'm spinning so fast.
Well,
we'll give you a pass, bro. Don't worry about it.
It's a waste of time to listen to, really.
All right, cool.
Thank
you.
We've all been there, I'm sure. If you get irritating, we'll just meet you. Don't worry.
I'm sure you will.
Well, I won't, but somebody will.
Somebody will.
Let's talk about fun stuff.
Yeah, I know. Let's talk about good things. Like
what?
I don't know. God is good all the
What
time.
can we talk about? What can we talk about on here that we won't get in trouble for?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's talk about positive, motivating things. Like, I'm going through really hard times right now, and I just repeat positive mantras in my head right now, and I just, like, I know a lot of other people are going through hard times, and like, I just want to motivate you and say, yo, it's going to be okay. And I want other people to say that to me, man, because like, I say it to myself, but to hear it from other people is good too. So let's be positive, man. Let's, like, all this gloom and doom, and we can talk about all the wars and shit, but let's just talk about good things that, like, we're going through tough times, but we're going to be okay. Shit like that, like positive things, like everything is going to be all right. God is good all the time, or whatever you want to call him. I don't even like to use the word God because I've done the etymology and I don't like. So the source, or I always like to say the universe is conspiring in your favor. So whoever's listening, the universe is conspiring in your favor, and everything is going to be okay. One day at a time. Just be positive, be happy, help other people out if you can. If you can't, cool. If you can, if I got $1 in my pocket, if I actually, when I go to the grocery store, like, I don't have much cash in my pocket. It's mostly on a debit card or whatever, digital money. But man, I got people standing up, but if I got $1, I'll give it to them. If I don't think they're gonna go buy liquor with it or whatever, I'll give it to them. So just help each other out, man. Like, everything is gonna be okay. Keep trying day by day. It'll be all right. I'm grateful. This is my mantra. This is my daily mantra. I am whole. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I'm blessed. I'm grateful. I'm I'm grateful, and I'm grateful that gratitude and abundance is a part of my life consistently on a daily basis. And that's what I say to myself every single day. And it's amazing how shit works out one way or another. It's crazy, man. Like, at the last minute, something always goes right at the last minute. Like, I can't pay my car payment. I can't pay my rent next month. I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent. I don't know how I'm going to pay my car payment. But something always happens. Every single month, something happens. And I'm blessed and I'm grateful. And even though I might get behind on my rent, I paid my rent consistently for 5 years. So I think I can get behind a couple months and not get kicked out, because I want to live in my home is awesome. And I don't want to lose it. And that's the most scariest thing in my life, is not losing my house. Like, I'll lose my car before I lose my house. But something always happens where I can pay my rent. Whether it be my dad gives me some money, or I got a lottery ticket, or I do handyman work on the side and they pay me $500 in advance. Something always happens, no matter what. It's crazy. No matter what. The last minute, something happens and everything works out okay. Everything is gonna be okay, man. It was one day at a time, man. You will be okay. I will be okay. You will be okay. So anybody that needs to hear this, hear me out. You will be okay. Everything will work out right. Sometimes you need to lose everything to get back on track. And trust me, I lost everything. I was at 0 and then built myself up to where I am today. And now I'm at the same point where I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to work out, but I just have faith that it's going to, because every single time something happens where at the very last minute something happens, whether it be a lottery ticket or my dad sending me some money or whatever, it'll be okay. You'll get through this. You will get through this. You will be okay. God is good all the time.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, man?
Just
Sorry,
got
I'm
it.
just rambling until somebody cuts me off.
Oh, for sure, dude. Well, allow me to do that for you.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead and add on.
I don't know. I have no idea what you're rambling on about. I just got in here.
No, I'm just saying God is good all the time, man. God is good all the time. And just be positive, man. Just think positive. And you will be surprised.
I hear that.
And your internal dialogue is so important. Like what you say to yourself, what you tell yourself, so important.
I ain't telling myself nothing, dude. I ain't a snitch, bro.
No, don't snitch on yourself, but just be positive, man. Just say everything's gonna be okay. I don't know how this shit is gonna work out, but it's gonna work out. You just gotta say something positive to yourself, like, yo, I don't know how the fuck this shit is gonna work, but it's gonna work. Somehow. It's gonna work. And I have examples of this that has happened time and time again, where it comes down to the final straw, where I don't know. I'm like I'm on probation. I got money I gotta pay, and I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna pay this. And then I go to my mailbox, and there's a money order in my mailbox that allows me to pay for whatever it is that I need to pay for at the last minute. I don't know why. I don't know how. But I just keep telling myself that over and over again. Everything is going to be okay. God is good all the time. I'm grateful. I'm blessed. I'm whole. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I'm happy. I'm blessed. I'm grateful. I attract abundance into my life consistently on an everyday basis. And I just have this mantra that I wake up every day. Man, I go to sleep and have some fucked up dreams, and I wake up and I'm glad those dreams aren't real. But then I realize my actual situation, and I'm like, damn, that's fucked up too. And I'm like, ah. So I wake up. So my dreams are more fucked up than my reality, but then I'm glad when I wake up, my reality or my dreams aren't real. But then I'm, but then my reality is fucked up too. But then I'll keep saying this mantra over to myself, and I'll be laying on my bed saying this mantra over to myself, and I'll get a phone call on my phone, and it changed my life. Like I got a IT job, I called my landlord's son and left a message on Facebook saying, "Hey, like, I dropped my rent off to my landlord, and his son is living at his house, and I dropped off my rent." And then I was like, "Hey, do you need any people working for you?" He's like, "No, I'm good." I'm like, "Okay, cool." And then I hit him up on Facebook and was like, "Here's my cell phone number if something does pop up." And I'm literally in my bed saying these mantras over and over in my head to myself, and I'm laying there, and then my phone rings, and it's him, and he's like, "Hey, you want to work for me?" And I'm like, "Yes." And so it just works out. And even now, it's not working out because I'm in training because I never had an IT job before, but so I'm only working part time right now. But this motherfucker, look, I only worked 11, what was it, 11 something hours for him. He paid off my internet bill directly, $217, paid off my internet, so cut my internet back on. Then he paid me $280 to my PayPal account. I've only worked for him for like 3 days. He paid off my internet, paid me $280, took me out, bought me beer and wings. He took me to the strip club, bought me beers and wings at the strip club. And this motherfucker, like, I've only worked 11 hours for him, like. And then now we're in the week we are now, so who knows? He just throws money around, I guess. That's what I heard, but everything is gonna be okay. You're gonna be all right. Well, but scratch off ticket. I won $64 on scratch off tickets. Just today. I mean, I bought a bunch of them and put them on my altar, and they've been sitting there. I had like 6 scratch off tickets that I just put on my altar and let them sit there for a while. And then I scratched them all off and checked them today. I won $64 just today. So I got some cat litter from my cat. I got some cigarettes and some cat litter.
Is there hold up, bro? Is there a topic right now or what's I just got back. I just wonder what's up here.
No, there's no topic. I'm just rambling. I'm just God is good all the time and just to be positive and
Yeah, I was gonna say something. I didn't want to be rude, man, but you've just been going on and on and on, and I'm not.
Yeah. You can cut me off at any time. I won't be offended.
So that's the thing. Like, sometimes if there's dead air, I know it's not ideal, but we also don't want to just be like monologuing like crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm a monologue until you want to cut me off. That's fine. I'm not gonna be offended you cutting me off if I'm just rambling and just saying God is good all the time and just how to think positive and whatever you're going through. Because I know a lot of people on here listening are only on here because they want to.
Said that part already.
All right, yeah, I'm rambling again. So,
Yeah.
All right, if you want to go ahead.
If there's like, dude, that's when I came in. I was like, if there's like a topic, down to discuss something.
Yeah, the topic is God is good all the time. That's the topic. And think positive. That's the topic. So, because like we get on here and we vent, and we talk about like doom and gloom and all the fucked up shit about politics and how fucked up the world is and all kinds of stuff. And we could talk about all the fucked up shit all the time. And I just want to talk about good shit and like positive shit, motivating shit. Like so. That's all I was trying to do. So it's just most of the time I get on Discord and I just hear people talking about doom and gloom. And I just want to be on here and just share some positivity. And like I'm on here because you know, like I don't have any friends, and like I like to talk about about things with like-minded people, and so, but I don't want to talk about negative things all the time about how shit is fucked up, and you know, World War III and Palestine and Israel and the Biden, and you know, I don't want to talk about all that shit all the time. So I'm just getting on here trying to
Not
say what.
not
Go
talking to
ahead.
anybody. You're not talking to anyone though. That's the thing.
Oh, I don't even know. I haven't even looked at my phone. There could be no one in this room but me and you. I wouldn't even know.
Yeah, that's not good. Don't you want to
Yeah.
like know, like listening or like cares what you're saying, or like don't you want to be like engaged in a conversation instead of just going on and on and on and on?
No, I do. I just haven't checked in since the first time I
Well, I
mean,
mean,
I
sometimes
see a lot.
you know what I mean. Like that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. It sounds like you've been drinking a little bit, to be honest. So I don't know how much of this you're getting through to you.
No, I have.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
No, it just comes with the territory. I get it, brother. You're feeling good. You want to spread the love. I get it. But I just want to try to nourish an environment where like the conversation is going back and forth. You know.
Okay. Yeah, you can cut me off and like I'm a ramble on until someone talks
No, no,
back to me.
please don't ramble. That's what I'm asking. Like,
Okay. All right.
that's not what this is about. Yeah.
All right.
Hmm,
Jesus Christ.
interesting.
I got an idea for a side hustle tonight. I got a bunch of sheep hides that I'm gonna tan, and I'm going to turn them into like a part of the interior of my car, where like the leather is kind of ripped. It's gonna be dope. If it looks good, hopefully maybe somebody else would want me to do it to their car. I don't know. But these hides are nice.
You mean
Very
like
cool.
making the whole seats made out of it, or just like patching it, or?
No, yeah, like replace like my car interior is like leather, but it's all jacked. I think it's like pleather, not real leather. It's like all jacked up, and I want to replace it with sheep hide because my buddy has these sheep. I think they're called Dorpers, but they have these really cool colors, like grays and blacks and browns, like stripes. I just think it would look pretty badass.
Nice. It's kind of a cool idea to like deck out the inside of a car with like really natural materials. You know, like some bamboo siding and you know some low VOC paints and some natural leather. That's kind of a cool idea in and of itself. Like a really like a natural interior, like actually natural, not because even the leather they put in cars, even if it's real leather, it's like so chemically treated and you know with all the dyes and chemicals, it doesn't really have that natural feel. It's something that's kind of lacking in our world. It seems like you know organic car interiors. They've got
No,
like
for sure.
organic couches and stuff. You know, there's like organic couches, organic rugs. Like, where's the organic interior of the car?
That's exactly what my friend and I were just talking about like 20 minutes ago. Him and I are actually, we both are like, yeah, let's go home, let's research this, let's see if there's a market for it, because you know how much a naturally tanned hide goes for out in Southern California. It's like $400, but we're talking like using the brains of the animal to tan it, you know, like the all completely natural way, no chemicals, and it's like a 3-day process. But 3 days to get $400 off one hide. How many hides, you know, could I do in 3 days? And then installing it onto your couch or your car or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, that's super cool for all us people who just live in the city who can't even have chickens. You got goats and hides and shit. That's awesome, and I
Well, I live in the
support
middle of
that.
lot. Actually, I have to drive out of the city and like kind of network with people to get the hides. You know, like I live across the street pretty much from an airport, like in the middle of LA. But yeah, I feel you. I'd like to have more land too.
Yeah, me too, man. I live in the city though.
Well, you never know what's going to
So
happen.
I can't even have chickens in my backyard. The city code, like, I can't even grow plants in my front. I can't even grow like food in my front yard where I, like, it's crazy. But I'm gonna put a greenhouse in my backyard though. Fuck them motherfuckers. I'm putting a greenhouse in my backyard, and I'm collecting rainwater off my garage, getting a 50 gallon water barrel, collecting rainwater. I got solar panels I'm gonna put on my garage to run any lights or solar lights or whatever for the plants. So fuck them. So I'm working on that. But right now I'm just trying to pay my rent. I'm not even worried about fucking uh greenhouses and rainwater. I'm just trying to keep the fucking rent paid and the electricity on right now. So hard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe try getting a job working at a garden or something, or like find a neighbor that'll let you have chickens there or something.
Yeah, no, I know. Like my kid's mom lives out in the country. She's got like 3 geese, ducks, or whatever. She could have chickens. I don't know why she doesn't. If I was her, I would definitely have a chicken coop. If I was her, she lives out in the country by the airport, like way out in the country. My kid's mom. But I can't have chickens in the city. Apparently, the city code. But if I'm gonna break the law, I might break the law having some chickens.
Dude, fuck
Or
chickens. Get a farm. Just
yeah.
just get some big above ground ponds and do shrimp.
You said what? Some shrimp?
Did you say raise shrimp in your
Fuck
basement?
yeah. Yeah, man.
Okay.
Serious.
Just a shrimp farm in the
You could
basement.
breed. You don't even need to bring like maturity. You could just breed them and sell the babies. You know, you could do all kinds of stuff with your house. Like I'm definitely gonna grow some weed soon. I don't know if you can do that in your state, but that can be lucrative.
Yeah.
There's all. Yeah, Gio, I'll have to send pictures of these sheep hides. They're really pretty, and I think
Yeah.
they're dope.
Nice. That's awesome. So
Yeah,
you
no,
say so you actually use the brain material of the animal for the actual tanning?
Yeah, it acts as an emulsifier, which like softens the hides and allows them to be like flexible like a cloth.
Yeah. Yeah. Eat some raw brain, and then put it on the tide. And then also maybe half and half.
I've had cooked sheep's brain. It kind of reminded me of like the inside of a hard-boiled egg, but like fatty, like more fatty.
Yeah, that's why one of the classic recipes, like in Europe, is to basically take brain and like with fried eggs, like mix it with fried eggs. Basically, like fried, eggs and brain, like scrambled together. For example, it's like a classic combo because it really just makes the eggs like more fatty. And yeah, there is like a similar consistency.
Yeah.
And people may be squirmish about eating brain, but it is a very nutrient dense organ meat, and it's got that compound in it, phosphatidylserine, which is like really good for the brain and for memory. It's very high in the brain. It's like the highest source of it. It's a pretty hard nutrient to get otherwise.
No, on Saturday I'm doing a joint birthday party with my friend, and we're boiling a bunch of whole heads. So like eyeballs, tongue, brain, everything, and we boil it for like a whole day. And yeah, everything just falls apart. It all becomes this big goulash. It's delicious.
Oh yeah, dude, the whole head. Oh my gosh, yeah, all the collagen and all that material, like of the bone material, the eye socket, all that stuff has so many like different collagens and nutrients in it.
Yeah. Yep.
Good way to reinforce the bone material in your head.
Yeah, I agree. I've been saving up too because I want to buy. I'm gonna need more hides for material for this idea for this little project. So I'm gonna buy another sheep and slaughter it and fill my fridge because I'm like out of meat right now.
Let me ask you one thing about farming stuff. What do you think about like how to purify the water that the animals are drinking? What are your thoughts on that? Like, of course, if someone had land with like a spring on it, like like a really clean natural spring, that would perhaps be ideal. But well waters can often be contaminated with pesticides, heavy metals because of the runoff and the way the aquifer systems can work in certain areas. Not in all areas. I mean, some well water may be great, but or maybe fine or not be problematic. But and then of course, like a lot of animals are drinking city water. People are giving them city water. I don't hear of a lot of farms that are actually like purifying the water that they're giving their animals. They might be drinking purified water themselves, but the water they give to their animals, they often maybe don't consider that. But I do think that goes into the food that the animal, whether it's like eggs or milk or meat, it's going into that. So what are your thoughts on like how to purify the water if you don't have like a natural spring? Like like RO water, like reverse osmosis or distilled. Like how do you think those affect an animal, in terms of possible issues? Or do you think those are fine solutions, or what are your thoughts on that?
Personally, I think nature does it best, but what we can do is basically recreate the last half of the water cycle. So what I would do is like, let's say you've got your well water, but you want to like treat it. So I would pump the well water into a reservoir that feeds into an above ground sort of controlled wetlands. And here in Southern California, I'd use a bunch of like horsetail, arundo, like certain type of like water friendly plants, that are going to basically clean the water through their root systems. And I'd have like 2 or 3 of those wetlands with like different plants in each one, and have the water run through all of that. And then I would use like swales and berms or just even straight up irrigation piping to take that water and put it to either a fill tank or like permanent watering places for the animals, for the livestock. But yeah, just filter the water
Wow.
through wetlands.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Well, now what if the water? Yeah, I guess ideally you just wouldn't really have toxic water to begin with. But what if somebody already has toxic water? Like, do you think that wetlands with the plants would that be able to purify? Like, let's say the water had, pesticides, heavy metals, all kinds of actual toxins in it. Do you think that it could actually get that all out?
I don't have any scientific proof on this, but I know that there are certain plants and fungi that are able to break down certain chemicals. Like there's like certain kinds of algae that they've released after oil spills. There's like certain kinds of mushrooms that can break down plastic. So I'm sure if we got some big brained like biologists and botanists on the job, we could probably find some wetlands plants that could clean water more effectively than the ones that I listed already. But the ones that I listed, I've already seen those in action. I've seen dirty ass water become this crystal clear, like, beautiful water. Like you could drink it. And I've also seen the test results too. So
Yeah.
I've seen the science on that.
That's amazing. Have you seen those natural pools? Those are incredible these days that people are building. Have you seen those?
I manage one. Yeah, part of my job right now.
Is there like a name for those? Like I just said natural pool, but is there a name for the, like I'm talking about these ones that, where it's like built into the land basically. It's not all like, blue plaster or anything. It's like built into it almost looks like a pond or something, but it's like the water is moving and filtered to some extent, but they're not adding any chemicals to it. But they have certain plants in there that help keep it all clean and the pH levels and all that. And it's able to be swam in, like it's not all swampy and it's not like, it's very like, I mean, from what I've heard, it's like incredible to swim in, like even way better than any pool. Cause it's basically like creating your own little lake or your own little pond, basically, whatever you want to call it. But it's like a pool pond that the water is moving and is kept really clean. So it's like swimming in your own like natural river pond pool, river tub pool pond.
Yeah. The one that I manage right now is exactly like that. It's somebody turned their above ground pool and jacuzzi into a natural like freshwater pool, but it's connected to previously it was to 3, but now it's just 2 above ground wetlands ponds that are full of arundo and horsetail and mint and ginger and turmeric, all kinds of like medicinal wetlands varieties that are just absolutely loving it in there. And in the pond, he's got largemouth bass, goldfish, tilapia, catfish, and one other. But yeah, I was literally working on it like last week.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's really simple too. It's crazy how simple it is and how many people could be doing it and producing their own medicine and food. Just like, like that guy was like complaining like I can't have chickens, and I was like, dude, shrimp, fish. You could just, I mean, like, there's so much you can do.
Yeah, dude, these are very interesting. Are there companies that like make these natural pools that they'll just come and build it? Like, let's, if you just hire them, like, are there companies? I assume there are, huh? Like now, or is it still kind of in the custom that you got to do it yourself kind of deal?
It's Well, I only know of it. Like I helped with some of it, the construction aspect, but like, have you heard of Bill Mollison? He's like the guy that invented the term permaculture.
Yeah.
And yeah, he one of his students was the guy that built this pond on this gentleman's property, and so that's how I know about above ground, like wetlands, natural ponds, natural pools, that type of thing. But I've seen them online, but none as intricate as this one. And if I remember correctly, this one was built like 7 years ago, and it was his first time building one, and it was like a massive success. It's really not that hard. Like it's just a pumps. You just filtering water or pumping water between pools. That's it, and then just putting plants and fish in there.
Looks like this company called BioNova, leading America's change to sustainable swimming pools. So yeah, that's a full blown company right here. I'll post their link. BioNova, yeah. So they're doing it. I don't know if they do it all like nationwide or if they're only in a certain area. So you don't have to add any chemicals to this, and it's said to be, if you do it right, it's said it like you don't get, any bacterial or infectious agent problems. Like that's pretty profound. Of course,
Yeah,
nature doesn't have those issues, so it makes sense that the plants keep it all balanced.
yeah. The only time you encounter that kind of stuff in nature is when the water is not moving. It's weird. Like healthy water is moving. If you're ever in a survival situation, never drink. Like, I mean, if it's, I guess, your only hope, but chances are you're going to get even more sick than whatever's wrong with you. But don't ever drink like just still water. Obviously, I'm sure you know that.
Dude, you know what I heard that's like insane? There's like, have you heard about that like brain eating bacteria? Apparently it's real. Like, yeah, there's like certain people have like taken a swim in a sketchy pond somewhere and literally got a brain, like if the water goes up their nose, it's like a brain eating disease that just kills you in like 3 days.
Yeah, I've heard of that. It's not good.
Isn't that crazy to think that that's even a thing, that somebody just went swimming one day and then they're just going to die in like a few days of like a horrible thing?
I think it's very spiritual, to be honest.
It's got, I know, right? Yeah. Wow. It's such a deep thing that even have that happen to someone.
Yeah. No, like there's something that like, I know it sounds weird, but probably something the parents are engaged in, like especially when like young children die. I'm not saying it's their fault, like spiritually or anything like that, but I am saying that like there are spiritual consequences to the way people live their lives, and I can't make heads or tails of it, but to me it doesn't seem random.
Maybe they poisoned some water and killed someone in a past life, and then that's their karma coming back.
Dude, you know what's interesting? Yeah, I was having a reincarnation karma conversation with some buddies on Sunday, which was yesterday. And one person was saying that he believes in reincarnation, but it's not like it's like, or no, sorry. He says it's not that we reincarnate, but the reason we remember like quote unquote past lives is because we have an interconnected consciousness. And so like you get to experience other people's, like you might as well have lived that life, but you're just experiencing it through the interconnected consciousness. And I thought that was very interesting because it does kind of change the paradigm of like reincarnation, where like from our perspective, we lived many lives, but from like a different perspective, it's one soul, like having this empathy connection with like other souls through the collected consciousness. I don't know. It was weird. Trip.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it from that angle. What you're saying. I mean, from the perspective that we're all one, then we are all of these lives. Yeah, each one of us is actually the totality, and we actually are all of the personalities that have ever existed, all of the humans, and therefore they all are like, lives that the creation has created in a sense, or that creative intelligence has manifested. So I'm just saying, like, if one views it that we're all one to that on that fundamental level, then yeah, we have lived all those lives. But at the same time, there does seem to be the experience of feeling separate. And like right now, like I don't know exactly what you're thinking. You probably don't know exactly what I'm thinking. So obviously we're separate and we're talking and all that. And I'm seeing my reality, you're seeing yours, etc. And then I guess the idea with like a reincarnation that's connected to like a soul would then be the question of when we die, is there some like continuation of our individual soul, as it were, from this life, to then a transition point? And then if there is like the idea of reincarnating or incarnating again in either a life in the future or a life in the past from now, is even the idea. Because in the spirit world time, like it's like eternal. So it's not really a past life. Like you wouldn't really have to, like if you like the idea, like if you died today, you wouldn't really have to like incarnate in 2025. If you could go incarnate in thousands of years ago or thousands of years in the future. But anyways, the question is there like an actual, progression, like almost like a personal soul evolution from this life to another that we then will experience if we, choose to, or however that plays out an actual incarnation into an entire new life that is like connected to our soul, separate from that perspective of the one collective consciousness. You see what I'm saying? Like on the one level, the collective consciousness, but then on the other level, is there like a experience of a soul that actually does have like a sequence of their own lives in some sort of order?
Yeah. Well, the thing that gets me there is like why I'd probably go with the former is because I've always been very into mentally communicating, not verbally, but mentally or spiritually communicating with my ancestors. And if we're like constantly reincarnating, like I don't know how I would be able to like kind of communicate with them. You know what I mean? Like if they're just going to like reincarnate into a snake or something, how would I be able to communicate with their spirit? And I feel like I have communicated with the spirits of some of my ancestors. So that's because here's the thing. I don't think reincarnation happens the way like the Hindus believe it, where you become a this and then you become a that. But I have had past live dreams that are fucking insane and way vivid and way, way crazy.
Do you say
Dreams.
past life dreams, you said?
Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
I've been like probably a 13 or 14-year-old girl from medieval times getting married to a knight like 3 or 4 times in this one dream. It's nuts. It's so real too. And I have this thing, I can't remember what it's called, but sometimes I dream in black and white, and then sometimes I dream in shades of
Maybe you just
colors.
watched Lady Hawk too many times.
I just watched what now?
That movie Lady Hawk too many times.
I don't know that one, but no, I mean I've had dreams where I've been men and women and just not me. It's weird.
Now, what was okay? So, like, often when people have like what they would refer to like themselves, they would refer to it as like a like that one of their own kind of other lifetimes or past lifetime experiences. Now, when you had these experiences, did it feel like it was you, or did it feel like it was just someone else's life, or did it feel like it was like a lifetime of your ancestors? Were you able to decipher, or did it just seem like tapping into the collective, like just a random life, perhaps even as well, like even just on that level? Like, what was the experiential component of it? Like, did it feel like, oh yeah, that was me, or did it feel like it was someone else, or what was that like?
It was 100% someone else, but I had every single feeling and thought that they experienced.
Gotcha.
I was not present in the dream, but when I woke up from the dream, I had access to all of the memories. Like the anxiety, like walking down the aisle, the expectations of the other people in the village, like it like very, very detailed, weird, like female shit. Like weird shit. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, I
Can you
have
tell?
memory.
What was it like?
I always wake up right before the vows because
Really?
as I'm walking down the aisle.
Wow, this is deep, dude.
Yeah.
Thank
As
God for
I'm
that.
walking down the aisle, I'm always considering, or not me, but she's always considering like a way out. She doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to marry this guy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
Yeah.
So classic. That's such an archetypal. Yeah, the woman that's forced to
past
marry
is a
the
very
man she's
difficult
not in
thing.
love with. The man's like, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, it's such a painful, pivotal memory, like in somebody's life that changes you forever. She's like literally like 13, 14. Like I remember thinking like that I just got boobs. You know what I mean? Like, or not. It's so
Did you
weird
get
saying
murdered?
not,
What?
but
Yeah, that's what that. I mean,
I
that
remember
experience. If
first
it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
like puberty and everything else that's happening. Yeah, that is a very
Yeah.
real thing. Yeah, experience that is had by that state of consciousness, as it were.
Yeah, there's this one dream that I had once where I'm not anyone. I'm actually just I have a multi-point vantage of a situation where a woman and a baby are at the bottom of this well, and she's trying to like hold the baby and climb out of the well with like one hand. It was a gnarly ass dream. But like I didn't exist. I was like at some points I'm a brick in the well, basically, like looking out. Like looking into the well. It's nuts.
Yeah. Well, like within the whole like phenomenology of experiences that people have had that they feel like is related to other lifetimes, it is interesting all the different like categories and the different kind of ways that people seem to describe them. So did it seem like there was some resolution, or you just wake up at the vows and it's just like bad news, just bad news bears all around?
So there's a couple like different experiences that I have. One of them is I'm walking like past the church days before the wedding, and there's a lot of anxiety and like thoughts of running away. Another one is like she's not like a princess or anything. She's like a scrubbing girl or something. I don't know. She does a lot of scrubbing because fucking my knees would be like killing me in this fucking dream. And I do remember like scrubbing something and like overhearing conversations about the wedding, and like it was controversial. I think it was controversial. I definitely wasn't down. And these were dreams I had when I was probably like 15. They just like they hit me like a couple times in 1 month and then just stuck with me.
Now, is there any other features of this other person's life that is in your life in any other way, or is it only isolated to the dream state, the dream state? Does this correlate to like your personality, or like your challenges, or your skills, or your other like other components of your life?
I've never thought about it. Like, let me think about it for a second.
Because sometimes people have certain memories of certain lifetimes, and then it also like seems to be correlating like with certain things in their life as well. And then there's like perhaps even some kind of process going on of attempting towards resolution.
Yeah. I can't say. Right now, all I can think about is from specifically from that dream. What's really sticking out is right before the dream ends, and I'm going down the aisle. There's like all the people on either side. There's the whole like procession up. It's actually just the priest and the knight, and for some reason he's wearing his like armor, but like not a helmet. And I have this veil over my head, this huge white veil. It's like looking through mesh, and I can barely see. Like I'm just like covered in fucking. It's a weird dream, dude. And like, oh yeah, actually, I kind of start to realize that it's a dream right before I wake up too. And that mesh, like not being able to see feeling is like I think associated with my eyes being closed. But dude, if I was to just like pull a number out of my ass for like what year it is, it'd be like 12 something or like 13 something. You know, there's no roads in the village. There's thatched roofing, a lot of like wooden fencing for livestock. There's no castle. There's a big church there. There's a huge church there. I don't know what denomination it is. I'm assuming it's Christian, actually. That makes more sense because everybody's, yeah, I'm like a white girl. I'm like a little white girl. It's weird.
Yeah, no, you got a lot of good detail there. Yeah, man, that's interesting for sure. I mean, yeah, there are experiences where people can tune into all of the different, like, you know, the clothing and the vibe of the whole area, and yeah, the emotions involved, and it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I've also had dreams where I'm there for like months in the dream, and then I wake up, and I've been there for a very long time. Those are pretty weird. I haven't had one of those in a long time though.
Have you ever had a dream that existed in a realm that was just like Earth, but not quite Earth?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then have you ever thought about other realms that instead of having this like money debt thing that we have, where you have to like work for the money or you have to like get it in some way, you know, the whole way the system is now, what about like a whole realm that's similar to Earth, but instead of that, it's the opposite. Like you just get like everybody's rich basically. And they have like technology to build amazing things that, you know, like free energy and certain technology to build things for them. So it's they really don't have to like, you know, do like any extreme labor. It's actually more about just like enjoyment and abundance. And have you ever heard of that? Like that as a concept that
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like a resource-based economy, but like the resources are overly abundant or easily accessible through technology. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what you do, you know, in life. What you do is like what, you know, you're interested in really at that point.
yeah, like if everybody had to like get on like a bike and like a one of those like you know, there's like at a gym, like a bike, but the bike like you know puts energy into like a generator, like that kind of analogy.
Yeah.
Well, like the way we're doing it now, we're all just every day, everyone's just like going and going and just like cycling and cycling, trying to push against this resistance. Meanwhile, the sort of powers that be are just stripping us of money and just keeping all of it for themselves pretty much, and then giving us as minimal as they can, taxing us more, lowering the pay, you know, raising the prices of goods, creating the whole like disparity within the money system and the social classes or whatever, as they try to call them, the financial classes. But what I'm suggesting on the other side of it is that if we didn't have that like parasite basically just slowing us down, then instead of all of us having to be on like this rat race of just spinning our wheels endlessly, it could be more akin to that all anyone has to do is get on the exercise bike once a day. And this is obviously all just an analogy, but that we all have to, instead of everyone have to get on every day and just cycle and cycle endlessly, the way the rat race kind of system is as a whole. Instead, perhaps all we'd have to do is get on the bike and just do like one rotation of the wheel. Meaning that I think there's a way in which a natural system of humans, we all do a little bit and it actually adds up very quickly to where we have like infinite abundance for everyone.
Yeah, I've thought of it. There's like, okay, so there's a lot of stuff that you can do with water to produce energy where like nobody's going to need to pedal anything. And there's there's multiple villages in India, and every year they have the villages compete against each other to make the largest, most effective earthworks for catching, slowing, and sinking water. But they also divert it to like little hydroelectric generators that they build out there and stuff. And it's really cool to see. They do it for 45 days straight, and they all take turns and they have shifts. The whole village gets together. They dig all these channels and ponds, and you can see the work that they've done from satellite imagery. And they've literally like reforested and created all this just abundance for their villages just through this very healthy competition. And dude, the United States, we have so much money and power. If we really, if we put all the efforts that we did and all the weapons into like just fucking rebuilding the old growth forest, like collecting water and creating electricity in sustainable ways, it could be what you're describing without, I mean, it's like you have kids and like, dude, the schooling could be free. The education could be the best in all the realm. It would, man, it could be cool, but I don't know. I think there's something to be said about how unattainable this utopia is, and how even though the world is such a jacked up place, there's still so much beautiful creation from humans, and a lot of that creativity does seem to come from suffering. I know it's kind of a bummer, but it's something that I've noticed, that a lot of the most influential people, the people who are like cutting edge in their field, they've overcome a lot, and there's also something to be said about that.
Oh yeah, I agree absolutely. I think those are very unique soul lessons in my viewpoint to be able to go through. I would say for myself, that's how I would categorize it, as in just terms of all of those processes involved. In terms of going through processes of a lot of challenge or even suffering, and how that actually fuels like like a spiritual process of sorts, to get to the root of that and to work out where that is, and then to perhaps even harmonize or integrate one's being in a way that is in a way functioning free from any dissonance around the processes of suffering. And that seemingly by like strengthening oneself with that, there seems to be a potential for like a raising of one's frequency by kind of like increasing compassion for others, and then having gone through it and having succeeded in some way or transcended it in some way.
Yeah, I share the same view on like spiritual struggles and soul battles, whatever the term was that you used. So we're about to be
kind of just.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to change the subject a little bit and say we're about to be full swing in that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, right? Or we're still a couple months out from that, huh?
No, we're in it, dude. We're in it. In fact, we're pretty much, I was thinking today, we're about a quarter of the way through the cycle, roughly. I'd have to go look at the exact dates, but, you know, roughly probably a quarter of the way through it. So, I mean, we're just really at the beginning of it. It's, you know, it's just getting locked and loaded and ready to go. I think it's going to be connected to some huge raises in prices within markets. Bitcoin just went up above 30,000 as well, so it looks like that could be on its way. But yeah, the Jupiter Uranus could bring that, because Jupiter is connected to the principle of expansion and growth and abundance, and it can be anything that's expanded is connected to like expansion and growth. And then the principle of Uranus is connected to like sudden, unexpected change, transformation, very quick, almost like a lightning bolt of transformative energy. And so when you have the Uranus principle that's like liberating the principle of Jupiter, which is expansion, then you have this like liberation, expansion, liberative. Is that a word? Liberative, liberation. How about expansive liberation? That would be a Jupiter Uranus theme right there. Is expansive liberation. That's one form of it that it can come through. So that's one way. But yeah, so we're about we're all going through it together. The whole Earth is, as it were, and yeah, we're about a quarter of the way into it, and it's really going to start to get even more so like by the end of this year and then into next year. It's going to be cooking all through next year, like January, like all through, the first. And I think it really starts to finish around like August or September of next year. So, I mean, we have basically the rest of this year, all winter, all spring, and all of summer, where it's just going to be peaking through all of that. So it could be a very interesting time for like the birth and the launch of a lot of new things in the world, because that's often what these periods are associated with. Breakthroughs of technological forms in a lot of different ways, like sudden, unexpected, expansive breakthroughs.
Yeah, dude, and the possibilities right now just keep, at least in my life and in other people's lives around me, shit is just popping off, like job opportunities, just good stuff. Good stuff is happening, dude. God is good all the time, bro.
Well, we just went through the Saturn Pluto from 2020 to 2023. And yeah, that's a dark cycle. Saturn Pluto is always connected to some of the darkest times in general. And it's totally the energy of lockdown and just all of everything that was going on, fear and lockdown, because Saturn and Pluto are totally different principles, but that's over now. And then that's why I've been saying, like, you know, that's totally over. And then we're in this Jupiter Uranus now, which is just starting to heat up. You know, it's about 10 degrees right now as we speak. It's like exactly 10 degrees. But Jupiter is, you know, behind Pluto. But Jupiter moves faster than Pluto through the zodiac. So, you know, like Jupiter is at 11 degrees Taurus right now, whereas Uranus is 21 degrees of Taurus. So they're about 10 degrees apart. And they're actually both in retrograde right now as well. So, yeah, so it's at that 10 degrees. So since Jupiter moves faster than Pluto through the zodiac, you know, it's at 11. Uranus is at, did I say Pluto? I meant Uranus. Because Jupiter moves faster than Uranus, since Uranus is at 21 degrees and then Jupiter's at 11, what's going to happen is that, well, now they're both in retrograde, so they're not even going to be doing much until they're out of retrograde. But once they come out of retrograde, Jupiter will go from 11 to then 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. And then it'll get up to 21, and then it'll get past 21, which means that it's hit the peak. That's like during a solar eclipse, like right at the peak of it, when the full corona is happening. That would be the same positioning and the same type of degrees involved when they're right on top of each other, or they're right, you know, in a conjunction, an exact conjunction. And often the phenomenon in the world, the events that are actually happening on Earth, will tend to peak out at that time as well. Even though it doesn't mean that every peak thing happens right when the degree is right there, but there is definitely a peak of the statistical sort of probabilities, as it were, or the statistical actual events that are occurring that are connected to this phenomenon. That it does seem to peak. So yeah, we're well within 15 degrees, which is when these things really start. And when they get within 10 degrees is really when they do start to heat up. And especially, you know, once it gets down to 8 degrees, 7, 6, 5, 4, and then it gets all the way to being exact. And then sometimes it retrogrades back over it for a couple weeks or a couple months, and then it comes back. So sometimes the peak just, you know, that's how it works. It kind of wavers back and forth as they retrograde over each other. And then eventually they move on, and that'll be like next August or September is when this cycle is going to be over. But looking at previous periods of Jupiter Uranus is also very illuminating to what the possibilities are, you know, of within the realms of the types of things that will be occurring on that level. We don't necessarily know exactly the details of it because you can't really use this to predict that, but we do know the kind of the weather, basically the principles that are most in a most peak form of being reflective of the state of affairs within the human realm, within the human life.
Do you happen to have a list of dates for the last time there were these conjunctions of Jupiter and Uranus? Or is it a conjunction, or what is it? I'm sorry.
Well, with any two luminaries, there's the what's called the quadrature aspects, which are all the major aspects. So basically, every combination of luminaries, or as they call them, planets in the heliocentric model, you know, Jupiter, Neptune, etc., they all move in their own cycles with each other. So each combination moves in its own unique cycle with each other, the same way the sun and the moon do. Meaning that, like, let's say for Jupiter, Uranus, for example, right now we're in a conjunction, but meaning this is like the new moon part of the cycle, the same as the new moon, when the sun and the moon are in the same position in the sky, as it were, in this, you know, the celestial field of it. So like with Jupiter, Uranus right now, they're roughly at the same position. Like I was saying, they're only 10 degrees apart. But since Jupiter moves faster through the zodiac than Uranus does, once Jupiter moves past Uranus, it's going to, that's why it's called quadrature, because the next major aspect is going to be the 90 degree. So that's once Jupiter gets all the way past, you know, Uranus, and then at some point it's going to get to being a 90 degree position. That would be like the first phase of the moon when it's like the first quarter. That would be like the first quarter part in the analogy of the moon cycle. And then Jupiter will continue moving on, and then it'll get to where it's 180 degrees from Uranus. So then that's called the opposition when it's 180 degrees. So then that's the next major. There's other minor aspects, but I'm talking about these are the major ones. is what they're referred to, the quadrature. And with these larger cycles within the phenomenon, within like, human lives and everything, the quadratures do seem to be the most potent, peak of the expression in terms of like statistically, the things correlated with these, happening around the world and in all kinds of different facets of life, independent from each other, even, etc. So yeah, so then when it gets and then that's the 180 degrees, and then it gets to where it's like the waning phase, as it were, with the moon, where it's like the third quarter, and then it comes all the way back to being a new moon again. So that would be like the Jupiter-Uranus cycle, for example, and we're in the conjunction point of it now, which is when they're right next to each other, which is also one of the most potent forms of it because it's a conjunction when they're right next to each other. And it, just like the way a new moon cycle tends to like plant seeds, when it's the new moon part of the cycle, when it's like Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, it tends to be like this part of the cycle where it's planting the seeds that are going to then unfold over the entire next period of the entire Jupiter-Uranus cycle. So like through the first quarter, the opposition, the third quarter, and then back, like the seeds that start, the things that happen in people's lives, like during the conjunction part, will then play out through the rest of the entire cycles. And often it'll even peak when it's at the full moon type position, meaning the Jupiter-Uranus opposition. So the things that are all going to be happening during this Jupiter-Uranus conjunction are all going to perhaps even be at like some kind of peak fruition when Jupiter is 180 degrees in an opposition from Uranus in this current cycle that we're starting right now.
And when will that be?
The opposition?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me look it up to make sure I get the right date, just so it's accurate in that sense. Yeah, you're saying the peak of it, of this cycle. I just did a quick little, it's looking like about 2031.
Very interesting.
2031. This is the end of 2031. I just went to this spot quickly, and this is when it's in the opposition.
That's 7 years.
Yeah, and then the following conjunction is in 2037. So that's the entire next Jupiter-Uranus cycle. Like we're in the seeding of it right now in 2023, and then in about 8 years. So in four years we're going to get the square, the 90 degrees. And then in another 4 years, meaning 8 years, in 2031, we're going to have the opposition, which is like the full moon cycle of it. So that everything that's being seeded in the next year now would then be coming to fruition in 2031. And then when it comes all the way back to the completion of this whole cycle is going to be 2037.
That's interesting. Just I'm like thinking about all the wars that are going on and like all the weird conflicts and political stuff that are. I mean, I was about to say tomorrow. Next year is like an election year, and that's like, that's going to be pretty potent.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot kind of stirring. I mean, often Jupiter Uranus is connected to like revolutions, like revolutionary energy. The principle of Uranus is the principle of revolution, rebellion, etc. But often with Jupiter, it can have like kind of a touch of like success or like breakthrough connected to it. So there's certain like the French Revolution Well, that was a Uranus-Pluto period, which is similar to the 1960s. So basically, the Uranus-Pluto, it's like a longer lasting one. So instead of Uranus with Jupiter, it's Uranus with Pluto. So it's a different luminary. And that one lasts for like about a decade. It's about 10 years, 10 to 12 years. So we had a conjunction of Jupiter-Uranus. No, sorry, of Uranus-Pluto. I said that wrong. Of Uranus and Pluto, we had a conjunction from 1960 to 1972. So during that whole period it was a conjunction. So that means it's like the seeding part of the cycle. So basically everything we're in now in terms of the Uranus-Pluto cycle, instead of Uranus-Jupiter, with Uranus-Pluto, we're actually in that cycle right now too. So we're actually like still unfolding everything that was seeded for the Uranus-Pluto cycle during the 60s. And we're in that one as well. But that the Uranus-Pluto was also present during the French Revolution and the American Revolution. It always seems to be present when there's like very like breakthroughs and revolutionary type things occurring.
I found the list of all the dates of the Uranus-Jupiter conjunctions, when they enter, their exact conjunction, and when they leave, going back to 1941. And it's just like World War II. Then what happened in 1954 or 1955? That was like the space race. And then 69 was the moon landing.
Yeah. So 1969 is all three of these. So I've been saying Uranus, Jupiter. That's what we're in right now. Uranus, Jupiter. That was the first one I talked about. And then there's Uranus, Pluto. So it's also Uranus, but with Pluto. Oh, so I was saying, so Uranus, Jupiter, and Uranus, Pluto. But during 1969, all three of those were aligned. So the whole summer of love, everything that happened like in 1969, it was already the Uranus-Pluto alignment because that was happening from 1960 all the way to 1972. So Uranus-Pluto was happening the whole time. And then in 69, Jupiter came in to make a triple conjunction alignment where they all were aligned with Jupiter. And then that brought, like the summer of love. Of course, the moon landing, because the thing about the moon landing is that it was this reaching of the new heights, as it were, new distances, totally connected to the Uranus-Pluto and Uranus-Jupiter. Because even though it was, I don't think it was, they didn't actually go there. I don't think they actually made the trip. But the way that they sold it totally was activating this combination of luminaries, that they knew that, because there's no question in my mind that they did that moon landing in 69 purposefully with this alignment, because they were trying to captivate people into getting them to believe that there was this technology, which would be the Uranus. Uranus is the principle of technology. It's like electricity. It's connected to electricity. It's connected to technologies and advancements, etc. So with the principle of Uranus, of that technology, with Jupiter, the expansive, because Jupiter is all about expansion and growth and everything. So this idea of humans like growing, expanding out into space and going to the moon and actually landing on it is totally connected to those three, which were the major alignment at the time of the whole world in 1969. So even though I don't think they actually went to the moon, I do think they planned it as a psyop while trying to captivate that in people. And in a way, it was pretty effective, because everybody did have that, they were like in shock and kind of in awe of like, oh my gosh, we did, so I think they kind of twisted it and they used it for the deception part. But nonetheless, in terms of just looking at it from the actual turn of events, it's pretty interesting to see how when Jupiter came into that alignment, because it was already happening through the 60s, and then when Jupiter came in, it did bring that whole summer of love and the Woodstock and the 500,000 people going to Woodstock and all that, which is connected to this as well. The whole like Jimi Hendrix and electric guitar and just partying and expansive, and all of that, and even like the whole kind of psychedelic type thing that was happening as well, and everyone like starting to, like take mushrooms and cannabis and these things that they didn't have access to before. There was this like expansion of interconnectedness and all those ways. But yeah, that was a classic. That was in our modern times, 69 in terms of a Uranus Jupiter period, but then also the Uranus Pluto. That's a quintessential moment of all three.
Well, I'm just thinking Uranus being the the technological one. What's a technology that really just kind of came onto the scene recently that could see some sort of new heights or have some sort of like massive worldwide psyop around it in the very near future during this conjunction? And I can really only think of either AI or drones or some kind of fusion.
Yeah, I would say that already the AI tech is already connected to this Jupiter-Uranus cycle that we're in right now. I mean, when did some of this AI stuff really started happening? Pretty much when this Jupiter-Uranus came in, because I'm not saying they weren't working on some of it before, but it does seem like, within the last, 6 months, it really does seem to have even picked up even more. And then, well, yeah, dude, there's a lot of things that it could be correlated with when it comes to technology and possible, like, because the thing is, during these periods, there's often like breakthroughs, like another period, whatever people think of quantum physics, whether they think it's legit or not or anything, but there are actually, there is a lot of very real experiments and measurements and things that are associated with quantum physics that do seem to have, there is like actual tangibility to certain parts of it. And there's been very extensive historical analysis done on previous Uranus-Jupiter periods. And when looking at the development of quantum physics, it seems to be correlated directly with the timing of the Uranus-Jupiter cycle. And that's the one that we're in right now as well. So like the whole development of quantum physics, and there's been many other technologies, even like the printing press. When the printing press was first invented, it was under a Jupiter-Uranus period. So there's like these very these breakthrough technologies that have some kind of a very expansive, long-reaching, sort of effect, because that's the Jupiter, the expansive and the far-reaching, and then the technology. And there's many things in the past that have already been shown to have that same pattern. So obviously, in our modern day, it's not going to be the printing press, obviously, because we're way beyond that. But what else could it be? Yeah, it was like social media, the internet. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, it could also be an implant, some sort of transhumanism. But I would definitely agree with you that the AI is a part of this junction.
Or with the central bank digital currencies, maybe there could be something that's going to happen within that realm. It's possible as well.
Yeah.
Like if
but then the whole thing
implementing that would be connected to Jupiter Uranus. Implementing some new technology, that would be the Uranus, on a very large scale of the Jupiter, just expanding it. So if they're going to roll something out, it's likely even on their minds. They know about all these cycles. They know about these patterns. They just stole it from the ancients. They didn't really figure it out themselves. They just stole it and then they just use it for themselves. And then they know that we don't know about it. And so they can use it to their benefit and to our lack of knowledge of what's going on. Unfortunately, when I say our, I'm just talking about in general, the current human race that isn't really aware of these cycles, but they use them for their psyops.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely trying to use the stars to guide my path. There's something to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're interested further on the Jupiter-Uranus cycle, I would say there are some certain individuals that have done a lot of work in that with that particular combination. It's pretty fascinating to see, because basically what you can do with this, So like when people start to get an understanding of the basic like principles and you know the actual archetypes themselves and what they represent, you can go back. Anyone can do this. Can go back in time and you can just see what was aligned at a particular time, which alignment was happening, and then look at the actual events at that time, and then see if there's like numerous or like a very highly statistical, a very heavily weighted statistical profusion of certain either events or happenings that have occurred within like individuals' lives, or like certain like inventions or breakthroughs, or you know, religious times of turmoil or political times of turmoil, financial disease, all of these different patterns, and just go look at what was occurring. So like if someone was in the future and they were going to go back and look at the whole pandemic thing that we went through from 2020 to from about 2020 to 2023, within that range, like, and even before it happened, astrologers knew what was coming, which was that Saturn Pluto. And what was occurring during that time, like the lockdowns, totally connected, like to the principles of Saturn and Pluto, which I could share about, but I know it's a whole additional thing. But Saturn and Pluto, just like the words locked down and everything that happened. So like one could already go back in that time and be like, okay, so what was happening during that time? Oh, okay, so the entire world was locked down. Every country was locking down. They were restricting access to this, to this, to that, to that. Everyone had to wear a facial covering. I mean, everything that went on. It's just the profusion of that was so. And then to look and be like, oh, so there was a conjunction, which is, you know, one of the most potent alignments. It's when they're right on top of each other. It's the same one we're in the Uranus Jupiter conjunction right now. But the one that we just went through, the Saturn Pluto, that was a conjunction. And the last opposition at the peak of this, okay, now we're talking about Saturn Pluto. Okay, so we just went through the conjunction of Saturn Pluto from 2020 to 2023. It was a conjunction. So we just went through it. We're done with it pretty much now. It's moved along. It's beyond 30 degrees, so it's on its way. But we just went through that. But so that was like the new moon part of it. But if you rewind time and go back to when it was an opposite, when it was in an opposition, so it was Saturn Pluto in an opposition. That was during 2001 and 9/11 and the whole war that came after that. So basically the peak of this Saturn Pluto was in 2001, and when 9/11 happened, there was actually an eclipse that aligned with the Saturn Pluto right before 9/11. No doubt that they planned it that way to have that all activated. It was a grand cross eclipse, which means they're all like 90 degrees from each other, the sun, the moon, Saturn, and Pluto. Total. And then Saturn and Pluto was very tight as well, like to the degree. It was very, very, like it was at the peak. So yeah, that 9/11. Anyway, so we just, after the 9/11, we then, since then, now, you know, from in 2020, that was the completion of the entire cycle of the Saturn Pluto, as it were, from the 9/11 peak. And then, at least when it comes to Saturn and Pluto, we're now in an entirely new cycle, which now it started with the whole pandemic thing, technically, because it started in, you know, this cycle started in 2020. So now we're in this one unfolding. So yeah, from 9/11 to now was from the full moon to the new moon part of the Saturn Pluto cycle.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy to just see how things play out.
Well, I think it's awesome. Yeah, we're gonna have a nice relief from the Saturn Pluto, that's for sure. It will be back, but hopefully it'll be a little bit of a smoother ride next time. Because yeah, this last Saturn Pluto, that conjunction, that was wicked with the whole pandemic thing and everything connected to that. So we won't really have Saturn. We won't really have Saturn Pluto again until like 2028. So yeah, we got some years. So it's a nice relief from the Saturn Pluto in a sense. I mean, I think everything it's all good and there's growth and positivity and everything, but it is one of the more challenging things. Like when you look at the darkest periods in human history, always Saturn Pluto periods, by far, without any question. Like even during the 1960s, in 1965, Saturn came in to the Uranus Pluto. There was already a Uranus Pluto conjunction, like I mentioned earlier. Well, Saturn came into it in 1965. So that means now you have Saturn Pluto with Uranus. And the in 1965 there were more riots and protests and riots, even violent riots, total revolutions, like cities burning, all that stuff that was going on in the 1960s. And in 1965, it was at the peak. And it happens to be right when the Uranus Pluto was already at its tightest alignment, because it's right in the middle of the 60s. So it's right when it's at the tightest. And Uranus is that principle of revolution, rebellion, and protesting and sort of all of that. And then Pluto intensifies everything that it's connected to. So it's intensifying and driving that with even more power. And then when Saturn came into it, Saturn represents like structures and like the system and the structures and so on. And so when you have all of those together, the amount of like riots and things that were happening in 1965, like there were more riots and revolutions and more, people on the streets, like against the governments and everything. In 1965, there was more of that than any other time in the entire 20th century. So
Yeah, that's wild.
It's not even the darkest Saturn Pluto time, of course, because like Uranus was in there, so it was more of a rebellious time. But others, like the Saturn Pluto cycle, like a lot of these historians have actually done the work to go back. Now, that if you go too far back in history, then now you have to trust the history that we're told or whatever. However, it does seem to correlate with the Saturn Pluto cycle, like the times of wars, like in a very cyclical way, like just looking at very dark times and like things like plagues and like huge world, etc. And then when we look in our modern time, like World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, that 1965 period, the 9/11 period in 2001, of course, the pandemic thing recently, etc. So the Saturn Pluto is always connected to like times where there's like a lot of death, a lot of suffering, a lot of fear. Those are some of the themes that tend to be the case, which of course during this last one from 2020 to 2023, those were the main themes that I just mentioned, fear, death, all of that, and isolation and locking down and control, like this control. That's what Saturn is the principle of control, and then Pluto intensifies it. So it's like this lockdown of control that was happening as well.
Yeah, it's a good time to start creating an environment that nourishes, growth, so that the next time that those alignments come around, you can be relatively padded. I don't think you can escape those types of like archetypal climates. I can't deny them. Like I've experienced it with everybody else, but I think you can pad yourself from some of the madness. We have this like inside joke at my friend's house because we all go over there and hang out most nights of the week, just for a couple hours in the evening. And a majority of us did not get the jab, so we say, "Un-V crew assemble." It's kind of funny. Actually, one of my friends was talking about how our sperm is probably going to be worth a ton in the future.
A ton of love.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I think there's a lot of well, so what you're saying in the like, what would you say the main like milieu is on the Earth right now? Like, what would you say the main kind of vibe in the air, as it were, if you were to say, like, what's the main vibes these days? What are the themes?
Uncertainty, um, kind of like a race car in the red. You know, like people they just want to let it rip. They just want to like seeing how eager people are to like go to war and stuff. Or like supporting wars over the last couple of years with the whole Ukraine and now the Israel thing. It's like, yeah, it just kind of seems that's what it seems like. People are itching to go fast.
Are we sure that's how people feel though, or is that more just like the news making it that vibe, or what do you think?
Yeah, let me think about that.
I haven't really watched the news, so I guess I can't really say. Like,
Yeah,
I haven't even seen the news in who knows how long. I mean, I see things, like I definitely keep up to date with things in the world, but I don't really watch like the major news station stuff, you know? I don't really,
yeah,
I don't take in all of their propaganda in that way.
yeah, I can't remember the last time I watched the news, to be honest, but
are they staying with that UFO stuff like they were doing, or is that kind of on the back burner? Because remember, for a while there, it looked like they were moving forward with that, and they were starting to do all saying the military found all these UFOs. So are they like, what's the status on that one? And then what's this? Yeah, and then obviously it sounds like there's a lot of war stuff.
yeah. Well, my theory has always been that if they do a Project Bluebeam type thing, they are definitely not going to do it over like LA or New York. They're not going to do it over London. They're going to do it over Jerusalem, because you combine all the Muslims, all the Jews, and all the Christians in the world, and that makes up a good portion of the Western world, at least. And I mean, yeah, most of the Middle East, really. It's like, I don't know. To me, that would be the place it would have its most effect. It would affect people religiously, deeply on like a religious level. And what a better time to have aliens come down to the Holy Land when there's a war going on.
So you think they could? So they did a little pre-programming with the UFO stuff, and they're gonna maybe do war stuff, and then bring in maybe some kind of alien stuff.
Yeah,
that would make sense.
That would be the most divisive, because then you have
all the different up the conflict, problem, reaction, solution. Woo. Uh-oh.
Yeah, like if the aliens come down and take sides, or if they just no, it could be. I mean,
it's a prophecy in some religious text.
Oh yeah.
And this is it. Yeah, they get into that too. Well, it makes sense to stir up. I mean, I'm not even like obviously like saying this. It sounds like we're like almost like, like saying like, oh, that's the thing to do. But it's not the thing that obviously I would do, but it's the thing that some evil psychopath will do. And it seems like these guys that are doing this stuff, yeah, I wouldn't put it past them to problem, reaction, solution. And then whether they bring the aliens in sooner, like in the recent, in the next coming things, or off into the future, but it does seem like, even though it sounds wild, but the whole globe model, it does seem like perhaps is one of the main purposes of it originally was to carry this whole idea of outer space, and that there could be, light years of galaxies out there that could have all kinds of alien life, which makes the probability like extremely high. Because if you have like a stationary planar surface, like, yeah, there might be other lands, but I mean, it's not the same necessarily. Well, I guess you could say we're on an infinite plane, or it could be anything, I guess, really. Like, but even if it's a plane as well. But I'm just saying the way that they built it up with the outer space story, and then being on this globe that we can't really leave, but they can. So they have like Space Force, and like they'll protect us, and then we're just on the Earth. Like most of these people are just believing that we're on the globe, and that space is even real at all. So it does seem like it's possible that the whole globe model has been to fuel this belief in the space story, so that they can then roll out some kind of NWO type takeover thing where they have like a one world government where our lives are way more controlled and we're way less free. And they're like harvesting us in different ways, in very negative ways. So it's like, it could be pretty dire if they were even able to accomplish that. But it's intense to think that there's even any entities that have this type of agenda. But from what they've already done, it looks pretty clear what they're up to.
Hey, Gio, I see you in DM. Check it out.
There's just a lot of pre-programming for like threats from the sky in media, whether it's like a meteor, asteroid, aliens, whatever. The moon blows up. And yeah, they were kind of priming us with that stuff earlier.
We're also headed into a huge Saturn-Neptune conjunction. So that's going to be one of the long-term ones. That's not really going to really start. It's already maybe coming in a little bit now because this is a conjunction. This is a big one, Saturn and Neptune. So that's coming, in the coming months. Like by next year, it gets within 10 degrees. So it really is. It's gonna start like next kind of spring and summer, and it's a fairly long lasting cycle. Well, it's not the longest, of course. It's Saturn and Neptune, but it is pretty long. The classic Saturn-Neptune period is when the Berlin Wall came down.
Nice.
And the whole Velvet Revolution. Because Neptune is like, it dissolves boundaries, and then Saturn is like structures. So during these periods, there's often like a dissolving of boundaries or like a dissolving of structures in certain ways. And yeah, that Berlin Wall, that whole event was a classic Saturn-Neptune period. Yeah, that's going to be going for a couple years. I mean, here I'm up into 2026, and we're at 5 degrees away. So I mean, even in 2026, it's still within 5 degrees. So this is a very, very long lasting. What I was saying is it's not quite as long as like with Pluto, for example. But let's see. By 2027, it looks like it's kind of done. So basically starting like next spring all the way through 2027, we're going to have a whole Saturn-Neptune conjunction. The whole world's going to be going through it for like the next, like several years. About 4 years. 3 to 4 years. So that should be interesting too. See, that could be a whole like new like revisioning of humanity potentially, because Neptune is like the vision and the visioning and those types of structures, and Saturn can be like, and that could be like a positive way I'm saying is like a positive restructuring, because Saturn is the structures, and then Neptune can be like ideals, like higher ideals. So there's a potential with Saturn Neptune to have like some like a dissolving of old structures that were no longer serving us, and like a rebuilding and a reestablishing of like higher ideals and with a higher integrity of Saturn. Saturn represents integrity, and then Neptune represents like those higher ideals and those like higher frequency types of harmony as well. So it could be interesting. I mean, yeah, in these coming years, could there be some positive integrations of like, our visions? But it also could be a time where it feels like our visions are cloudy, or there could be kind of like disillusionment, or there's like negative sides to it too. There could be kind of this like malaise kind of energy to it, as kind of like lazy, kind of weak vibe sometimes. So there's negatives to it as well, but it also has that potential for like a structuring of a higher order.
Yeah, I know that I have some interesting alignments that I'll be going, or transits that I'll be going through while we're going through this Jupiter Uranus thing. I at least have some of them on my radar.
You
Like
want me to tell you yours?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't like you don't have to like obviously release like your info, because if I just say what the alignments are, I mean, it's up to you, but it would be near impossible for someone to even like, well, maybe actually they could know like your general birth year if they're savvy, but you can let me know. But I'm looking, I just pulled them up. So if you, I mean, not that I'll do like a whole in detail, but I'm just saying I could just quickly spot which ones are happening.
Yeah, go for it. I'm not worried about people figuring out what my birthday is. It was last week. I turned 33. What's up, everybody?
Nice, dude. Happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. You had an eclipse birthday.
Yep. It was a powerful day. It was really intense.
So here's a little one. You've got Jupiter square Jupiter right now. Pretty exact. It's within 1 degree. So that's interesting, which means that Jupiter in the sky is at an exact 90 degree angle from where Jupiter was when you were born. So it's a Jupiter square Jupiter.
Is it like a minor aspect, or would you say that's like pretty one of the? I know that opposition is like the strongest aspect, but what about the 90s?
Yeah, so in the same way that like with the quadrature, like the 90, 180, 90, and then back to the 0, all of those are very significant. There's also the trine, which is 120 degrees, and then a sextile, which is 60 degrees. Now, those are considered of a more harmonious. Well, okay, so the word quadrature, that would mean like, the 0, 90, 180, 90, 0, like, that. And those are all referred to as the major aspects. But there's also the next most significant would be that are of a more positive or harmonious vibrational nature, would be the trine, which is 120 degrees, and then the sextile, which is 60 degrees. So it's basically 120 and 60. And the way that like it's all electrical. So like a 90 degree angle electrically is kind of like these two directions are kind of coming at odds with each other, kind of like two cars coming down like a four-way stop. Two cars are coming 90 degrees from each other. And like, even imagine if they were to get in an accident, that kind of energy. So the 90 can have a little bit of tension involved. The 90 often is known for having the feeling of kind of like a release, some kind of a release energy, because it's kind of like the two things that are coming at 90 degree aspects to each other. They kind of like, if they were to hit or kind of, interfere with each other, they form some kind of new structure. Like if they were to interfere, it then forms something new on the other side of the interference pattern. Whereas so that's the 90. Then the 180 has a total oppositional quality to it, where the energies kind of pulsate back and forth. It's not really about release as much. It's more about kind of the pulsation. And often there can even be like a blindness, the way that like with an eclipse, the way that eclipses occur. So in the same way, when it's an opposition, sometimes people can be a little bit almost like not clear on it, or it's a little bit like in that sense, because it's opposing. So it like pings back and forth, and it's kind of looking right at you in that sense. And then there's the other 90 degrees. It's, and then the conjunction. But the 120 degrees of the trine and then the 60 degrees of the sextile, they are kind of at like a smooth flow. They're like an angle. So just to give you an idea, like if you imagine a circle, if you have 3 trines, you get a perfect triangle, which is 120, 120, 120, 120, which is 360. So you get 320 angles, 320 degree angles that make up an exact equilateral triangle. So that's if you have all 3 of them, and it's called a grand trine. If people have luminaries that are all in position that are all trines like that, it's called a grand trine, and it's like 320 degrees to make that. But even if you don't have all 3, if you just have one, it's kind of like sitting opposite from someone, but then kind of moving off to like an angle where you're looking at them from like a very nice, like complementary angle. So yeah, the 120 degrees and the 60, they tend to have a much more positive, harmonious kind of flowing energy. And they tend to not have the same kind of like tension and even crisis that what's often referred to as the hard aspects, which is the 90 and the 180.
Okay, cool. And you said I had Jupiter to Jupiter on my natal chart.
Yeah, so like in that whole way of the cycle, like the new moon cycle, the quarter, the full moon, like that whole thing. Well, within all of our charts, we all have that happening with multiple different luminaries. But let's just say with the case of Jupiter, like you have your own Jupiter cycle, which means when you were born, Jupiter was right when you were born. And then as time kept passing, at some point, the Jupiter in the sky, it made a 90 degree angle to where the Jupiter was when you were born. And then it kept moving and it makes 180 and it keeps moving and it makes a 90. So that's the part you're in. You're in the 3rd quarter of your own personal Jupiter cycle, your own personal Jupiter. The aspects of Jupiter just to your Jupiter. So it's just one luminary, just Jupiter to Jupiter. And right now you're having a 90 degree square aspect transit, which is in the 3rd phase of your Jupiter cycle, your own personal Jupiter cycle. And yeah, you're in the 3rd phase of it with that 90 degree right now. Yeah.
Interesting. I know that Jupiter is going to move into my 5th house pretty soon. It's supposed to mean something for like new relationships. I think somebody told me that.
Here, I'm checking when. Okay. So the conjunction for you. Sorry, if you want me to respond to what you said, you may have to say it again. Sorry, because I was calculating this. But I just wanted, so I was right on the tip of getting it. So for you, like you're in this Jupiter square Jupiter, but when it gets to where it's a conjunction, which means Jupiter conjoining your Jupiter, so that would be the end of the entire cycle of the Jupiter cycle for you. Like you'd be back. Anyways, that's going to happen in 2026. So you're in the 3rd quarter now, and then the finale of the cycle will be in 2026. That's going to be interesting to see what's going to be going on by that point. Wow, that's going to be on fire.
Yeah, dude, that'll be gnarly because that'll be right at the end of the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Or like that'll be like the tail end of whatever transpires during that time. Didn't you? Yeah, you said it was, or no, it'd be like halfway through because it was 2031 that it was.
Oh, with that one as well. Yeah, exactly. Well, that was yeah, I think that's halfway through it. Yeah, that would be. Well, I can see actually if that's. Let me see right here. So Jupiter, and then the Uranus. Let me see. Not in your chart. I got to calculate it on the top of my I got to do it myself. I got to manually calculate it. Oh, wait, were we talking about which one? The Saturn Pluto cycle? I think we might, yeah, maybe Saturn Pluto when I was saying the 2031 and then, but anyways, yeah. Well, yeah, like your own personal Jupiter cycle is going to be, completing and then reseeding, like a reseed, like SEED, not reseed like with a C, but like reseed in terms of in your own Jupiter. So, and then yeah, you're in that third square of it. I guess I can look to see when the one you're in now actually started. I'm gonna have to go years ago. Oh, okay. I'm getting closer. 2015. Yep. It started for your Jupiter. You had a, let me see, get a little closer on the time here. When it first came in for you. Here we go. Okay. So this Jupiter cycle you're in now started in the summer of 2014 is really when it would have first activated, is summer of 2014. And then it lasted until about summer of 2015. So the transit, Jupiter conjoining Jupiter, so Jupiter right where it was when you were born, Jupiter conjunct Jupiter, first came in for you in about the summer of 2014. It went through all 2014 into 15. And then by summer of 2015, it had moved on. And that would have been the seeding period for the cycle. That you're the one that you're now in the third quarter of, and then the one that resolves in 2026.
Oh wow, that's a trip.
And yeah, like in general, Jupiter is that principle of like expansion and growth. It can be connected to like higher learning. It could be connected to like higher philosophy. It could be connected to like success, expansion, like reaching new heights. It could be connected to like positivity and joviality. Everything that is connected to like expanding one's life, expanding one's horizons. Often people experience that, or some kind of just things becoming like bigger in their lives in a certain sense, just because Jupiter is connected to just bigness. And even it's also connected to like serendipity and, you know, positive things happening, you know, in one's life, like coming into some kind of something of a positive nature and of a growth oriented nature in a positive way. There is a shadow side of Jupiter, which is like overindulgence. So like excessive indulgence would be one of those. So it plays through in like alcohol addictions or other types of addictions. It can play through at least, when instead of the Jupiter being like expansive and growth orienting, in the case of overindulgence, it's still expansive because it's a lot of something like overeating or, you know, over drinking or whatever that may be. It's a lot of it, but it's a lot of something that's feeding into an unhealthy pattern. So in that case, you know, so it could be, it's connected to things like that. It's even connected to like eating disorders. Often that's with Saturn and Jupiter, is with eating disorders, this like bulimia and some of these things as well. But so yeah, Jupiter can be connected to, but just overindulgence in general, and some form of a expansion contraction thing that can, so even though Jupiter is connected to like positivity and buoyancy and joy and pleasure and a lot of these really beautiful expansive things, like higher learning and all of that, but it also has that tendency for like overinflation. For example, if something is overinflated in a sense, to where it kind of it becomes like it can like I guess in a sense have a negative effect from that overusage, as it were, like overage, exhaustion maybe.
And the way Jupiter's moving, I would go through Jupiter sextile Jupiter next, right?
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't. Yeah. Okay.
You got it, dude. You got it already. Exactly. Because, dude, it's like all sacred geometry. So as you go around the circle, Yeah, exactly. Like if you start at 0, well, there's actually even something called minor aspects as well. So to really get saucy, like quintiles, for example, love that word, quintile. But yeah, there's quintiles, which are like 72 degrees. So, and then there's biquintiles and sesquiquintiles. So there's actually a ton more aspects because it's basically breaking the circle into 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just dividing the circle by different numbers. So like if you divide the circle by 3, you get the trine, 120 degrees, because you get 3 120-degree angles. So if you just take a circle, divide it in 3 equal sections, then you get those 3 120 degrees, which is why it's such a harmonious energy. Like a grand trine is amazing. Like looking at certain like famous athletes or famous musicians, like some of them have like a grand trine with like certain luminaries that are just so like on point with their whole life. It's just amazing. Like because a grand trine could be connected to like a unique skill or unique talent in certain sense. But anyways, that's dividing the circle by 3. If you divide the circle by 4, then you get the 90 degree, the 180, the 90. You get that whole quadrature thing because that's the word quad means 4. So by dividing the circle by 4, you get the 90 degrees, the square, the opposition. You get all those. And then if you divide it by 5, you get the quintiles. 6, you get the sextiles, which is why the word sextile is coming from 6. The word etc. And then you get septiles and octiles as you keep going, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. You get all the rest of them as well. So there's actually all those minor aspects. And the minor aspects are not the same as the major aspects. But the minor ones are significant. Like if someone has a very tight aspect, like a quintile or something that is very tight in terms of the degree in their birth chart, it's always very significant and is often connected to like a unique skill or a talent when it comes to the quintile. Or something that if someone were to express those, they could even activate that within themselves as well. It tends to kind of be like a seed for that.
Oh.
Like a classic example, maybe someone might have like a famous like an athletic swimmer, like sometimes like looking at like some of the best swimmers in the world, and it's common to find like they might have like a Mars Neptune quintile, for example, where like Mars is like athleticism, and like energy and everything that Mars is, and then Neptune is the water. So they're like an athlete in the water, which is already a Mars Neptune thing. A lot of swimmers have Mars Neptune aspects in and of itself. But just an example where I was just trying to say with a quintile, if they were to have a quintile of that, that would even because quintiles are often connected to people's like very unique skills or unique talents. And if they would have that between Mars, the athleticism, and then Neptune, water and athleticism in the water, that would be classic to have. And we see that very frequently when looking at these charts. So yeah, I could check if you have any quintiles. We could check at all those as well. But
Yeah. Could you send me what you're looking at just so I could look at it with you?
Yeah, like a screenshot of what I'm looking at right now, or
Yeah, just so I could. Cause I'm looking at my transits from a couple weeks ago when you sent it to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Or they're about the same though. I mean, I can just I'm looking at this one now.
Can I just share this right from this snipping tool thing? Can I just I don't know
Yeah,
if it's
you can.
connected to all that. Look, I'm on Windows. I think you have to like save it and then attach it.
It's not a big deal. I can listen and follow still. I know what you're talking about.
There's probably another tool that would do it. No, I got it. Yeah, I wish there was a faster way to have done that, but yeah, I just did it. It took a second there. Oh, I thought for a second I thought I posted in the right place. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a
You're
second,
good.
oh, did I post that in the live stream? So yeah, you've got the Jupiter square Jupiter. Let me see what other major aspects real quick. Pluto. Okay. Well, you've already gone through that. So you went through a Pluto Saturn. Well, you had Pluto move through this whole thing actually. Anyways, so that's a whole thing that you just went through. But
Yeah, that was kind of intense. I was looking at that.
Well, Pluto basically swept through your entire. So you're born with a triple conjunction of Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn, and your Pluto, or I mean Pluto in the sky, just moved through all of that for you over the years. Like I'd have to look how many years this is. This would be many years. Let's see. So, well, let's see when it all started. When it all started for this young man right here. When the party started. Okay, for when this transit, dude, like Pluto, okay, in 2006, no joke, 2000, no, let's call it 2007, really. So that's when it got within 10 degrees. So 2007, Pluto started coming in to make this massive conjunction with, because you're born with Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. Oh, see, you're born during that, yeah, the whole Velvet Revolution, dude. You're born during that time. Oh, and this is with Jupiter too. Well, wait, this is in 2013. Never mind. That's a different one with Jupiter. Well, you do have it with Jupiter. It's a little bit off to this. Let me see. Yeah, I'd have to see in the actual. In the birth chart. It's it is. Yeah. You're born with this, dude. Yeah. Well, it's just a little past it because it was like 89 when the Jupiter. Okay, so this is what was going on. So you're born in. I mean, do you care if I just say the year? Because you already said your age.
No, I don't. I'm not worried.
Yeah. So it's just 1990. So there was a Uranus-Neptune alignment that came in the middle 1980s, in the middle of the 80s roughly is when it started coming in. And then it barreled through all of humanity through like the early 2000s. Very long-lasting transit because this is with Uranus and Neptune. So you're born in the Uranus-Neptune, and the Uranus-Neptune was like all of the 90s, quintessential Uranus-Neptune. It was the birth of the internet, the interconnectivity, because you have the Uranus, which is the technology and the breakthrough of the technology. And then Neptune, like I said before, like it can dissolve the boundaries. So before the mid 1980s, before the internet, basically, we were all pretty isolated in our communication. You know, you had to call one company or one person and, you know, et cetera. But once the internet hit, which was basically all in that, late 80s, early 90s, when the Uranus Neptune came in, there was just this complete breakthrough of the Uranus, of the breakthrough energy of it and the technology, which was like dissolving the boundaries between us to where it made us way more interconnected with the internet and ordering online and, you know, all the cell phones and the social media, everything that came out of that. And that all started in that whole cycle. So it was like this, like almost like birth of this interconnectivity that unleashed. So you're born in 1990, which is like right when that's, you know, in its like first quarter of its cycle, or just about the end of the first quarter, really, of sorts. And then it's just, so you're born with that. And then Saturn came into it during that late 80s time, which is why it's connected to the Velvet Revolution and the Berlin Wall and everything that was occurring. It's like this peaceful revolution of sorts that was like dissolving the boundaries where there wasn't really like wartime, because that's the Neptune influence. It's not the same as like Saturn, Pluto or something, which is more the violence. But anyways, and then the Jupiter was in that as well. So it even had a successful tinge to it as well. You know, people were like crying and it was like this whole thing. So the Jupiter, yeah. So you're basically born with that. I mean, the Jupiter had moved along a little bit, but the thing is it's still like 9 degrees from your Saturn. And then even though the other ones are at 11 and 6, they're going down. Still, that's all considered a complete conjunction in the birth chart. Like you have all that. You're born with that. So yeah. So the fact that, what was I starting saying all that? My point is that Pluto swept through that whole thing. So like you being born with that, like I was saying before, I think in 2006, is that the calculation I was doing? That's when when it started. And then for all this time, then you had Pluto move through that whole cluster in your chart through all of these, through all those years from 2000, like.
I think he said 07, but yeah.
07, yeah. So it looks like in 2012, the Pluto was exact with your Uranus. And then in 2014, it was exact with your Neptune. And then in 2019, it was exact with your Saturn. And then Saturn came in to conjoin it because it was the whole 2020. So you had kind of a completion of that whole cycle. For you was the scamdemic that came in, because then Saturn came into it. So basically Saturn sweeps through faster than Pluto. Pluto took that many years. Saturn, swifted through there, but then it made a conjunction at the end of it when 2020. So anyways, it's not really a transit you're in now, but it was a major one that you definitely went through on a personal level through the
dude. Yeah, I just did a little math on some of the dates you just gave me. That's fucking insane. Like 07, my family split up, and I had to like live in the house that I grew up in, like in this just like broken home up until 2021, basically on and off.
So real quick,
like,
one of the themes of Pluto transits is like having the rug pulled out from under you.
Yeah. 07 was nuts. For me, I had 3 jobs. I was like helping my single dad. It was nuts. Yeah, and then all of that, literally all of that crazy energy, like the family, like other parts of the family, like splitting up and like not talking to each other over it and stuff, like all kind of like came to fruition with the scamdemic. Like the lines were like officially drawn in the sand, and that house isn't even owned by like any family members anymore, and yeah, it's all over, which is nuts. Because like as soon as Pluto was done swooping through those, that was the end of it. And I'm in a new chapter. So that's wild.
Yeah, man. And another big factor with that, what you just shared, that's deep. Because in 2007, that's when you said that was?
Yep.
Oh, dude, this is, oh my gosh, so deep. Almost makes me want to shed a tear of deepness. Because I had the same transit, and I can share how there's a way in which there was components with my family as well. That not the same scenario you shared, but one that's still connected to this thing. So what I'm going to say is it's Pluto transiting your moon. So the moon represents like the family system, and it represents like the nourishment, and also just the family lines in general, in various ways. And then Pluto can be very tumultuous as an energy. It's very transformative. It's like a crucible of transformation, and Pluto has tremendous capacity for positive transformation. But before the transformation happens, it can feel like the rug's being pulled out, or there can be crisis, or there can be challenges of a cathartic kind of nature as well. Because it's more of a transformation through like a trial, rather than like with Uranus, it's all about just instant liberation. It's like Prometheus. Like Uranus is the liberation from jail kind of thing, whereas Pluto is more of the cathartic birth, like death and rebirth process. So that's why it can have that rug being pulled out from under you, and like death and rebirth, all the like themes of death and rebirth in various ways, like losing something, maybe gaining something as well, but having a loss that has some kind of like a cleansing quality, but also moving through. Pluto has a lot of transformative components to it. Anyway, so all of that with your moon. So what happened is that, so you're born with your moon in a square alignment with all of this. So you're a moon Uranus, you're a moon Neptune, you're a moon Saturn. You've got moon, and you've got with Venus, Mercury, and the sun. So you have actually 7 luminaries all in alignment because you're born with a conjunct. Anyways, yeah. So, but without going into too much detail, but the main point is that in 2007, particularly that you mentioned, it would have been really activating. Wait, did you say? Wait, what year? 2007?
Yeah, yeah.
So starting in 2007, you started going like Pluto basically started transiting. Like this is the order. It started transiting like your sun, which is like your identity, and then your Mercury, Venus, and the moon, the family, the Venus, the relational, all of these factors, and then also with Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. So Pluto, like those are all like that's 7 different luminaries that you already have involved. And then when Pluto, starting in 2007, is when Pluto basically came through and just swept through the whole cluster for you. So that's a major transit.
Yeah, that's wild.
Major Pluto transit to have. Like that's a once in a lifetime transit. You'll never get that particular alignment of Pluto again because it takes like unless you can live beyond 250 years.
If I were to give you a date, would you just tell me if you see any like major oppositions or like tell me if you see what you see in the past? Obviously.
Yeah, like so basically when looking at events, it tends to be that like okay, what the ones that they call the outer planets in their heliocentric system, they call them outer planets. You know, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, etc., because they claim that they're like beyond Saturn and all that. Now, the thing is that those do move differently in the sky. They move very slow through the zodiac. Although they're actually moving faster in actual speed, but they're moving slower through the zodiac. That's more complex. And when looking at like periods in someone's life, it tends to be that those slower moving ones, like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, that those tend to be like the major themes that are happening at that time. Because the other ones are moving a lot faster, like Mercury and Venus and Mars. Those are whipping through fairly fast. So they're kind of more like they're more like inflectors of the energy. So like if someone's already having like let's say you're having that Pluto moon transit. So you've already got Pluto moon. Well, Venus might come up and make a conjunction with it during that time. So then you'll get this like 2 or 3 week period where Venus comes in and brings inflection to it. But that's a more minor effect. Like that's more of an effect that's happening over days or weeks. Whereas these larger cycles I'm talking about are the actual major cycles and themes that are happening for the entire person's life at that time.
Okay, yeah, I'm following.
So that's why, like, yeah, if you were to give me a date and we were to look at a period, I would instantly be able to identify all of the major aspects, you know, of those slower moving luminaries, as it were, or like I said, as they call them, the outer. So I'd be looking at, yeah, Jupiter. Basically, if I were to do it, if you know, to get that level of it, pretty much starting at Jupiter, you know, Jupiter, Saturn, just going, you know, quote unquote out from there, like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. And then I would also use like the sun and the moon, of course. But I mean, the sun and the moon are much faster. I mean, it just depends on what you'd be wanting, like in that sense. What I'm saying though is that like if you were wanting like the major themes at the time, then yeah, the like starting at Jupiter and going from there would be that. And then basically the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, those are all kind of more considered like the personal luminaries, whereas the ones from Jupiter and beyond could even be considered like transpersonal, because like trans basically means beyond in this sense. So it's like beyond the personal, to where it's more of these larger cycles and patterns. Yeah, but then if you're comparing that to the birth chart, then they're all relevant when it comes to the birth position. So like talking about Pluto transiting your sun, well, now the sun is important because it's Pluto transiting where your sun was when you were born, like your natal sun. So in that sense, Mercury, Venus, all of those are significant. But when just looking at the alignment of the sky during the time of an event, is that what you meant, or did you mean looking at it compared to your birth chart, your transits?
Yeah, to my transits. I was just curious if there was maybe like a central theme that you would say, because there's a couple dates I have in mind that I'm sure. I honestly just going through that whole like 2007 to 2021 was just kind of validating enough. So it was trippy. That was kind of weird. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're born with this whole, like, with all 7 of those in alignment. So when something like Pluto that moves very, very slow, that's why I'm saying it's a once in a lifetime thing. I could even look to see if you ever will even get like a square. I have to see. Well, it depends on how many years you live as well. I mean, that, because like I'm saying, that's really a once in a lifetime. Well, let's see here. Let's see when it starts to get. All right, here we go. 2092. What do you think? Are you gonna make it to 20? I mean, dude, when are we getting to this North Pole and we're gonna get the waters that give us infinite life? I mean, if we can just get to the North Pole, get to the sacred waters, drink the waters, we can, anti-age, and maybe we'll get to 2092 and beyond. But you'd have to get to 2092 to get the next major quadrature alignment of Pluto transiting that major complex in your birth chart. So that shows you how rare it is for you, to have. Like, unless you live until 2092, that's like a once in a lifetime, like formative period in terms of that.
It'd be like 101 almost. Yeah.
Oh, dude, you'll make it for sure.
Yeah.
You'll make it for sure.
I was told that I was going to live a long life. And
Yeah.
I did have like a vision once of what I would look like when I got older. And in the vision, I like aged significantly until I died. And one of the trippiest parts about that memory is that happened when I was like 15. And I didn't even have like a mustache. Like, I had no facial hair when I was like 15. And the way that my facial hair grew in the vision, this is like, 17 years later, is exactly how my facial hair grows in. Like, I can't grow a full beard. And like in the vision, it was like kind of like a Guy Fawkes goatee, like just getting super long as I like aged. And like, that's exactly how my facial hair grows. And that's like, my dad is not like that. None of my uncles' facial hair is like that. Everybody else grows full beards. But I have this like, it just grows in like a goatee. It's weird.
Nice, dude. Yeah, man. I'm not even joking though. If we get to the North Pole and we know where to go, if you know where to go, there's these legends that there's waters there, and if you drink these waters, you basically go back. So you don't age. It doesn't anti-age you all the way to being a child, but it will bring you back to being like basically at your prime after puberty. So everyone might vary a little bit, but that prime period when puberty is completely over, you're through puberty entirely, you're, just full of life and, all of that. So the legend have it, if you find this water and you drink it, and it's in the North Pole region, as it were, and if you know how to navigate to it, then if you drink this water, it doesn't do it like super fast, is my understanding. Like, it's not like it just does it in 5 minutes. Basically, you have to drink the water like for, every day for a while. And then basically every day you just will like start getting younger as the days pass. And you'll like regrow any organs or bones or teeth or brain material or bone material or anything that was like damaged or broken or is insufficient will be rebuilt back to its like original form as it was from when you were at that peak, and possibly even like, you know, be able to like heal like diseases and actually have, you know, there's even that factor of it too. But I'm just talking about the anti-aging part, and then takes you all the way back to that. But if you stop drinking it, then you will age again, but you age again at the same rate that you aged, you know, now. So you could go from being like, let's say 45, you could just go back to being 35 and then hang out there for a couple hundred years if you want. And then you could maybe go back to being 30. But my understanding is you can kind of like, you can regulate it in that sense, but it won't take you back to being like, you know, a baby or like 5 years old. Like, doesn't really do that. But if you knew that existed, would you drink that water? And what would you, how would you manage that within yourself? Because the idea would be that, you know, you will die eventually. Well, or there's even thoughts of transcending that, you know, there's even that, but even leaving that aside of transcending that, the idea would be that, yeah, but if you drink these waters, you can anti-age. So essentially in that case, you could live forever as long as you had access to those waters. If you, you know, in that sense, you could live forever, but perhaps people would choose to actually move on at some point, even as much as they would have wanted to extend it out. So what do you think about all that?
I have a lot to say about the so-called fountain of youth.
Yeah.
And it all starts with a question I asked about it when I first heard is, how does a fountain of youth get lost? How do you lose a fountain, right? You know, certainly it's
One
not like
doesn't
people...
Yeah. I was just thinking of that meme. One doesn't just go around losing.
Yeah, you can't simply lose the fountain of youth.
One
no,
doesn't,
my theory...
one doesn't go around losing the eternal fountain of youth. Yeah. If you have
it. Yeah, my theory is that, you know, certainly this, whatever civilized... Well, I think it was created by people. It was something that was actually cultivated into being through practices of being in harmony with the earth and what this place is. And they, you know, whatever civilization did that, they didn't obviously like just die of old age, you know, everybody died and like nobody found it. I think that they were destroyed. Like, and I don't know if it was, they were destroyed because they had the fountain of youth, or that like the losing of the fountain of youth was just a side effect of them being destroyed. But if you look at a lot of ancient cultures and even cultures today, springs are very sacred. Places in the earth where water comes out are, I mean, swimming hole, even when it comes down to just a swimming hole, it's like they're guarded by the locals, you know? And I think there's a reason for that. I think that's kind of like a genetic memory where it's like we, one time, at one point in time, we all had access to like fountains of youth. And I think that's why we used to live so long. I think humans used to live way long.
So are these shape-shifting reptilians drinking this water, and that's why they're living for thousands of years and planning psyops and doing all this crazy long-distance planning?
Well, no, they're drinking blood.
Yeah, they're just going straight for that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you think about it, like the earth was created for us, and we drink the blood of the earth, which is, in my opinion, water, right? Like, we were not created for these, like, beings, you know? And so, like, they're, like, raping us, you know, spiritually, obviously, probably sexually, who knows? But,
oh, yeah, they're, like, genetically breeding, modifying, Lord only knows, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what all this GMO, geneticism, toxicity, that's what it's all about. This stuff is not made by just like humans that are just wanting to like just, you know, farm some food and hang out with their family. Like, so it's like a whole nother level of like technocratic I don't know why I thought of that word. Yeah, it is like a technocracy of sorts within like agriculture. And yeah, it's all like engineering, the GMO stuff. But anyways, yeah. But I was just saying, yeah, the idea that there's just the basic idea, no matter how someone may or may not consider this, but even just the basic idea that there that just within this realm right now, there's some other race of beings, whatever that race is. I'm not saying it's aliens from outer space or anything. I'm just saying some other race of beings, of some sort. And if they are then like breeding with us and then modifying us and genetically doing all this transhumanism, trying to like adapt themselves to what we're doing, and that would make a lot of sense just based on that alone, just based on the general pattern of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then that plays into the genetic modification, and then the big pharma, and then the agriculture, the medicine system, the politics. It's just a whole.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would essentially be considered like godlike to a lot of people, and it's been a very long time in anybody's cultural history since the gods walked amongst men, and we like fought with the gods or alongside the gods against other gods. So this would be a very paradigm shifting thing for a revelation of like UFOs or alien life that are godlike coming down and doing stuff. And I think that I think these entities, when I say coming down, I think they're already here. But I think because it's been so long in our cultural history since, like I said, we've lived alongside these beings, there's going to be an adjustment period, I think, before they can come back into existence, so to speak. I mean, they do exist, but I mean into our existence, into our world. They can't just like surprise, they got to ease us into it a little bit, or we get shocked.
Yeah, you're saying get it a little pre-lube going.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh man, lube it up, get it. Well, yeah. Well, dude. No, they are just. Yeah.
At this point, you can take
it's like
any.
they're trying to harvest us in some way.
Well, I think that's exactly what it is. I think harvesting us and harming humans. See, I think most people can come to the conclusion without any type of organized religion that whatever created humans is good. Because humans do good things. We can also do bad things. Bad things are bad, so we try not to do that. But any kind of an entity that like their sole existence is to make humans suffer, like that's really bad. Even bad people have good days. And these entities where it seems like their sole existence is centered around terrorizing us, getting at us in all these ways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like if you can't see them, you might be possessed by them.
Yeah, for sure. That was actually really cool.
Because they're definitely there.
Yeah. There's this book that I'm trying to get hands on called Unseen Warfare, written by some monks. And it's just very interesting. They talk about how like these entities will kind of try to enter into your life, have influence over you based on your speech, like what you talk about, what you share with people and stuff. Such a like very it's pretty like I'm a talker, so I don't know. I think the surge of like mental health crisis, at least in America, over the last couple of years, is pretty evident that there's a lot of I don't know, like bad spirits
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, on the deepest level, in my viewpoint, what's going on is that it's like an intersection of spirit worlds. So there's like a spirit world that's like being overlaid over this one, essentially, through these entities that are essentially trying to possess people and convince them of lies and deceptions and get them to, back their agenda, amongst many other components, but of what they're overall doing. But yeah, so if they're basically trying to get people's, I mean, I think it goes even deeper because, well, like, I'll say this. If there's another group of, if there's some other entities that are, let's just say they're non-human, and that could, of course, be anything, but let's just say they're not humans. And so,
Did you cut out? Did I cut out?
yo, oh yeah, I think I did cut out. Can you hear me now?
You said, yeah. You said, so let's say there's a group of entities that aren't human, and then you cut out.
Oh yeah. Well, so if they're not human, and like in a lot of the origin cosmologies within humanity, thought of this realm as like a plane of existence. It's like a physical plane, and it's hung between, the heavens, or like the upper world or the heavens above, as it were, and then like the underworld, as it were, below us, and that we're on this plane, and that this plane is like it's a potential for like an interface between, for the spirit worlds to play out. So if you have, for example, like, just to use like angelic and demonic, just using those two as a polarity, dark and light, it could be seen in a lot of different ways, good and evil, but just in a very general sense of like either a demonic on a dark level or on a positive angelic side. And so if this is like an interfacing between spirit worlds of sorts, if there are these other entities that I'm referring to, some other entities that are non-human, and what I was going to say is that if they're connected to a very dark spirit, like either a dark spirit world or a dark spirit, etc., like of a more demonic nature, that wants like destruction and harm, and is just of a demonic type dark nature, if that's the spirit world they're connected to, because I would say humans, like in our like base genetics, like humans are actually connected to the heavens. Like I think we come from heaven. Like humans come from above. Like we descended to this realm, in that sense. And then there's even the idea that these non-human beings, the ones I'm talking about of darkness, actually came from the underworld. They actually came from under the earth, and they came up from there originally. And then, but my whole point was to say that if they're connected to if those other beings, those other entities are related to a very, very dark, like demonic spirit, let's say, now they want that demonic spirit wants into this realm, and it wants access to heaven. Ultimately, it wants to get to the light, but it wants to use humans to get to the light as well. It's what it's trying to do, because it's like darkness, and it's very, very dark, and it wants to, it's like an electrical impulse that it just wants to like pounce on the light, and like that goes into like the polarity between light and darkness. But I'm just saying, from that perspective, let's say that these other beings are connected to this very, very demonic type entity, and then now they come into the human realm, and they see all these humans that are like happy on the earth, just you know, eating great food and laughing and having bonfires and dancing and having sex and just enjoying life and playing music, whatever it may be. And they're like, and then they decide that they want to just take over humanity basically. And they want to start to like breed with us and genetically modify us and change us, and then try to like get that demonic spirit into the human genetics and into the human spirit. And I don't think they can just do it through like breeding or whatever, but it does seem like through trauma is one of the ways that it transfers. So then there's the idea that like whoever the demonic entity that's connected to these other actual physical beings, but if they're also on the earth and then now they're like splicing their whole thing with us and transhumanism and whatever's gone on with the genetics and what, you know, now that dark influence or that evil influence coming through in a way through those physical beings, but also through like just the ether as well, through like trauma and trauma-based mind control and fear and psyops and deception and dislocating people from what the truth is and all of these different factors, that they then are in this like massive process of trying to like almost like harvest us and kind of like breed with us and then maybe use us in some way, but it's like not to our benefit. So it's in that perspective of it.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking with pretty much everything. The only thing that where I differ from is I don't think that they actually can get to the light, and that's kind of why they hit us, because we are this sort of like we can get to the light, but they can't, and so it's
Right.
like it's like a pure jealousy type thing.
That that we all get to go to the place that it can't get to.
Yep.
Well, see, there's even
Makes
a
it
very
mad.
deep. Yeah, it's very mad. Yeah, there's even a deep idea where let's say you have this like grand stage where you have the Earth, this massive planar topographical plane with the level water and the whole like planar system, as it were. And then you have above, let's say that's the angelic, the heavens, the positive, the all of that, the high frequency, etc. Everything of the heavens, as it were. And then you have going down, then the underworld or hell. There's all the different terminologies for it, and you have the underworld. And if these beings literally came from the underworld, like I was saying, they like birthed from the underworld physically into this actual realm. I think at the North Pole region is where they came in. You can come up from under there, and like manifest basically. But if that is the case, and then now there's like this demonic influence of that influence in the human race right now, which is why people are like, you know, fighting and attacking each other and shooting each other and robbing each other and all this stuff. Like this is just like it's just demons on the loose basically. And I don't even think it's their human, because I don't think like the human spirit doesn't want to do that stuff. Like the actual human spirit, the way I'm defining it, is like that's the part of us that actually like the actual genetics of the human spirit, if it's not altered by like GMOs and all these other influences, is actually just like loving and happy and wants to help other people, wants to work together, wants to make music together, make art together, help each other, make sure everyone's cared for, feed each other, all those positive things, you know, enjoy life and enjoy each other and take care of each other. Everything else of all these people fighting and abusing and all this stuff, to me, that's this other influence, which I think they've got it drilled into the genetics at this point, and through the birth trauma process in modern day hospitals, in addition to all the other programming. Yeah, they've got it down to a science now of like a full-blown systematic process of like militaristic mind, you know, trauma-based mind control programming into people's minds now. But I think that's unraveling. I think we've already gone through the worst of it.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of it works in the end. And I think that's another reason why they do what they do, is like they already know that they lost. They're like losers forever. And so they just try to take down kind of like a, not a friend, but like I guess somebody, if you've ever known somebody who was like in a really bad spot in life and everybody that tried to help them, they just dragged them down with them. It's kind of like what their the epitome of their existence. Because good always wins, you know. That's just Doesn't seem like that, but I do believe that that is the case.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's all part of creation. I think that it's intended to have that, like those kind of demonic entities, like you know that like concept of burning in hell. In a sense, like I'm not even trying to go biblical with that per se, but I'm just saying in general, the idea of burning or whatever one might think of if one were to say that. Like when some people have tuned into these, what they would describe as these like it could be discussed as like a state of consciousness. You could call it a state of consciousness. You don't really have to call it like a demonic being or something because then it breaks down to what is a being and what is consciousness, all of that angles of it. But when people have had experiences of these things, like they are wicked energies. Like I'll just say briefly. So there's this technique where you use breath work. So it's just breathing. You're not consuming any substance or plant or anything like that. It's just using breath and just using breath. And dude, even people who do this breath work practice, they might be like a 53-year-old woman who has like a little bit of depression in her life or a little bit of anxiety. She's fine, she's functioning, all is well, but you know, she wants to heal that. She wants to have more joy and less anxiety and stuff. So she comes and then she decides to do this breath work. Dude, these like demonic type energies literally could come out of anyone. It could be a 53-year-old kind woman. It could be a, you know, anyone. And there are like in some of the most extreme cases, there was this one where this woman who, like I said, she wasn't even that like troubled of it. It's not like she had some severe anxiety problem or depression or mental problems or anything. Nonetheless, when she really got into the breath work, she said she felt this like energy coming on and she knew that she said it just felt violent. She said it just felt so like beyond violent that she didn't want to hurt anyone. You know, she's like, if I let this energy loose, like it could just absolutely kill someone or crush someone. I mean, she was saying it was that level. And like I said, all she was using was just, you know, breathing to activate this. But because of the setting of this healing environment, the facilitators knew how to support her. So basically they said to her, like, you know, like whispered in her ear, like, well, if you would like us to be here for you, you know, we can, you know, keep you safe and hold your arms and legs, and then you can let loose, you know, go express the energy. Just go ahead and, you know, make whatever noises, you know, go for it. So she said, okay. And so she started going through it. And she literally said afterwards when she was describing it, that energy that was coming out of her, like would have wanted to like, just like gouge someone's eyeballs out, like just something absolutely just vile and aggressive. But the fact that she was able to be like held in a supportive environment, like a loving, healing type environment, she was able to actually like express that energy and release it. And then she had like a profound healing after that. And she had like a huge alleviation of her symptoms. And that's what it took for her to go through. So there are some deep energies stored in human psyches, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. I'm glad she went through that.
Yeah, and if you support people with love and just unconditional love, meaning that whatever's coming up for them is coming up for a reason, and it's a part of their psyche and part of their process. And by supporting people for no matter what it is, so granted, yeah, you always, I mean, there's safety first, obviously, but dude, I've seen in the breathwork, I have seen people release unbelievable energies, like. Dude, like the whole session will start. Imagine a room of like 50 people. 25 of them are breathing. The other 25 are facilitating. So it's like everyone has their own personal like sitter right next to them to get them anything they need. If they want anything, you have like a partner, and then they sit for you for a whole session, and then you sit for them for the next session. And each session goes for like 2 to 3 hours. And then they have music playing, like very like incredible, like, you know, with like drumming and like, you know, world music and like beautiful music like as well. So dude, in these rooms, like imagine like 50 people like that, and then 25 are breathing. And like as everyone starts breathing, 10, 20 minutes goes by, and then the music is on, and it's really starting to light up. The room starts to light up. It is incredible, dude. Just sometimes like the noises, sometimes people are shaking a little bit, sometimes they're making a noise, sometimes they're like make a little hoot and holler. You might even hear someone crying at one point. Maybe people are coughing, going through different kind of purging processes. And it is incredible. And the amount of like energy that can be released. Like, for example, someone has like extreme rage or something. The breath work is kind of a dramatic approach. So like in a way, like it is pretty dramatic in a sense compared to other things like other types of methods of doing this work. But nonetheless, like instead of like when someone gets angry and they punch a wall or something, it doesn't really release it. It just kind of makes it worse. Like it doesn't seem to release it. But in these breathwork experiences, if done in the right way, people are able to actually like permanently shift the anger pattern so that they then don't have anger in their daily life.
Yeah, I've done a lot of breathing exercises over the years, like different meditative practices, and I can definitely say I've felt some weird stuff happen when you get to like some of your longer sessions. Definitely like into the 2 hour plus range.
Yep, that's when you start to go. Yeah, we can go deep at those levels. Yeah, yeah, it can be very cathartic, and yeah, people releasing a lot of very deeply pent up energies. I mean, not everybody is having a dramatic type reaction. Yeah, but I mean, some people are just in like a deep meditative state or whatever it may be. But it's really quite a thing to see. Then hearing people's journeys afterwards, like it's so clear to see that there's an intelligence that seems to be guiding everyone's processes. Like there's the idea that everyone has like an inner healer, like some kind of inner healing intelligence. But that's what's amazing. Like even just using simple breath to activate the psyche, and there's like a meaningful process that each person has that's unique to them, but also is symbolic of certain themes that other people share. These archetypal themes, because ultimately it all goes back to the luminaries. Like they're actually experiencing their psyche in correlation with the transits that they're having on that day as well when they do the session.
Yeah, I was thinking if anything, it would be awesome to use the luminaries to plan a sick vacation.
That would be a good plan. Yeah, dude, exactly. Like maybe like when like for this Jupiter Uranus, you could plan a vacation maybe when like Venus comes into it, or when okay, if Mars comes into it, it'll bring a lot of like energy and action to it. If Venus comes into it, it'll probably bring a lot of like pleasure and like enjoyment in that sense, because that's like Venus's principle is like connected to that. So yeah, you could or if the sun comes into it, that would make it pretty epic as well. If you have the sun on it. But yeah, people use it for like planning their wedding date or things like that, or just anything really, like just because it just gives you like the active energies in the particular frequency that you may want for that day to really like maximize. Like, dude, one of the alignments for like, for example, for doing like plant medicine sessions or even for breath work as well. But like the Jupiter Uranus, the one that we're in right now, tends to have like, because Jupiter is connected to like positivity and like a positive resolution. And then Uranus is like the breakthrough. So like a positive breakthrough type of experience. And yeah, so it's a really, for many people, has been a very powerfully and positively transformative time period when they mix it with doing some like deep inner work on themselves.
Yeah, when I said vacation, I actually meant more like sort of like a health retreat, you know, where I would just take, I don't know, I'd love to go on vacation for like 2 months and just travel, learn about different ways that different cultures raise livestock, specifically dairy livestock, and then do a bunch of surfing and yeah, something like that.
Yeah, right on.
Doesn't feel like Monday today, but well, I guess it's not Monday anymore, but today kind of felt like a Friday or something.
So then there's even the idea that these other beings basically want to they want to get out of here. They want to get out of this realm. And so they are then like harvesting human technology and engineering, and then they're trying to like build rockets to launch out of here, but they realize they can't do it. So then now they're just using them to lie about space. So maybe they can keep developing technologies that maybe they could break through and get to heaven. So then they're like harvesting us and using us for their minions to build their little empires for them.
I have a pretty strong feeling that like they know that there's nothing up there, and I think the tech like they can't create, or rather they can't build technology, but they can give it. Like I used to read all this stuff about how the Nazis got all their technology, and one of the things that I read was there was this thing called the Brill Society, and they were channeling with spirits and entities that were giving them basically instructions on how to build better tanks, like faster airplanes, and like systems of managing resources so that they could do what they did. And I think the same thing is kind of going on in America too. Like I think the AI and the drone technology, that's all being channeled from these entities to make our world more chaotic. You think like, oh wow, I have a microwave, amazing. And it's like, I'm not saying that we should get rid of technology, but like when your microwave can like now scan your house and has a fucking microphone and a camera in it, like your fridge too. And then they're talking about everything in your home is smart. Like your doorknob is smart. It like knows who touched it. It has like a fingerprint scanner on it. There's smart dust on everything. It's like constantly collecting. People will accept it out of the idea of it being convenient, but we know
how this goes, it'll be used against us. It always is.
Even though I would never want this because it involves a microwave, I just have to share this because it just came to my mind, which I was thinking of a microwave that's mounted in like the door or like maybe like a little side thing of a refrigerator. So where like maybe it'd be like the top section of it or whatever, and it wouldn't be connected to the cold, of course, but it would be like a, and again, I'm not into microwaves at all, but I'm just, you could say like an oven as well. Maybe you have it be like an oven, where you could like load like food into some kind of little like compartments in the whole like refrigerator device thing, and they would be kept cold or they'd be kept frozen or whatever it is. And you could like push a button and it would like pick the frozen, let's say, meat that you want. It would like pick it and then like somehow like, you know, thaw it for you and like, and then like, I don't know if it can take it out of the wrapper or how that would work, but if there's some way, and then it could cook it for you, all automated, and then, you know, all you do is just push a button and then just a whole meal pops out. Not that that's a new idea, but
Just kidding. No, I love cooking though, so while I think it is a good idea and there's definitely a market for it, yeah, I'm big on cooking. I really enjoy it. I made an apple pie a couple months ago, and I still have people like raving about it. Like, dude, you got to make another pie. Best pie I've ever had.
that's what she said. But yeah.
You know, just going back to the breathing exercises and like the weird energies that can just be in anyone. I have a theory about how some of that energy gets into you, and it's literally as easy as like seeing an image or like hearing a song. You don't even have to listen to the whole song or like see the whole movie. You could just see like a flash of the trailer, and there are like spells basically imprinted in every single frame. I'm not saying that like in every single frame there's somebody like, you know, crafting sigils or something like that, or like, but I am saying that there could be something like that going on. I'm not really sure how it works, but I've seen some weird stuff on Hollywood sets. And then there's of course plenty of like symbolism in movies. I don't know. It could be more than just like a power flex, you know.
I mean, my perspective is that it's all orchestrated to work this way.
I know this is a really cheesy one, but excuse me. You know how when you fold American currency, you get like the Twin Towers coming down?
Yep.
Okay. That imagery is like, I think if you showed that to somebody before 9/11, I'm not even sure they'd be like, it's a building falling, but which building? Like, I don't even know if that would like register to them. But the fact that that's been on our money for so long, like before 9/11, is very, very fucking weird. Because the design that went into the money it was not random. It wasn't like, geez, we really need somebody to design this money. It was like, there's like little fucking owls and weird, all kinds of weird shit on the money. You know, pyramids with fucking eyes on them.
Oh yeah. They're all about that. Yeah, I mean, the idea that they're not human just puts such a different take on it, because a lot of people trying to figure out like how this quote unquote larger conspiracy or how they could pull off some of this stuff. But that doesn't mean it's like just old men sitting in a room somewhere doing it all. Meaning that they could have a totally different way of functioning, their consciousness, to where they're obviously they're doing this stuff. So I mean, they're whatever that state of consciousness is, this is how they want to express it, apparently, because these energies are being expressed, and a lot of it seems antithetical to the way humans actually seem to want to live together in a natural state.
Have you ever been to a reservation in the United States?
What's that?
An Indian reservation. Have you ever been to one?
Yeah.
I heard you can't just like go there. I've never been to one. You have to be like invited as a guest or something. Is that true?
Perhaps depending on the region. Yeah.
I'm going down a bit of a rabbit hole right now. I was trying to figure out who designed the $1 bill, and I can't find a name. All I can find is that it's the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, which is a governmental agency within the United States Department of Treasury. And their flag, they have a flag. Kind of weird. It's like an eagle with a shield on its chest, and it has like an anchor that's also a scale. It's very Masonic, obviously.
Yep, sounds like it. Them boys. Cringe-o-matic, those guys. Yeah, it's just gnarly. That's what they're in. They're just in some kind of gnarly state, and they just want to make everything worse for people. It is a bummer, in a sense. Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah, they're off their rocker. Yeah, I mean, they're just like in a movie where it shows, it's got like the evil, like Darth Vader, or the Sith Lord or whatever in the Lord of the Rings, or I mean in the Sith Lord in the Star Wars movies, or even in Lord of the Rings as well. There's all those kinds of like beings and entities and stuff too. But yeah, like that energy is just that like lusting for power and greed, these kinds of things. But if it comes from that like demonic entity like we were talking about, then would make sense that that's actually like its state of consciousness that it's wanting to bring here in terms of like a lot of the aggression and trauma and this other stuff that I don't really think is natural or necessarily the way humans naturally are. You know what, like a good, like a cookout, you know, and everyone's just like laughing, drinking a beer and like cooking out. To me, that feels like that's like quintessential, just humans being humans, you know, just enjoying each other. Like nobody's fighting, nobody's screaming, everyone's just enjoying each other. And if you don't have like, if you don't have to pay taxes and you can just live off the earth, I mean, yeah, you got to have a safe like setup of living, but it's not that hard to make some homes and some things. So people will just be happy if they're not interfered with.
Yeah, I agree. Cooking meat and drinking fermented beverages with like psychoactive properties, very human.
Yep. Maybe a lysergic wine, sir. Would you like a lysergic wine? That'd be nice. Just a nice little light dose. Nice little lysergia. Just kind of goes. Yeah, it'd be like a faster acting lysergic acid that lasts for just like 30 minutes. That'd be nice. Just a nice little buzz.
I've been really into eating all different kinds of mushrooms lately. I had lion's mane the other day. It's delicious. It's like lobster.
Oh, dude. I get these wild lion's mane mushrooms, wild picked, and I'll just like put them, like cook them in like a stew or like with other, like I'll cook them. I'll put them in like a soup or like a stew, different things like that. So I'm talking about eating it as like an edible mushroom. Now, normally that's not necessarily like, okay, lion's mane is like an actual, it's a medicine, of course, like in the Chinese medicine system and so on, in Chinese medicine and others. So yeah, it is often like a hot water extract, and then it's you know, either it can be made into a tea or it can be made into a tincture. But you can just cook with it. And it does actually have a nice flavor. I found if I put too much of it in, it does kind of throw the flavor of the whole like the food off. But like at a, you know, lighter to moderate dose, cooking with it is profound because the heating of the cooking does seem to activate it, because that's why they do a hot water extract. It seems to activate it, or like if you make a tea out of it. So that seems to activate it, and then it tastes good, and then you're getting all the nutrition from it as well. I have to say, it's one of the most amazing foods to eat like that, to just literally add it to your food and cook with it. It's amazing.
I just sliced it up into like little steaks and cooked it with some raw butter, and I think I put some garlic powder on it. It was delicious.
Wow, dude. Nice. Butter, garlic. There you go. Now, did you cook it through though? Or because I think you have to really like cook
I seared it.
So was the middle like raw, or was it cooked all the way through?
Yeah, it was like soft. It was like fleshy, like lobster.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's really good, dude. One of the things I remember about it is it really absorbs the juices. Like if it's like a stew that has like, you know, maybe like bones and onions and other like, you know, whatever, you know, zucchini, whatever else one might put in there. And then with the mushrooms, like if you have like a sauce or anything like that, it's like the lion's manes like soak those up, and it acts as a little sponge, a little flavor sponge for the food. It's awesome. It's really quite a gift from the creator right there.
Yeah, fungus is pretty interesting. One thing that I was learning about recently is in Orthodox Christianity, they do these really long fasts where they don't eat animal products. And it's to save money so that you can give it to charity. And also, it's like a form of like sacrifice. trying to get closer to God. You know, God doesn't eat. And anyways, but one thing I was looking into was like, okay, so what do they eat during this period of time? And it's a lot of mushrooms, like mushrooms, creatures without spines, so like shrimp and like clams, vegetables, but basically no animal. They're basically vegan for like 40 days, which is insane for me. I drink raw milk every day. I'm like, I don't even know how you guys do that. That's crazy. But I think it's interesting, like the idea of going on fasts for a while and just really only eating like a mushroom based sort of like seafood diet. Because I don't eat enough seafood, and I know people who live by the sea and eat a lot of seafood. They live pretty long. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, I love seafood myself. I always have a regular like seaweed, seafood, shellfish, like really good cuts of fish. And I eat the fish eggs as well, the eggs of the fish, and then also like fish liver oil as well. Yeah, I love all seafood. Well, not no, some I prefer more than others. Yeah, I don't do a lot of like the crustaceans as much, but like scallops are amazing, and then salmon and lots of good fish. Dude, I've been getting this like ivory salmon. Ooh, it's good. It's salmon that it's like a kind of a whitish color, like a pinkish, like not even pink. It's like white. It's like literally white. It doesn't even. It's not even really pink. I mean, it may have a slightly pink tinge to it, a little, but yeah, it's called ivory salmon. It's absolutely delicious, and is just the genetics of it are like not messed with because they have modified salmon, genetically modified salmon now. You know about all that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've gone nuts with it, dude. It's bad. They've gone crazy. Yeah, it's so a lot of the salmon's tainted. Even the wild salmon now is tainted, meaning that you could go out fishing, catch your own salmon, and it might be genetically modified nowadays, unfortunately. But the ivory salmon is probably just they didn't mess with that one, so it's like natural in that sense.
My buddy sent me something here, and it's Owen Benjamin talking about astrology and how it can be used to accurately predict the future. That's so funny. That's like kind of one of the last people I ever thought would be into that. Have you heard of a person named Athen Chimenti?
I can't
Astrologer
say. I can't. Wait, what's his name?
Athen Chimenti. He's an astrologer, educator, and leading expert in the field of true sidereal astrology.
That's who he's referencing. You're saying?
I guess that's who Owen Benjamin was did a podcast with.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard of him. I don't think I have.
Well, it's interesting because it looks like it was Owen Benjamin, Crow 777, and this guy Athen Chimenti, and they were all talking about astrology, which I'm sure you've heard of Crow 777, and I'm sure you've heard of Owen Benjamin. So that's pretty interesting. A lot of people are going to be talking about astrology.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you could post it, I'll check it out. Or I could go find it if it's on their channels.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the full thing. I only was sent like a little 2-minute reel. I'm looking on YouTube right now. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it, but I'll post the reel in the live stream.
Nice. Yeah. I think it's overall, like just even using that, calling it astrology, using that terminology. I mean, I think it's really just been growing consistently over the years. It seems to always be growing. Maybe not like at an exponential rate, but and I think with the shape of the earth discussion, it's perhaps even more so because the thing about the globe model, if you tell like somebody who is a globe earther as it were, like really believes the globe, and if they believe that astrology is pseudoscience because that's what they've been told or whatever, even if you try to share information with them about how the alignments of Mars and Venus and all these and how these actually have meaningful correlations and meaningful alignments to life on human Earth, a lot of them like instantly write it off because they can't think of any mechanism why just like these balls in a solar system would actually have any impact because it's coming from that materialistic viewpoint. Whereas in general, when people come to a cosmology of like a stationary planar Earth surface with the heavens above, they might not instantly just be all into astrology per se, but it does seem to be that for most people that I've talked to, it seems like they would at least be able to. They at least would say at that point that there likely is or could be something with it, meaning that they don't really have to get over that hurdle that the globe earthers do. It's just because if you're on a stationary planar surface and we're in and it's a creation and then the heavens are right there and those wandering stars are moving at a different speed, then it would seemingly be of foundational nature that if they're moving in these cycles, that they could correlate with nature, with the cycles of nature in some way. Like there's this whole crisis in the globe model of like a lack of meaning, like isolation or like spiritual kind of disenchantment from like a scientific disenchantment, while kind of feeding us like a fake enchantment, like fake information that makes it seem like it's enchanted, but really there's like a lack of meaning of the materialistic viewpoint. Whereas if you bring in like a stationary planar Earth, just that alone, and that we're in some form of a creative intelligence, a creatively intelligently created structure of sorts and experiences.
Yeah, it's funny you use that term like meaning, like lack of meaning, because I've been saying that we've been going through this. We've entered into a phase where, at least in the Western world, there is a severe meaning crisis. Like what were some things that have brought meaning to at least Americans in the last 100 years? It was like World War I, World War II, going to the moon. I don't know. I can't really think of anything else. I guess inventing the internet or doing technology stuff, but really, like, where's the meaning? Like, where's the collective meaning? There's this lost sense of Americana, and just all throughout the West, I feel like just materialism has created this meaning crisis where
Exactly.
what would you consider to be counterculture right now? Like, what are some things, some like ways of life, some ways of living that you would consider to be counterculture? Because certainly it's not like getting tatted up and like smoking weed or whatever was that was what was counterculture when I was a kid. It was like, I'm gonna skate and get high.
Well, I guess it depends on how you kind of use that terminology. Like, it's funny how the word cult is in culture, but counterculture, yeah, it's kind of funny to think of it that way. Well, back in like the 50s and 60s, well, like when the whole thing started happening in the 60s, all these kids like in the 50s that were all prim and proper, like fucking leave it to Beaver, like you know, hey, mommy, I'm gonna go down and fish at the lake. Like it went from that to people being like, why are we being the youngsters just being like, why are we being controlled and what is going on? Like, and then just starting to rebel. And then that, I guess, was for that probably that term counterculture was first starting to be used, like the counterculture of the 60s, you know, where they were going against like the Vietnam War, they were going against the government, they were just going against the whole like control structure that it's kind of like ridiculous how like, yeah, these like controllers, they are pretty intelligent in a way, but it's kind of ridiculous that they like had this whole like thing after World War II that they tried to establish, and it pretty much just failed. Like they tried to establish this like hyper controlled kind of system in the 50s, and then into the 60s, like the youth just rebelled and went against it, and then everything kind of unraveled from there. But I do think there was something authentic about like the youth of the world just rebelling against that ridiculous level of control. Like I do think there was something authentic about a lot of that.
No, I think it was authentic too. I just mean like when I say counterculture, I mean like culture in the West is generally dictated by brands, corporations, celebrity personality opinions. And so like something very counterculture to me would be like not getting a job in tech and like, trying to learn how to tan hides like in America, and that's what you want to do. That's to me is very counterculture. Living off grid or becoming deeply religious, especially Christianity in America. America seems that we like kind of venerate all the other religions as like very sacred and to be respected. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. It's interesting to see the different themes that pop up when you try to examine what would be considered counterculture today. Flat Earth, very counterculture. Incredible. That's probably about as counterculture as you can get. Thinking that you're not an insignificant, shape-shifting monkey on a fucking spinning water bottle or water bottle, whatever.
Shape-shifting monkey. That's funny. Dude, we just been shipping and shaping for a couple thousand years, million, bazillion. Here we are. Enjoy.
Yeah, dude.
The new monkey. Is that what we are? We're just the new monkey? The most recent monkey? The most recent evolved blob of... Like, we came
clump of cells, dude.
Like, we're a clump... Okay, well, the clump of cells, dude, don't go that... You're striking deep now, dude, if you're going back that deep. Like, that's... Like... We don't know where those cells have been. And then it turned into let's just start with a sea slug. Okay, can we start from a sea slug? And then we slugged, and then we in the sea, and then we slugged out of the sea onto the land, and then at some point we just decided to kind of slug into like a larger slug, and then a larger slug, and eventually we're building skyscrapers.
Right. Language and art.
I heard this interesting little thing. It said this guy it was just on like a YouTube short, and it said Earth without art is just eh. It was actually that what is it, Vsauce guy, I think maybe. I think it might have even been him. He said, like, Earth without art is just eh. Like you take the ART out of it, it's just EH. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
So it's cute. Because, like, yeah, like what would Earth be without any art? It would just be eh. It would just wouldn't be the same. It'd be kind of iffy. It's just funny.
Well, it's just like animals are pretty amazing to watch and like learn and study their behavior. Mainly because human beings, human behavior is so different from animal behavior. I know that some people would probably disagree and be like, "No, we have all these things in common," but we really like don't. Like monkeys don't nuke each other, or like yeah. I don't know. Humans do weird stuff. Ooh, I haven't stayed up this late in a while. I've been on a very strict schedule of like going to bed around like 10 or 11 and then getting up at 5 a.m. But I don't know. I feel like celebrating staying up a little late. What do you think about the burning of the Library of Alexandria?
It's an interesting idea, I suppose. What do you? Yeah, I mean, I haven't like thought too deeply on it. I'm aware of the general thing of it, but maybe I don't know a lot of the details that are claimed. The claim details, I should say.
I mean, I only know just the basics, like the colloquialisms of it, where it's like, "Well, can you imagine if it wasn't burned down, where we'd be technologically right now, and all the records we'd have?" Which is like interesting. I've always wondered, like, what if it was a good thing that it was burned down? I don't know. What if it wasn't a library? Who knows?
Do you think like sprinkling like water with some gold in it over plants would be beneficial to give it like a trace amount of gold? Like a spritz of a gold liquid?
Yeah, probably. My guess would be that there's like microscopic pieces of gold in most rich soil, but that's just a guess. It's a shot in the dark. Nothing to support that. It's kind of funny that you said that. I just took some monoatomic gold like 5 minutes ago. Colloidal silver.
Nice. That's interesting. Yeah. Do you feel anything from it or?
I take it with methylene blue and aspirin. I think like if you get good aspirin, it's actually really good for you. Like Native Americans used to get it from the willow trees, and they used it for all sorts of medicine. Do I feel it? I don't get sick. Like maybe like I'll have like a little like green snot one morning and just be like, oh hell no, like bust out like the clove oil, the oregano oil, the silver, the gold, the methylene blue, the aspirin, hit myself with a whole regimen, and I just like forget that it even.
Yeah, gotcha. That's fun.
Yeah, chase it all down with some raw milk.
I love raw milk.
Yeah,
It
it's so
is.
good.
So good. Have you ever had camel milk?
No, but I definitely want to try that. I want to try camel, whale, and grizzly bear. Those are like top 3.
What?
Yeah.
That's out of control. That's officially out of control.
Yeah. I can't imagine how difficult it would be to get grizzly bear milk, but I'm sure it's badass.
Well, camel milk is pretty available these days because of how popular it's gotten. There's a lot of camel farms in the U.S. now, so because camels actually do pretty well in the U.S. In fact, there's certain breeds of camel that were actually theorized to be native to the North America. So imagine that, the land of the camels, the brave and the free and the camels, with the double drop hump. Where's SC? Shout out to SC with the double drop hump.
This is totally off topic, but LA is going through a kind of a weird thing right now where there's a lot more prostitution going on here than there used to be, like out in the open. Like the police aren't doing stuff about it. Like at first it was like popping up in my feed. Like people were like, "Can you believe this is happening?" And I was like, "Wow, that's kind of weird." But then I saw it. Saw some dude. What? Just another little like I've grown up. I've lived in Los Angeles for a long time, and I know there's places in LA where you can drive to and you can kind of see some like seedy activity going on, but they shut it down pretty quick. But now it's just like it's out there. Pretty wild. Like that's something I'm used to seeing like in Brazil or in Indonesia, like in Southeast Asia, but not in America.
Dude, what do you think about like fermented meats?
It's funny. I'm actually about to do a job with a guy like next week who's really into that. What do they call it? High meat?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, uh, gosh, I've been such a picky eater my whole life, and just in like the last 5 years, I'm just through so many mental barriers like eyeballs, brain, wiener, testicles, freaking lungs, spleen, heart, liver, kidneys, um, boiled chicken heads, all kinds of heads. But fermented meats, I've eaten raw meat, like, but I don't know why fermented is just not appealing to me at all. Someone would have to like prepare it properly for me, I think.
Well, if you ferment like organ meats, they end up being like these kind of little slimy kind of things, and yeah, it can be very intense tasting.
You get high off it. Gotta be. This dude was telling me you get high.
Yeah, well, it is referred to as high meat, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily like an inebriation in terms of like being drunk kind of high or being like high on weed or anything. But yeah, it does have like a very like positive mood altering effect where it's like, yeah, it's almost like a natural antidepressant, gives you like energy, puts your brain in like very high functioning. Because apparently like depending on how, clean the meat is and the source of the meat and all that, but it can have like really rich probiotics. Perhaps even as much or even more or even different ones than even raw milk has.
Yeah, I'm sure if I end up doing my sort of like natural foods pilgrimage, some of these places in the world that I want to go to, I'll end up coming across some fermented meats.
Yeah, well, you can also ferment it yourself pretty easily. Basically, just put meat in a jar, just let it sit.
Yeah,
Just let
that's
it.
what they did.
Just air it out every few days. That's it. Just meat in a jar. Just cut up little pieces. Doesn't even have to be like blended, or you don't even have to add water or anything. Just literally meat in a jar. And people often keep them like in a fridge or like a little bit of a cool area, and then just open them up and let some air get to them. Just take the top off or whatever, or all that. Yeah, there's different ways to do it, and um, I guess for me, if I was going to do it, I would just want to like the source of it would have to be so important to me. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. That's a challenge is getting really a clean source because I don't think you want to be fermenting stuff if it's got like funky bacterias on it.
Yeah, like the type of fermentation that I'm really into is like dairy fermentation, doing cheeses and stuff like that. And I think that also there's a way to like mix cheeses with mushrooms. Uh, Heard a little bit about it, but haven't like done too much research into it. But that sounds really tight.
Dude, how good is like raw cream? Oh my gosh. So
Dude.
good. Oh, I get the light cream and the heavy cream and then the milk as well. And like I'll make these like these natural like it's like a superfood ice cream of sorts with the raw milk and like with the cream. Oh my gosh, it is so good. Uh then like yeah, man, it's and then like just drizzling it on top of like with like frozen fruit and everything. It's so good.
Yeah, I would run the cream separator like twice a week when I was on the farm, and yeah, it never gets old. fresh cream, dude. Oh my goodness.
Dude, have you ever had water buffalo cream? Ooh,
No.
it's so rich, incredibly rich. Highly recommended. Water buffalo milk is very fatty, so the cream is even more fatty. Like it's usually when I've had it, dude, it's like it's almost like the consistency of like peanut butter. You know, like it's the real deal stuff.
You know, I know somebody with 2 water buffaloes. I've been meaning to actually go check out his farm. It's not too far from me. But he's the only person I know in Southern California with water buffaloes. I don't know if he's milking them yet.
Yeah, the camel milk is good, but it's not really like the richest tasting per se. It's even a little bit salty, a little it's sweet though. It is sweet. But it is a little bit bland and it's not quite the same experience as like the bovines, you know, as like the water buffalo or the cow or even the goat. The goat and sheep is pretty rich. Yeah, the camel it's a little watery. It's a little watery. It's still good, but it just doesn't quite have that same kind of almost like luxurious quality that almost like those bigger bovines have. If I don't know if that's the right word, but you probably might know what I mean. In terms of like the rich fats, I guess, you know, that kind of like peak sort of they're just huge bovines, so yeah, it's just a different animal. But the good thing about the camel milk is the genetics are really good on it. It's really good genetics because they really haven't messed with camels, so that's why it's so good for like children that have autism. They've been a lot of mothers have been using camel milk. It's become a very popular thing because it seems to have a very positive effects on children that have autism. And also camel milk is like a medicine. Like it actually has like antibacterial qualities to it and antifungal and all these different like immune boosting things in it. So even though it might not taste quite as rich as like a cow or, you know, something like that in terms of the cow dairy, it's not quite as rich in that way, but it by far makes up for it, or even more so with the like medicinal qualities of it and the beneficial qualities of like the superfood qualities of it, essentially.
Yeah, we really got to push the limits of like discovering just how super foods can actually get.
Yeah, it's a whole nother level. What if you like feed lion's mane to your like goats to your goats that you're getting your milk from? Like what? Oh my god, wild lion's mane, wild like shiitake, cordyceps. I mean, all the like just a nice little. Well, it depends on whether they want to eat them. I mean, only if the goat wants to eat it. But I mean, I don't know if goats eat mushrooms like that, but that just popped in my head.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
They eat just about anything, it seems.
I mean, cows eat mushrooms all the time. That's why cow poop psilocybin, because at one point a bovine ate some psilocybin spores, and it inoculated the cow itself. So yeah, I think what would be super cool is to like create a pasture that has mushroom logs all over it, and then you let the cows into the pasture when the logs are fruiting, and they can kind of treat it like a free choice
sort of mineral nutrient buffet where, like, if they want some lion's mane, they'll go after the lion's mane. If they want some shiitake, they'll go after that. And my theory is actually that the animal isn't just choosing which nutrient or mineral, plant that has those nutrients or minerals. It's not just choosing what to eat based on what its needs are. It's also choosing what to eat based on what the nutrient needs of the soil are. And I don't have any scientific data to back that up, but I've observed things that lead me to believe that. Like, we had a free choice mineral box where we would order all these different minerals like zinc, potassium, bromine, all kinds of stuff. And we would just put it in a trough that had all these different sections, and the cows could go, and we could see, like, oh wow, they're going through they're going through the selenium like really fast. And then we get the soil tested, and it's like, there's something wrong with the soil where it needs more selenium. And it's like the cows are going after all the selenium and then, like, depositing that back into the soil through their poop. So it's like, how the fuck does the cow know that not only is the pasture not going to be producing much selenium, but it's also nutrient deficient in selenium, which means the cow's going to be, it's just weird, crazy.
Yeah. So you're saying that we need more cowbell?
Yeah, we need people to realize that, like, the common ground that will unite humanity is literally ground. It's the soil. Soil produces all the life. It decides whether or not water is going to slide off and cause a flash flood or sink into it, creating the crops to grow. And it's where we build our houses, where we lay our heads down in the evening. So, in the soil.
Yeah, earth. Straight up earth.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, if the water is like the lifeblood of the earth, is the earth like the actual substrate?
Yeah, I think what soil does is predominantly dictated by the animals grazing above and the mycelium networks below. And the mycelium networks help carry all kinds of nutrients to all the trees. They help carry, like, water and stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. Substrate. That's a good word for it. You know that snowflakes are double paneled? So, like, you see a snowflake and it just looks, you're thinking it's kind of just like a 2D thing, but it's actually that exact shape. There's like two of them. They're just like right on top. I'll find a picture. Damn, I can't find a good picture, unfortunately. Well, it's pretty late for me, man. I'm gonna head to bed. It was good talking.
Yeah, for sure, bro. You too. Yeah, have a good night. And yeah, that was That was a good time. That was a good chat.
Yeah, I hope everybody else enjoyed it. All right, peace.
Yep. Cheers.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody had like some thoughts about music and the lyrics and how they've been giving us and feeding us knowledge over the years, and only to find out, like in hindsight, oh, okay, that's what it meant. Like, does anyone have some examples of lyrics and songs which have sort of been drips of truth? Because some people say that a lot of the bands, like the big bands, like the Beatles and like what's his name from the Doors, and they have like influence from like the Tavistock and stuff like that, and they've been able to like program society with little bits of this and that over the years, and Pink Floyd, all sorts of these like programmable sort of suggestive ways that have shaped society. But not just that, like they've actually been talking secrets, you know, like putting it into their music, just as if just the same as, you know, what's his face did with Apollo, and showing it in his music, in his videos, you know, trying to get the truth out there in the music, slipping it in, and slipping it in the movies as well. I was watching can't remember whose movie. It was UAP's channel yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. He's talking about I think it was him. It could have been John Levi talking about those Chicago, the history of Chicago and the asylums. And there's this train that was actually called the Crazy Train that made me think of Ozzy Osbourne. There's this train that used to bring all the people to the asylums called the Crazy Train. Yeah. And that was quite interesting, like the fact that Chicago had a population of like 4,000 people, and they built this massive asylum, and it was holding like by a few years later, 10 years or whatever, it was holding like 1,000 people in this asylum. It's like, and the whole population of Chicago was only 4,000. It's like, what the fuck? Where are all these crazy people and orphans coming from? You know? It seems though they were repurposing the buildings and just rebranding them as, you know, asylums, just to say that, you know, this is what we built. But in fact, you know, the history has been sort of covered up. You know, the reality of our situation is, yeah, we're a society with some type of amnesia, I'm sure. Nanu, Nanu. Why don't you just talk on VC?
Oh, I don't know. You could talk. You know, you could have been taking the test. You're like, I'm taking a test.
Yeah, I was only able to hear your jam because of New Perspective posted his clip.
It's like the archivalist.
Yeah, it's not like we're here 24 hours a day, maybe just 23. But like, yeah, that was pretty cool. He's got his own style. Like he's got this rhythm, this particular tune that he likes. I think he's able to play anything he wants, right? Really, he's really talented. And you were able to adjust to his style quite well. Like there was, yeah,
Yeah, we've like I know his songs for the most part, or like is I think there's a couple that were just like 4 chord progressions like built off of a part of one of his songs, but I was like, okay, I remember. Like I just kind of I know, yeah. There's two things here. Is like one is like not too hard to get the pattern down for 4 bars, really whatever it is. I can only make so many mistakes at once, so you know, let's try not to make note mistakes, but might happen. Because the third part is I can't really hear what the hell's going on my cell phone on speakerphone while I'm playing the saxophone. That's tough. But so just try to. I wasn't even sure if it was like sounding any good at the end of the day.
well, I think you did pretty well. I don't know how they did it when they were playing with the live orchestra and that dude up on the ISS with his guitar, right? Like how the fuck did they manage that since there's a time delay?
I don't know. I'm sure they got an excuse for that.
Yeah, I don't think they have any excuse for that, how they were able to pull that off. Like everybody knows that there's supposed to be a time delay, right?
Yeah.
And it's just impossible. Fuck, it's starting to rain. God. Yeah, so you haven't played for a few months. That was yeah. It's like riding a bike, you never forget. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's like it's not like riding a bike though. 'Cause it's like yeah, just jumping on to like yeah, play live to whatever. I don't know. It's just it takes me at least like just 10 minutes to get used to that like setup, you know, to actually like interact with somebody else is there, you know what I mean? I'm you gotta hear it on the phone. So that takes some time. I just heard him start playing and I knew it was like dead, so I was like, now's my chance. And then I just grabbed the saxophone and started putting it together. But it's not warmed up. But I played before I tried all the notes out. There were like notes that just weren't hitting yet, and I was just like, whatever. It's just for fun. Yeah.
His music reminds me of Manu Chao. Have you heard of Manu Chao?
No.
I think it's spelled Manu, and the second word is Chao. Manu Chao. That was really big in Thailand. When I was in Thailand, all they were playing was Manu Chao and the Red Hot Chili Peppers every bar.
Yeah. I could
And
see
the Manu
how.
Chao with that good jung, it's 4. Yeah, it's basically just this 4 keys. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah. I don't know what he's putting his guitar through, but yeah. I mean, for like, yeah, like a couple bars, like maybe it's like, is that some Carlos Santana he's busting out? You know, and then just like, I think it's cool. Like, I think his, you know, I met Issa so many years ago that it's like amazing, like how his talents had like just like become greater and greater over the years. Yeah.
Where is it? Is he far away from you? I suppose.
Like
it's
now,
too.
yeah.
I don't know if you caught that. Is it too far to drive?
Sorry. Yeah. Yes and no.
Tell him to drive then. Yeah. It'll be all good.
Like I'm kind of waiting for that, maybe, but like also Like he'd have to bring all his equipment too.
What? His guitar?
Oh, his keys.
Yeah.
Keyboard for the roads. I like playing with a guitar and everything like that, but you know, I'm in it for the roads. That's really, if I gotta be honest.
I can't believe I used to actually like the Killer Dwarfs when I was a teenager.
Oh.
I posted a music video just way back, just a while ago. Killer Dwarfs. I can't believe I used to listen to that. Like, fuck. Fluff rock. No, it's not fluff rock. I don't know what it was. What genre? Have you heard of Killer Dwarfs before?
No. Nope. I'm gonna check it out.
From America. It's not even from my country, and I heard of it. Come on, you must have heard of it. Okay, so I'm in New Zealand. It's dark over here, and it's late. It must be really early morning where you are, right?
This is like Sebastian Bach or something. No, it's like ow! You know, like I can't even. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't believe you were listening to that either, Carlos.
Yeah, no, but at the same time as listening to that, I was also listening to Bobby. No, I actually never went out and I didn't buy any albums from anyone ever. I think I was yeah, I was never into buying anything really. I was just listening. Yeah. And we used to have cassette tapes, so we would dub our music off of someone else. We had those ghetto blasters where you could put a tape in one side and a tape in the other and dub it, and you could record it onto it. Like, so we would make mix tapes and we'd just share our music around with our ghetto blasters, when we were teenagers. Yeah. We never bought anything. We just share our music around on these cassette tapes that cost like $2.
Yeah, I love the Ghetto Blaster movement. I wish that came back. I mean, they've tried to bring it back, but it's just really never coming back like it was then.
Well, now they're just Bluetooth, and you see them on their electric scooters whizzing by at 100 miles an hour on these fucking super fast scooters, and they're holding like a ghetto blaster size like a speaker on their back, like a back. It's
What?
just like
No way. That's how they rock
it's
the
crazy.
thunder?
Yeah, it's just crazy. Those scooters go so fast. They have to wear like all this gear and helmet and stuff because they go on the road with the cart, not on the
Yeah.
footpath. It's crazy.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is crazy. Well, it's crazy. Like they can bump those speeds up. I don't know how fast they can go so fast that it just make you kill. They just make you die.
Oh,
From it.
they go through the traffic jam. They just fly past everyone standing on a scooter, like not sitting down, like fucking fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw one dude with a trailer, like he had a trailer and his dog was on the back. Yeah. That would be dangerous, like going over a speed bump or like a pothole. It's like that would be carnage. It would be just absolute carnage. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No.
Because like if you go over a bump and you swing the wrong way, just the way that physics works, you're just gonna have a terrible, terrible accident. My brother was on one
I
of
don't
those
know.
push
Like
scooters,
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
broke
well,
his
it's got like a
arm.
real. They have like real tiny
You go.
wheels, the little like razor scooters.
Mm.
So the whole.
Well, these ones on the road, they have these big knobbly wheels, big 40 psi wheels with like
Oh,
knobbly
really?
off road. Yeah.
I don't know what kind of shit they got going on there. But yeah, man.
They cost like $3,000. Like, I'd rather invest my money $3,000 in one of those fast off-road electric bikes. Those mountain bikes that can just go super crazy fast through the sand dunes. Have you seen those? Crazy. And they can go 100 kilometers on one charge.
Have you seen the one wheel that goes like does like 45 or 50? It's just one fucking wheel you stand on. It's like not even there's no steering wheel or anything.
Yeah, it's that those are.
It's called the
ingenious.
General Sherman.
Yeah, they use those
gnarly
in the airport. All the security guards like going around on them in the airport. It used to be in Canada that they were riding the horses, but now they're on these like
Remember the
electric.
Segways? Remember those Segway thing? Those stand-up two-wheelers.
Yeah, that's what they use in Canada now instead of horses. Yeah,
that's funny. That really never took off, huh? That's so funny. But really, it's like they made it into the one wheel, sort of, kind of.
Well, that's kind of really the only thing that's advanced in our world, really, isn't it? Since the 1800s, is transportation and communication.
I think the
Everything else,
Segway. Okay.
food's gone backwards.
Like I think the Segway actually happened as an invention off of Dean Kamen's invention for like a stand-up wheelchair, basically like a transformer wheelchair. And so it would be like regular as you ride it around, but it could go upstairs. It would just like stand up straight, the whole wheelchair, like the bottom wheels like align, and it becomes like a Segway that you're sitting on top of, and then it can do all that shit. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've seen one. I've seen a wheelchair that was so they come home and they have a ramp and they go up.
It's a wheelchair.
Yeah,
for
like
whale?
they get in.
I want to can't walk anymore.
It looks like a normal wheelchair. And they get out of it. They go up the ramp into their house, and then it climbs the stairs. Like they can sit in the wheelchair and it climbs up the stairs.
Yeah, that's that design.
Yeah.
And so he had to put like a gyro. There's like a gyroscope in the bottom of it. It spins around. I mean, it's probably digital now. I think the original ones he made were real gyroscopes, like mechanical. And and that's how they started to like people basically reverse engineered what he did to come up with a lot of these one wheel scooters and that kind of stuff. I don't know why I had to tell you that. I could have easily just not mentioned it, but yeah.
If I was
man, they're dangerous.
it came to my attention yesterday when I got every single red light on the way home from work. I got every single fucking red light, and there was no traffic, like anywhere. And like how like at the intersections where the traffic lights are, they have a sensor at the traffic lights, and you have to actually drive onto the sensor, and then it activates the lights. Yeah. Well, why don't they put the sensor like back further, like 20, 30 meters back further, so that you run over the sensor and it knows that there's no one else running over the sensor on opposing roads. And then by the time you get to the traffic light, it'll be green. Like, why haven't they fucking thought of that? You actually have to physically get to the traffic lights, sit on the sensor, and then it goes, oh, there's a car here. We'll change the lights to green now. If they put the sensor back a little way, they would know that there's traffic coming. People would the whole economy of your city would change because people would be able to move around faster without having to stop at the lights all the time. Yeah. That's what if I was a city planner, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, okay, move the wire back, the sensor wire. It's just a wire with a sensor on it.
All I know is the first time I got to try a scooter out was in LA, and there's probably no faster way you could move on the ground. I mean, in trafficy bullshit areas,
Well, it's so maneuverable, and you can go up onto the footpath, and there's no law
Right.
about you going to the footpath, right? Because you can't drive your car on the footpath. You get a fine for that.
Right. Don't drive your car on the sidewalk.
But my brother in Taiwan, my brother's in Taiwan. He's got a remote control electric skateboard, and it goes 70 miles an hour.
What?
And he takes his dog on it. It's so fucking fast. Yeah, it's a massive board. It's like a surfboard size. It's humongous. Yeah.
You use miles per hour down there or kilometers per hour?
Kilometers.
You mean 70 miles an hour it goes?
Or 70 k's, 70 kilometers per hour. Yeah.
Okay. That's 35 miles an hour.
When we work in k's, everybody says 70 miles an hour. I don't know. We just say miles, but we mean k's. Yeah. Yeah, but 70 k's is really fast when you're on a skateboard that's 4 inches off the ground.
Yep. No. 14 doesn't feel that slow either. Yeah. Even though that's kind of slow.
I think that's what those renter ones, the ones that you have to rent and just pay by an app, I think they're limited to about that speed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've seen that one you're talking about with the one wheel. I've seen them doing off-road trekking, going through the forest and through dirt tracks and spinning up dust and dirt and flicking it around. It's total off-road, wearing all the gear and stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, they have a once a year a contest that the company throws. It's an off-road rally or whatever. Pretty cool. But that other one that I mentioned is it's a high speed version of that type setup. I'll post it.
It looks like the people in the chat have they're not even recognizing that we're talking. It's what are they fucking talking about? Who's Dooford? Dooford Manfred. No, my eyes are fucking blurry. Doofus Manfred. What's he talking about? Thanks for lying. It's just drama. Seems like there's a bit of drama going on. This is what you said. No, this is what I said. No, here you go. This is what you said. Is Doofus a flat earther or?
No.
Crossing his T's and dotting his I's.
Oh, jeez. No fear, eh? Like, absolutely, like you could equivalent that to sort of like those wingsuits. You know, that's just as dangerous. Like this is even more dangerous because you're right next to the ground. If you fell off, man, going at that speed. Like to see someone. Nah, I don't want to see someone fall off. That would be mean.
I don't even know. I think you can actually like trick those into going faster. I think I've seen those things move faster than that. But still, yeah, that's like a, you know, yeah, it's good to have like a helmet and like, yeah, some shit to like brace yourself. Like when you fall, when you fall, it's going to hurt you bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never buy a vehicle that has the tag limited on it. Like, why would you buy a vehicle that says like Ford Telstar limited? It's like it's limited. Nah. But like this guy, has he got a parachute on? Because I think he might need it. Like if he fell off, he could lose his arm, like easily. It'd break a few bones for sure.
It's just not like a casual type transportation. You know what I mean? The guys that do this, like they know that they're pretty much expecting that they're gonna get fucked up, and you know, so they're always like I'm very high alert when they're on these things. That's not enough. You're just still gonna get fucked up. The king, that's but like the people that have these channels are like good at that type stuff. I think, yeah. So, you know, your results, your mileage may vary. Your results. But yeah, if you want to just like maybe cash in on like a life insurance policy, these things are a great addition to your vehicular choices.
Perfect. That's all you need. It's like, yeah, well, the government's didn't make it illegal. Like, you know, it's not illegal, so you know, why not?
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't even know. Like, because I think you can get like a regular, like a bird scooter or something in that range, like up to, I guess it's like, would be 80 kilometers per hour, something like that. If you hack it. But I don't know if you can get a speed ticket for that. I wonder. Surely on a scooter.
Have you tried like squeezing your thighs together for an entire half an hour? Like that, riding that thing would be like hard on the knees. I don't know. It seems as though you have to really have like a lot of muscle strain on your calves. It just doesn't feel right. I don't think, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
I wouldn't be into that. You know, I like to be more relaxed. Like even when I used to do motocross, I was still relaxed, you know, flying around, doing jumps, and I was still pretty relaxed. Like this seems like you have to be tense the whole time. Like you have to be focused and tense. Like every little muscle in your body has to be tense the whole time for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I'm too old for that shit. But I'll fuck around with a scooter though. Yeah, there's no problem with that.
Bring back the old wooden stilts where you just stand on these two sticks and you just hop around. Yeah, or the pogo stick. That was good.
I just wonder about like in the future someday, like in some kind of far off Disney Pixar future, that like some kid is going to get made fun of for having a bicycle that's mechanical, or that's happening now. But right, you know what I mean? Like where kids will just be like, yeah, well, like everything's electric, you know? Like how do you even not have electric stuff? You know what I mean? About 50 years, Carlos. Give it that. They won't be making mechanical bicycles anymore.
Yeah, they'll just be laughing, just like, what? So antique. Like, what? You mean it doesn't have a computer? No computer? How does it
Totally
work?
analog? Wow. You must be poor. No, I don't know. We'd have to just start making bicycles like worth a lot of money, or else it's going to be a class thing. We don't want that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I see like lots of kids be driving them things around, and a lot of them like ride bikes and stuff, and like their e-bikes, and you're like, oh, okay. So you're just like 15 and you have an e-bike. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Many times over. You're 15. You have an e-bike. Fuck off. You know, that's my Back to the Future current time stream I should have been in. You know what I'm saying? Those kids don't even know Back to the Future. No, need to hold the thing with the skateboard or the scooter. What the fuck? Sorry, I didn't mean to
No.
rant here.
My ideal form of transportation, I can use that transportation to get me from A to B and roll a cigarette at the same time. Like if I can't roll a cigarette at the same time, it's no good.
Right. You roll a cigarette while you drive? It takes a little
Yeah,
practice.
yeah.
Yeah. You
I
gotta
used to
shake
roll a cigarette while I rode my motorbike. Yeah, back in the day.
I'm pretty sure I've tried to roll a joint while I was driving one time. I think maybe it's such a limited amount because it's so hard because I don't have a grinder, so it's like just pick, and then roll. Yeah, it's like so tough. I try not to do that.
What you need to do is when you buy your weed, you need to pre-grind it so it's just ready to roll. And and so if you can that dude, what's his name? Snoop Dogg. He has a roller, dude. He's got a full-time employee, and all
I'll
he
get a
does
full-time
is
roller,
roll
dude.
cigarettes. Yeah, he just
I'm sure-
rolls joints all day long.
I'm sure Jeremy probably knows a guy he can recommend. Got good recommendations.
Yeah, if I was rich, I'd just have a dude that rolls joints. Like that's all he does. Just
So,
roll me a
what's your
joint.
experience? Who have you worked for? What's your resume? You know what I mean? All right, let's see your work. What do you got? You know?
Yeah. Hey, truth prevails. Why don't you get on the voice chat? Where are you? Why are you hiding in the background?
Like she was in the voice chat. I jumped into voice chat. I was like, it's quiet time, so I left. And then she said, "Well, then I saw you." They said, and I came back, and then she didn't come back in. But she had just left when I came back in, so she's
She
probably
must
just
have
listening on the
company.
YouTube.
Yeah, probably got a headphone. So someone's like your
Earphones.
secret chat. It's like a double line. Like the other person, whoever's there, is probably watching Coronation Street, like on TV, and she's like talking alternative shit on like Discord. But, yeah. Sometimes that's how it is. It's very polarized. You have someone else around you, which is like totally on a different wavelength, but you kind of don't want to let them in on onto everything because like it might ruin what you've got, you know. Can't tell everyone. No. Fight Club. There it is. Yeah.
You can't tell about Fight Club, so we're saying. Okay.
So I normally have a beer, but I bought myself a bottle of wine. It's Cabernet Sauvignon. Have you heard of that?
Sure.
Did you get that where you are? Cabernet Sauvignon?
Cab Sav. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. It's velvety
It's
and
a bit.
rich.
Is it oaken? Was it made in delicious oaken casks?
This one here. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is.
Get some
made
fucking
in...
woody ass notes from that shit, man. Yeah. Go with that Cab Sav. All right.
A little bit of grass. You don't want too much grass in there, eh? It's like grassy note. If it says grassy notes, don't buy it. Just don't buy it. You
No,
don't want
I wouldn't.
grass in your.
I'll just get grass or whatever. I'll be like, this is way grassier than that wine that thought it was cool.
Yeah.
I like Meritage. I think that they're very interesting because sometimes you could take like a white and a red, mix them up, and you're like, what is this wine? This is wow. Tastes like, I don't know. It confuses you because like you could have like, or like a red wine without the skin, a peeled. You know what I mean? You don't
Well,
get like that reddishness and it.
the only white wine I can drink is Pinot Gris.
Right.
Really, it's pretty much the only one I can drink. But like for red wine, I prefer Merlot, just straight Merlot. But like, yeah, I'm being a bit adventurous today, trying some Cab Sav.
There was this one that
we stole a lot of wine from France. We stole a lot of their cuttings and we brought it here and we planted it. Yeah.
Yep. What's that? Shiraz? Do you guys have that?
Yeah, it's very peppery, isn't it? It's like spicy.
Yeah. I like that stuff there. That's pretty good. Pinot Noir. I like that for red.
Yeah, Pinot Noir, but you got to be you got to know the seasons. You got to have a little bit of knowledge of where it's coming from and when it was grown and what the weather was like and stuff. Because I'm into $80 bottles. Like when I buy a bottle of wine, there are $6 bottles that you can buy, but like I'm not into that. And my friend, have you ever heard what an Indian giver? I don't know why they call it that. Do you know the history of Indian giver?
Yeah, like a generous Indian person.
Because he came to my house and he said, "Yeah, here's a bottle of wine, housewarming present. It's like $80 bottle of wine." And then it's like when he was leaving, he was taking it with him. It's like, what? That's staying in my wine collection, bro.
Like the unopened bottle.
Yeah,
Just
no,
tried
yeah.
to
I'm
take it with you.
opening it. It's a housewarming present. It's like, no, you're not taking that with you. Leave it here. Indian giver.
That's funny. Oh, was he like Indian? I guess. I think it comes out of American
that's what
Indians, which are not true
That's
Indians.
what you say when someone gives you something and they take it back. Like after they've already given it to you, it's yours, and they say, "Oh, I'm taking it now."
I don't recall what that is exactly from the saying.
Is it Indian as in India or as in Red Indians? I don't know.
I think it's American Indian.
But that's a negative sort of a way to think. Like, did they do stuff like that back in the day? Like, where did this saying come from? I don't know. Yeah, I don't like to.
I feel like a lot of the I don't know. Most of what Americans know about Indians is from Wild West movies and cowboy movies and shit. Culturally, like, the generation before us was all educated on like pow pow. You know what I mean? Like,
So much propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh my god, the
Or
time
it's-
is 1111.
That is a good time.
It's 1111.
And sometimes people
Yeah,
will
I'll
be
be
like,
back. Hey Snacks,
you're
I'll
like,
be back in a couple of minutes if you're still here. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
you're gonna go do some 1111 time.
I'll go and do some 1111.
Have fun. Be one. Honest engine. I was gonna say, like, I'm not lying. I'm an honest engine. Not a good look. I think his clock's wrong. I'm pretty sure it's not 1111. Just want to say that.
Yeah, we have like I don't know what you call it when it's more than half a moon. Like at the moment, is that called a gibbous
So
moon?
waxing gibbous.
It's bigger than half. Yeah, waxing gibbous. That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I know what gibbous
I just
means.
I just did. If you've ever seen the movie The World's Fastest Indian, yeah, I just did that
Gives me
on the
opportunities.
lemon tree. Yeah. Waxing gibbous. Waxing a surfboard. There's a channel that I subscribed to a long time ago, and it gave me an idea for the restaurant that I've got. And then his name is like what is it, surf something, and basically he's an American dude, and he used to do surfing, and now he lives in Japan, and he does like food. Um, like he goes around vending machines and just like he's got a lot of followers. Yeah. Um,
I'm still thinking about this waxing.
wax on, wax off.
Right, Karate Kid, Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah.
Wax on, wax off. That's the waxing. The other part is the waning. And who's the
Yeah.
most moon-oriented waning character you can think of?
He used to be able to catch flies with his chopsticks.
Right. But yeah, I just make the connection between Bruce Wayne and the waning moon, and the Batman with the bat signal. It looks like the moon. Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? You know what I mean? Jack Nicholson said in the Batman original movie. I don't know, just like a lot of Waynes and moon situations there. I actually feel like the whole thing, the whole symbol is moon inspired. The Batman bat. I almost feel like it's like the axe handles or like the opposite crescent moons, you know? Kind of like put into one, and then we put it into the sky. Say, criminals beware. Where's Australian Batman, that guy? He was in here a couple days ago. Jazz was talking.
Australian.
Did you hear him?
No, shit.
You know what I'm
Please,
talking about,
no.
right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Don't like
Jazza, you, Jazza, you don't even know. Yeah, it's like, wow.
It's just Murphy's Law. You've just talked about him, and now he's just gonna pop up. He's gonna crawl out of the grave.
Yeah, I'm only saying it because like I had I don't know, some brain cell popped on and said like that guy's online right now. I hear you.
But you don't know him like I know him. Like I don't even need to know him, but I know him.
I don't need to know him like you know him to know him. Like I don't want to know him, but I think it's
I know
wonderful.
him better than you know him, and I don't even know him.
I'm sick of him. I never met him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
it's
can
weird.
just
Like
imagine.
sometimes like that, like in the morning, I'll just be like, I know this person's going to come on. This is going to happen. Some days I just know it. Weird.
Yeah, because everybody's on a schedule, right? And like you wake up and you go to sleep, and then there's a time before you go to like, yeah, you know. And then there's if you tried to hack it out for just a little bit longer, you'd find out there's a whole new crowd, like in the next hour coming on, like a Christian crowd, and they talk about the Bible all day long, and then there's a refraction crowd, and there's a straight line crowd that Jeremy controls. It's like that straight line. You're like, how do we get a horizontal? And then you have another crowd that talks about like there's a specific time slots, and it just happens. Yeah,
Yeah, it's weird. It's very strange.
but I bet you were if we were all in the same place at the same time, not around the world. I'm just trying to think what that conversation might be like if we all got together at the same time. Yeah. And you can predict who's going to be coming on next. Like if you start talking about like the Hebrew language, like who would you think is going to be coming on next? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like, you know, because I'm only really here. This is the only Discord that I like chilling or whatever. So,
well, there's no better place to be, right?
Probably not. But like, why do I gotta? Why go around and look? Like, I'm pretty sure I know good quality when I see it. This is quality.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's like that button of familiarity that you just click and you go, oh, that's pretty cool. Sometimes it's just like I'm just in the background, just like waiting for my chance to pounce and just say some bullshit, but normally most of the time. But like, yeah, there's so much to learn, and I think that's more valuable than any other frequency that I could tune into that they offer us. Like when you're in your car, you've got a whole selection of frequencies that you can just tune into, right? But what are the chances that all of them are rubbish?
They're all commercials, or they're all playing Celine Dion. It could happen.
And you have to think that the normies, that's what they listen to because they don't have what we have, and that's what they're listening to. And you should spend a little bit of time in your spare time to find out what the fuck information are they getting like into their brains all day every day. And it's just, but you know, through the frequencies, that's what they're getting, and it's unbelievable. It's totally unbelievable. You know, all the advertising and the propaganda and the local scene. You know what's happening locally. You know, it's like why limit yourself to that, right?
I'm just kind of like astounded. I just like learned today that like McToon is Conspiracy Cats, and I'm like, oh, I thought this was like some new guy. Like Conspiracy Cats, fucking text trolling my streams since like fucking forever ago. You know, might as well go back as far as Jazza.
No, dude, Conspiracy Cats is a totally different dude than MC2.
Why does it? So why is it? Oh, so Conspiracy Cats has a channel called where he just posts up all McToon shit.
Maybe, but it's like Baldy Cats is what he used to go by as well. He was like in with Ranty when all that stuff was going down. It was like Ruhif and Conspiracy Cats. He's like a bald dude from I don't know, somewhere in Europe, the UK or something.
Like I remember Conspiracy Cats. That's all. Like I remember him like just like, hey, you guys think it's flat? It's not. And then he leaves. You know, basically, in the chats. Sorry, I was confused there. My bad. Somebody posted a link to some McToon thing, and I was like, wait. Thanks for the correction, Gio.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, he is kind of linked in with MC Toon and all those guys, though. Yeah, he's buddies
Yeah.
with.
Well, it's like Bob the Science Guy was Bob the Science Guy until he was like, I'm whatever, Hidden Moon or whatever, the alt account he had. And I was like, oh, wait, that's the same guy? What the heck? How is he still here? It's a lot of the same Globers that have like been here.
It's also a lot of the same flat earthers that have been here for a really long time. What's the point of that?
Yeah, I don't care if you're a baller, but your voice is interesting. Say something.
What's interesting about my voice?
You sound like Schwartz from Hogan's Heroes.
Okay. Good for you, I guess.
And he was my favorite character.
I'm happy for
That's
you.
cool. Sweet conversation. Yeah, anyway, yeah, a lot of I'm just thinking about like the history of like these some of these baller channels. Like how long people have been citing like whatever Soundly's stuff. It's just silly, all of it.
I can't imagine being on the other side though, Snacks. Like imagine like being in the paradigm where you think you are totally correct and the paradigm that you've been given is the one that is true and correct and is unfalsifiable. Like I can't imagine being on that side of the fence where I go to the extreme where I have to defend it.
How did you get into this whole topic?
You can bring up a new topic if you like.
No,
What's on
I'm
your
just
mind?
I'm just wondering, based on what you say, I'm like most people that I hear about and have contact with, they tell me that they once were a Glober, right? And then they found some media, someone saying that, hey, this is not true and it's false and it's obviously debunked, and then they didn't believe them and tried to prove the people that they found saying that this whole globe idea is wrong, and then they couldn't,
Wrong.
and then they needed to realize that
No,
they
that's
were
not how it
incorrect.
happens. That's not how it happens. Like most people didn't realize what the other people thought the place was that we're living in. Like most people just went with the flow and realized one day that, holy fuck, there's a shitload of people that think we're on a spinning ball and this is what they actually think. It's like the people that became flat earthers realized that there's this like for me anyway, it was more like the realization that we've been hoodwinked.
All right, yeah, that's what I mean, right? But how do you make that realization? How do most people, like most people that I talked about, they made that realization by coming across someone having made that realization, telling them, "Hey, you've been hoodwinked," and then they reject that initially, and they try to prove to people that say, "Hey, you've been hoodwinked," wrong, and they can't, and then they make the realization.
Well, you just said that most people that become flat earthers said that they used to be globers. That's not the truth. They never were globers. They were just never thought about it. They never thought about it. And then
Well,
when the
when the
Is
topic
it
came
taught
up,
in
is
school or not? Are we conditioned? Is there some
Yo,
public
hold on. He was
information out there
definitely
that
mid
claims
sentence.
that we're on a
Carlos was
globe, and
mid
is it
sentence.
common
AK,
considered
AK.
common knowledge? On
Oh
You're gonna
man,
get muted, bro.
Carlos was mid sentence, bro. Go ahead, Carlos. Finish it up.
oh, thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's like most people never even took a second chance to think about it. They never really thought deeply about it. It was just like when the realization came about that some a video or some knowledge came into their perception that allowed them to realize that, hey, hang on, things aren't making sense. It's not that flat earthers used to be globers, but flat earthers never really took into consideration the ramifications of the reality of this paradigm that they're pushing. And then when the flat earther, you know, the now flat earther looks back and sort of like discerns what's been taught, you know, those are the things that inspire a whole bunch of questions and lead down a whole bunch of different rabbit holes. It's not that the flat earther used to be a glober at all. The flat earther just, you know, didn't really think about it, you know, to that depth.
How
Go
many more
ahead.
times do you want to repeat that, just so that I don't get muted again?
It's your turn to speak, bro.
Great. Okay, so you're claiming that most flat earthers never really thought about it, and they, when they came up on the on information that made them question things, then they immediately realized that they have been lied to. In that case, the people I've heard speak and the people I spoke directly to, that I had conversations with, they must be outliers, because the prevailing pattern that I experience within those people is that they were blindly following what they were taught at some point, right? And then they came across information that claimed that this is all bullshit and it is all obviously wrong and there's obvious problems with it. They claimed to disprove it, and they rejected that initially, and were like, "Well, hang on," and their gut reaction, their instinct reaction was to try and disprove what those people are claiming, to try and prove those people are that claim that this is all lies and there's obvious problems with it. They tried to prove that wrong and to prevail in what they have been taught, to continue trusting the world around them. And in the process of that, they needed to inform themselves, they needed to find things out, they needed to question things, because in order to disprove what this new idea, they would have to dive into what they just blindly accepted so far. And in the process of doing that, they were not able to disprove those claims. And then they needed to realize, hey, okay, I've just been blindly following something that does not make any sense.
No, it's different. It's not like that. It's not like blindly following anything. It's just like there's a narrative in the background, and it's kind of oblivious to like any form of importance in your daily life. And then suddenly, when you find out that, you know, there are some aspects of the paradigm that they're pushing that don't make sense, that's when it inspires some form of you know, introspection, like some type of a
Again,
way to
that's not the experience I've made with the people I've heard talk and I talk to.
I haven't met a single flat earther that claims to be a flat earther that says they used to be a glober. All the flat earthers I've ever talked to say that it never came across their mind. It wasn't something they really considered, but they always had questions about the place where they are, where they live, but it wasn't something that they really considered could be anything different.
All right. Then I've talked to some of those people too. I've also seen that pattern. I agree with you that this exists within the community. But as I said, with the samples that I have, the majority by far was what I described and not what you described. So I guess we have different sample groups there. I mean, I would suggest that neither of our sample groups are statistically representative. So in size, I would suggest that both, like the people that the group that you're
like to
talking
be
about,
a
or where you're
global,
taking this from, and the group that I'm taking this from,
like,
neither of them are big enough in
like,
size to really make a statement.
At least if like for someone to call themselves a glober and to say I used to be a glober, now I'm a flat earther. Well, to be a glober, you would need to be able to come up with a few numbers and crunch some numbers and explain exactly like the heliocentric model down to a T, like how far is the moon away, how far is the sun, and like when do eclipses happen, like all the aspects regarding the model. But for me and for everyone else that I've ever talked to that is now considering themselves as a flat earther, I don't think they've ever considered like any of these details, and like that's the difference between a glober and someone who is pushing the globe model, because someone who's pushing the globe model, they know all of the numbers.
Well, okay. So Glober doesn't know the numbers. The one that pushes the globe model knows the numbers, or the other way around.
No,
I think this is a useless distinction, by the way. But it's your wording, not mine.
Okay, put it this way: before I came across the idea that this place is a stationary flat plane, like I didn't know how far it was, supposedly in the heliocentric model, to the moon, to the sun.
Okay.
I didn't know all of these numbers. I had no idea. It was just something that
Okay.
was in the background, something that I heard, and it's not something that I considered. And so it wasn't
Okay.
really something that was I was seriously like involved with. It was like, oh yeah, people are looking at the stars, people are flying up into space. I never even really thought about it too much. Yeah.
Okay. So you were uninformed about the matter. Fair enough.
No, I was fully informed. I just didn't give a shit.
No, you weren't. You said you didn't consider those things.
No,
You
because
did
the
not know
information
those
was
things
available to
consciously.
me.
You did not
No,
look
the
into those
information
things.
was
So you were
available.
uninformed.
You're kind of
No, I was
maybe
informed.
interrupting.
I was fully
No, you
informed. The
weren't.
information.
You
I
just
was,
said
yeah.
you didn't know those things and you didn't take them into consideration. So you were not
No,
informed about those things.
hang on.
It's
Just
not a
because I
negative thing,
didn't know.
Carlos. I'm not
Wait.
judging you. It's just a matter of
Wait.
Hold on,
fact.
guys. Hold on. AK, finish your thought, and then Carlos go.
Okay, Carlos, you seem to become very defensive about me saying that, hey, you were not informed about those things. I'm not judging you. This is not an evaluation, okay? This is merely like putting what you said, the fact of what you said, into words. And there is no arguing around that, Carlos.
Okay. When you say the word informed, like I was fully informed. I wasn't interested.
Well, that is different. Like, knowing something and not being interested in it is different from not knowing something and not taking something into consideration. Those are two different things.
Well, that's the difference between being fully informed and being ignorant and just being not interested. I just, like most flat earthers, they understand the basic narrative of the paradigm that we're on a spinning ball in the middle of a vacuum, flying around the galaxies. But like most people just
That already
not
implies a misunderstanding. But go on. Flying, for example.
Yeah, but then when they find out the story of the heliocentric model, it's like, what? Is this the story that they've been pushing all the time? Really? That's the surprise.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you say. Again, the crowd
Have you
I
always?
talked to, the majority
Can I ask
was
you?
might have been uninformed or not interested in the topic for the majority of their lives, and then they come across a trigger that that trigger being someone advocating and someone trying to enlighten people to the realization that this is ridiculous, and their first reaction was always, most of the people say their first reaction was, I'm gonna try to disprove this. They wanted to continue trusting in the world. They wanted to continue trusting in the environment that they learned a lot of things in, right? And so they started to inform themselves. They started to look into this for the sake of disproving the person that says, hey, this is ridiculous. This does not make any sense. And in the process of that, they're getting more informed and they're failing to disprove that person. And then they make that realization that, hey, what that person is saying is ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. That person is actually correct, and hey, what has been fed to us and what has been pushed to us is actually ridiculous. And then they make that realization for themselves. And then some people, a lot of people that you can continue talking with about this topic, they stay interested in, and they try to focus their energy on, okay, so what can I know and what can't I know? They continue to pursue that journey with the realization that they have been duped about a large part of their understanding of reality throughout their lives. And yeah, that's
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Like, what part of space travel confirms to you that they're really doing what they say they're doing and going to space? What's the number one thing that lets you know that there's no way that they could be like lying to you? Like, tell me something that makes you feel that way. Tell me.
I'm not saying there's no way.
Tell me, like, with all your obvious investigation into all of the information that's provided to you, like free of charge, that you can go online and you can just like investigate for yourself and go down some rabbit holes, and tell me what is it that makes you believe that they're doing exactly what they're telling you they're doing?
When did I state that belief? I'm a little bit confused about why are you assuming my position. Have you ever asked me?
Yeah, I just did.
No, you did not. You asked me presuming, premising my belief. You haven't asked me about my position at all. You asked me, why do you hold this and this position? But I don't even hold that position, so I can't give you an answer.
So do you or do you not
Why do
think
you
that?
believe rainbows are unicorn farts, Carlos? Well, you never
So do
said
you
that
or
rainbows are unicorn farts, so you can't give me an
Hmm.
answer to that question. It's a loaded
Do you
question.
think, yes or no, are they going to space?
I don't know.
That's a good start.
That's a
That's a
great
really
start.
good start. Yeah.
So
It's okay. It's okay, like, not to know something because somebody else told
Yeah.
you it. That's okay.
I know. It's just that Carlos assumed my answer would be yes. Assumed that was my position and asked me, why is that your position? And now we've clarified, well, this is not even my position, so.
Okay, maybe
It's
just
not
like
even
the little.
what I was saying, actually, but that alone.
All right,
Okay.
I
Do
don't
you
think
have?
he's trying to
Are
intentionally
you?
misrepresent you.
Can I ask him, like, are you do you have any like doubts in what they're showing you, like the way that the world is today? Do you have any doubts that what they're saying to you is true?
Depends who they is.
Okay, so do you think it could be true that they
that's a fucking paradox. Like, do you think they could be lying to you?
Who is they?
You know who they is? Like,
No, I
like
don't.
the people that pull the strings in this world.
The people that pull the strings in this world. Well, I
Okay,
don't speak
is
to those
I mean,
people.
would
I
you
don't even know who that group of people would be. So,
would
sure, I
you
guess they can be lying or they can be truthful. I don't know.
right?
Because
Hey,
I
but
don't
like,
know the first thing about they in that
but
context.
are there people that do pull strings?
Well, there is
Whether
certainly
regardless
a
if you
lot of
call them
people
they,
that have
them,
a
or
lot of
whatever.
influence, yes. And there's certainly also like elite circles of people that coordinate their influence with each other, or
Could be
that
families
work
or something
together
like that.
or have conflicts with each other. I think that is just as in lower parts of society, just scale, scale up in effect and in the amount of money and materials or plans, strategy that changes hand. I think that's I don't think
So,
there's
so
like a
what?
magical barrier of like, oh no, beyond this things work completely differently.
What? Okay. So what do you imagine? Like the group of billionaires at the 1%. What do you think? The type of plans that they come together and meet and talk about. What do you think that the type of things that they would talk about?
I don't know. I don't really think about that, honestly. And honestly, it doesn't interest me all that much because even if there's like, no matter what the reply, what the answer to that is, I can only just try to live my best life, and I can't change what happens with them or what happens due to them in the first place. Like, my range of influence is too small for that, so I'm gonna keep to myself a little bit more. Would call me an anarchist in that sense. I'm trying to practice like self-sovereignty in the sense that I'm trying to be conscious about what I'm depending on for what part of my life, and what is directly responsible for that. What I'm responsible for, and what I am leaning on, and what that is influenced by. And beyond that, in the grand scheme of the world's theory and everything, it doesn't really that doesn't really matter to the simple facts of life, to my flat, to my room, to my bed, to when I get up and go to sleep, and what I do in between. Also, it doesn't really matter to what I can substantiate myself, what knowledge I can substantiate for myself and test for myself and verify for myself. So the whole topic of what do they talk about and how do they pull the strings in the world and what strings could they possibly be pulling and stuff like that is completely irrelevant to me. It's just fear mongering from my point of view to do that, to ask those questions and to lead your life pondering about that. Just you're pushing yourself into more and more fear and more paranoia about what they do and how they stage everything and so on. Yeah, well, okay, I give you, but they do that, all right? Current conflict, Israel-Palestine, it's orchestrated by them. What does it change? Does it change that children lose their lives? Does it change that there's bombs raining down? Does it change that people do that? No, it doesn't. Would knowing that they do that and that it's staged that way, would knowing that, would that change your strategy of how you could possibly help, how you could possibly take influence to stop those acts of violence, to be on a side of more peace? I don't think so. Because
Yeah,
if they can
I
preach
get
something
you.
like that, if they have an influence like that, then you can't also directly just snip the string that they are pulling.
There you go.
And I have to
I,
play your role.
I get the feeling that you're a genuine person with emotions and feeling, and you obviously care about your family and your friends. You care about the people in the world around you. Like all of this is like on the material, like so. What do you think happens um after you die?
I don't know. How's that relevant? I know that existence, as I know it, stops. And with that existence, more like since my existence, it appears to me, is going hand in hand with perceiving the world around me through my senses. And then interpreting that and that triggering the physical body that I'm having, triggering other things like thoughts and abstractions and stuff like that, sometimes illusions. So my consciousness seems to be going hand in hand with having this body and the senses that go with it and the perception of the world that goes with it. I know for a fact that when dying, that part, the body and the sensory perception stops. So I would doubt that my consciousness, as I experience it right now, stays unaffected by that.
Hey, before
That's as
Carlos
far as I
responds or before you go on, I just want to say, yeah, that was a good human moment you had in the last thing. We were talking about whatever, war and stuff like that. I don't hear enough of that humanity out of you, so I do appreciate hearing it. I'll have to be nicer to you now.
Yeah, because it's bringing it down to the basic level, right? Like the everyday, like we all have to have an everyday life when we're not on the internet. Like in reality, it is a pretty dire situation that everybody, like the whole world, is in. Like, but like it doesn't mean that we have to forget. Like there, it seems like there is a master plan, and um, everything in the society is being manipulated. It's not organic. It's definitely not. It's not organic. And if you can start with that being the foundation of your thoughts, is stems off and it makes you think of a whole bunch of other things that could be going on. It's like it, it's not just like a push and pull situation. It's more of a direction that's been slowly nudged into one particular vector, and that is an agenda in itself. And you have to
You're
think what.
saying there seems to be a master plan and an agenda, right?
Yeah,
Well, to
yep.
be able to say that, you have to recognize the pattern and the goal, right? But whenever someone is asked about that pattern and goal to substantiate this, then either the response turns out to be ad hoc, or the response turns out to be, well, I don't have to know it per se, I don't have to know the details, I don't have to know the plan they are having, but that kind of takes away the grounds on which you're claiming that there is an agenda and a plan, which is that you have recognized that pattern, and when you're asked about it, you cannot actually substantiate it. So,
Okay. So my question
no, there does
to you
not
is:
seem to be a plan because you can't point out what plan they are
okay.
having and what agenda they're having.
My question to you is: do you think that the way in which the world is going now, is it organic or is there some plan?
That's not mutually exclusive.
It's either a plan or it's organic. Which one is it?
No, it's not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, it is. It
No,
has
it's
to
not.
be. You
No,
have
it's
to
not.
take a side. Yeah,
Well,
there's only one.
if it's not a plan,
I'm
then
really sorry for you that you think that's a dichotomy, but it's not.
hold up. But if it's not a plan, then it's a strategy, or an agenda, or there are just short-term agendas where everybody doesn't know the end goal here. But everything is like live happening, so we can only respond to things as they occur. A plan, like, is like a pretty structured thing. I mean, do you think they're trying to guide things to a certain outcome? We'll just put it that way. Does that sound less cryptic to you?
I still don't subscribe to the idea that a homogeneous day exists in the first place.
Well,
Like you're
okay,
saying
so
1%. Well, you know what? I am part of the 1%. You're part of the 1%, depending on how you scope it. And you say the elites and the billionaires. Right? There's tons of different groups and billionaires that don't necessarily are not necessarily in the same circle. Like there's no like your idea that there is some range that's not accessible to you, that's unimaginable to you, where things suddenly start working completely different and there's no human interaction anymore and no conflict anymore and stuff like that. And it all happens to be mysterious and working together and, you know, working completely different from how we know a corporation works, like in our department, in our company, or yeah, on that kind of level. I
Yeah,
kind of find it like very naive to think that there's this break
I,
off point and suddenly things
all right.
humans are not humans anymore.
I think
Carlos?
there are some. I think there are some very wealthy people in the world that don't give a shit, and they're just really good at doing business, and they're not interested in in like societies or clubs or groups or these types of meetings that have any influence on the world stage. I'm sure there are, like in European countries, all around the world, in fact. But like the majority, I'm sure, of billionaires, they sort of they have a secret club, and they have some meetings that they come to and form some. They come to an agreement on the way that they wish they can, you know, uh,
Yeah, and you're
influence.
sure there's a secret club because you have evidence of it? No, then it would not be secret. You're sure there's a secret club because you believe that. This is all your worldview. This is all your belief system. And I'm not like I already explained this is not of interest to me because it's not relevant to the things that I'm interested
Because
in.
you're not a billionaire.
I suppose it could not be relevant to you at this point. It may be relevant at a different point in your search for information.
That's
But it might
normally the
not,
way
right?
that
Because, like you said, it's not gonna like this information doesn't affect your mundane reality, and if it doesn't, then I don't really see any of the intrinsic desire to actually plow through this stuff or to overthrow some of the instances of indoctrination in your mind. Like, why even bother with that? Yeah, you could you don't need
that's I
you
mean
don't
that's
need to.
normally the people. That's normally the way that people feel is that when they're so jealous of billionaires, they have to deny that there's anything wrong with them, because that's what you aspire to be, is a rich billionaire.
Really? Thanks for letting me know that I aspire to be a rich billionaire. I didn't know that, but you just told me what I aspire and what I wish for in my life. And thank you for that.
It's a
That's a
little bit
big
like
help that I have you to tell me what I want. That's really good.
little
Next
sarcasm
time
there.
I'm wondering what I want, I'm going to come to you.
That's probably not accurate. Real quick though, if you're smart enough to consider the fact that you could be lied to, but then you're smart enough to consider the fact that whoever's lying to you is in charge, and then what would be the smartest thing next if you were to say like, oh, I am being lied to, but it's these people who are in control? Well, you might just roll over and just be like, oh, well, then that must be the truth, like, because we have internally, like, the instincts to adapt to the winning group. You know what I mean? Like, we are sort of like that.
Yeah.
And effectively, it doesn't like behoove you to reject those things then in a amongst the population that believes in it.
Well, I already answered that question too, so there's nothing to add for me. I'm not sure which part you didn't understand or which part you didn't listen to.
Okay. So you'd rather say those words than reply to me?
Yes, because I've already given a very elaborate answer to that. And the fact that you're asking me this again means that I'm obviously not getting through to you. So
I don't know.
Why
It's
should I
probably
bother
fucking longer.
spending another half an hour on trying to elaborate again when it's not getting through?
Elaborate on, like, that your instinct would be to just believe, like, you would believe, like, even if you're whatever, you had abusive parents, like, you know what I mean, if they scare the shit out of you enough, you'd be like, oh, well, I better fucking listen to them, because, like, yeah, who knows, I'm just a kid, right? I don't know. And we have such a limited amount of, like, ability. When I was growing up, like, we didn't have all these other ways to get information, like, the only way to access, like, knowledge was through, like, a Funkin' Wagnalls or Encyclopedia Britannica or some shit, or some other books by Time Life or something like that with some kind of photographic, whatever, artistic rendition of, like, a planet or something, that's what I grew up on. The thing that, like, there is no real flat earth for kids in elementary school, because either you believe in the ball or you're dumb. And that's the cruel reality of elementary school. But the alternatives are, like, I believe in Atlantis. That's, like, maybe one of the most, like, just kid available things that you could grab onto and be like, you know what, I think that this happened. Like, like, where you don't require the mainstream narrative to, like, tell you what you might think or imagine. Okay. And even if, because it's not an imagination thing that Atlantis is a topic we talk about or something in the ancient past, but, like, those things are the only, like, I don't know, flotation devices to keep you above, what will ultimately just, like, flood your reality with a bunch of numbers and statements and declarations and stuff. And you just swallow it all, then you do it. If you didn't, then there are still, like, unanswered, like, kid brain cells that you have. And I have unanswered kid brain cells. And I started to, like, fix that up, like, when I was an adult, somewhere around, like, the last 10 years, I started, like, kind of questioning things that I just was like, oh, I just accept that, even though this doesn't make sense to me, I'll accept it. Because, even though the US is all this news and shit, like, seems like terrible, we're always on the winning side. This was 10 years ago. I don't know. All these things, like, it's easy enough to just, like, say, okay, well, my mundane reality says to me that everything's fine, even though the news says the world's burning. So you can have that too. Does it change the fact that somewhere else the world is burning? Why don't somebody else talk? Thanks. It's your worldview. Just to sum it up, maybe that was a lot of fucking.
That's what I've been saying.
Okay.
I've been explaining
Like,
why this worldview of, I have to watch out for what their plan is, what their agenda is, and so on. This is just, in a sense, just making you paranoid in the end. Like, if you're right or not doesn't really matter.
There's a lot of things I avoid thinking about. Within this genre, you could talk about there's Q stuff. There's all kinds of stuff to spook you, make you paranoid, make you, like, think about things. I try to avoid those things. If they're not helpful to how I want to be, and like you said, like, in my best life, well, you know what? Like, to me, I've already donated a lot of my personal time to this conversation. That's fine. Maybe it's selfish. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a blend. I don't know, but I'm good. Like, I don't need to, like, delve into every little thing and find out every wrong thing that ever existed. That's not in my interest. Like, my interest really was never to be this either. Like, I'm a saxophone player. What the fuck am I doing with this stuff? Like, I should just go live my life. That's what I spent most of my time in my life getting to, was to do that. So I don't know. I do hope to get back to that. But I'm 100% sure that this, even though like I might not appreciate it as much as I should, like this whole tour through this idea has definitely activated like parts of my brain that were not even known that they could be woke up. And I don't know, in some way it helps to spiritually ground me, even if I'm not biblical or any whatever denominational thing. It does help me to like understand the holistic nature of this environment that we all like share. Thank you.
Like Snacks, how much can you verify yourself for the history that has been before you? Like you have your parents and your grandparents and maybe even your great grandparents, like, and you have your own experience, but then you have the stories from your parents and your grandparents, and like how much can you really verify about what, like, where you came from and what happened? You can only go back so far, can't you, to like totally verify everything. Is such a short time frame, really. Is like a couple of 100 years, maybe. Like before that, it's just a story.
Well, disregarding the on the grounds that you're perceiving the world, then it's not even a couple 100 years. Then it's like maybe 100 years at most. Because anything that you're not directly hearing from your grandparents or from your great grandparents, I mean, when they were still alive, I guess, anything that you're not directly hearing from them, but you're hearing second hand, or even when you're hearing it from them directly, but when you're hearing it from them directly, you can sort of ask follow-up questions and sort of ask details, right? You can evaluate and interpret what they were saying and the gravity of the detail of what they're saying yourself. But as soon as it's retold by someone else, you don't even know if it's the exact same words anymore.
Well, like,
So
what's your opinion? What's your opinion about the asylums and the orphanages back in the day? Do you even know what I'm talking about? Like all the orphans and the you know, the parentless children, the orphans, the hundreds and thousands of orphans, and the asylums in cities that, like Chicago had an asylum that held like 1,000 people, and the population of Chicago was only 4,000. It's like, what is it with these asylums and these orphanages? Any opinion?
I have no opinion on that because it's the first time I ever heard about that, and I'm not interested in it.
So
I was
Chicago had a population of 4,000. They had an asylum that populated 1,000 people, like insane people of 1,000. The whole population of Chicago was only 4,000 people, and then there were orphans everywhere, like trainloads of orphans coming in, like not long ago. It wasn't that long ago. It was within your grandparents' lifetime.
Okay. Still not interested.
I think it's so fun. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, kind of like going backtracking and topic wise or whatever. But I never really got to talk about it. But the stuff I was doing in like 2011, 2010, 2011 was like well, to do with space agencies, really. So, like, yeah, that and observatories and it wasn't my business, right? It was like somebody else's insanity that I just like said like, okay, I guess I'll do that, you know, until such a point where I was like, fuck this. I don't believe in the startup anymore. It was a time like when it was before Uber really happened. It was just like a startup time. So Yeah, that means you're a slave and you just slave to your own ideas of success. So I did that for a while. Part of this involved, like talking to like people at like Planet. Well, like I guess the largest owner of planetariums in the world or whatever. Not only that, but like the observatories that were like connected to those to come up with like a sky survey type video game for identifying whatever earthbound objects or what have you. Anyway, as one portion of this, that remains, right? So like I did have that experience to like sit in on a lot of calls, talk about some things. Later, there would be another project here where we consulted with one of the greatest or biggest, like, this is probably top 3 VC companies that we had access to anyway, that dealt with aerospace, and we had, well, I don't know, like a goal for basically putting a 3D printer in space to build like networks of stuff, or satellite. I don't know. It wasn't my idea. It sounds crazy, and I don't think it would work. But regardless, it's still fucking. I attend the meetings and whatever. And we had a guy from basically Debt VC and venture capital, and he was connected to like NASA and stuff, and SpaceX, and you know what I mean. Like we had the people like come check our tech out, and they were not super impressed. No surprise here, because I didn't think it was even viable for what the other business partner thought it was. So whatever. I just sat in on that, and I was able to just read reactions and stuff. I'm just a regular guy. I don't have the degrees to actually back up anything. Like we would have to hire other people to even qualify what we were trying to fucking do. You know what I mean? But as I walked through as diligently as I could, I'm trying to. I'll let you talk.
Since 2011. Has SpaceX been around that long?
Yeah. Yeah, we were trying to compete with them for the first 3D printer in the air, and I think that they had definitely already done that. You try to get, and I was like, oh well, we should get like a ride on a Vomit Comet. They're like, you have no idea how much that flight would cost to test our printer out, because that was like their test. Like, oh, we can put a space whatever printer that they put in there. They're like, yeah, it works. But if you really knew the inside baseball here, it's like Bezos is controlling. Like they're all the guys that make the rockets also control 3D fabrication too, to some degree.
What made Bezos rich?
Amazon, the Kindle. Maybe he's
what? Is he the Kindle guy?
I think he came up with the concept to use it as like it would be beneficial enough to just almost give the thing away, because it's like a shopping like catalog or something. It's almost like a catalog for the.
It's such a Walmart idea, isn't it? It's just a the Kindle. Yeah.
But Bezos owns iMaterialize, the company. He owns like a big chunk of MakerBot Industries, like all the DIY like subsidiary shit that rolls off of that. It's all Bezos land. We wound up like in a lawsuit with Bezos. That was not anything that our lawyer would even do. He was like, he just took our $5,000 and was like, I'm not going up against this. You guys don't even have enough money. So, all right, thanks. That was sweet. I don't know, man. Like, it's just a ton of dumb shit. But you find this out when you try to like go against giants or other companies that are capitalized for millions of dollars, and you try to compete with your fucking nuts and bolts. Like, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. Unless you know somebody, you ain't doing shit. Even if you do know somebody, you might not do shit. It's a hustle.
Do you know anyone do you know anyone that's looking to buy a coal mine? Because I've got a coal mine for sale.
Yeah, we're Flat Earth Mining Company. We do that. Just drop some
I've got
survey data.
I've got an open cast.
Get back to you.
I've got an open cast coal mine for sale. It's $20 million. There's at least $200 million worth of coal there, but you have to go through the through rigmarole of negotiating with the Department of Conservation regarding like these endangered bats and like some stupid little snails. And yeah, my wife's been trying to sell this coal mine for fucking years, but like yeah, it's really difficult to get a buyer because they're so scared of like going up against the greenies. And yeah, you wouldn't imagine how difficult it is in New Zealand to sell a coal mine. Yeah. It's $20 million. It's so cheap. It's ready for the taking. You just need to discuss with them about how you're going to move the bats from here to another location. Yeah. It's a
The one thing
total.
I sort of almost regret in my company story not doing this one job, which was a freebie for Buzz Aldrin. We were supposed to 3D print a bunch of Martian like mock-up, just to have like a little tabletop demonstration for miniatures, because everybody fucking loves them shits. But I was like, fuck this, and yeah. But I wish I did that, because it would have been interesting if I had a Buzz Aldrin story. Nobody else does.
Have you got a 3D printer?
What's up?
Have you got a 3D printer, Snacks?
Yeah, sure.
Fuck.
But we
So
we designed ours like in this thing. Like we built it from CAD.
Do you ever get anyone sending you a secret, like a secret 3D print, and you just go print, and then it's a surprise, whatever it turns out to be?
Nope. You can always have to preview it, pretty much.
Wouldn't it be cool to like, okay, here's a gift. It's a 3D print. It's going to be something, and I'm not telling you what it is. It's a secret. It's for Christmas.
Our tech was lined up to basically do scanning and printing in one machine. So it's like a photocopier.
Imagine that all future gifts for Christmas are 3D printed. So like underneath the Christmas tree is a 3D printer, and all you have to do is click the button, and you can send your Christmas gift, and pop out comes your Christmas gift. That's what it is. Yeah.
I've never
That's the way
printed
of the
fucking
future.
Christmas ornaments. I mean, I don't know. I don't really love using 3D printers per se, I guess. They stress me out.
Well,
Still.
they're pretty. Well, they're pretty rudimentary, aren't they? But in the future, maybe in the future, maybe you can send gifts. This is what you're
They're
going to
not-
get for Christmas.
I'll tell you
It's
what,
all
they are not
3D.
rudimentary, and to get them to actually function really well, they're not rudimentary at all. And actually, like recently, they've only just like figured out how to do motor matching, so they're able to like take away from the.
They are kind of rudimentary because like you have to put them together because they come in parts. They're not. Doesn't come out as a working model. You have to put all the bits together once you get it, don't you?
Well, for a kit,
You don't get it.
That was in the early
just
days,
print
really.
it.
I don't think nobody sells like DIY kits like that you really build.
Well, you can't just print a gun, right? You have to print a gun in pieces.
Never print a gun.
Like you have to print a gun in all the separate pieces. Then you have to put them together.
No, you just never print a gun.
What?
That's the greatest idea ever.
Why not?
Never print a gun with a 3D printer. That's the greatest idea.
Yeah, but I've seen people printing guns.
Yeah, but never doing it is the greatest idea you can have.
Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
try,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
where are
So
you gonna do? You're gonna design it yourself? Like, on what software? You're gonna fucking test it on what yourself? You're gonna, like, I don't know. Like, how long do you think plastic like works? How what kind of printer do you have that's gonna make that kind of quality stuff? And then you know that if you download any kind of file like that, you're on a list forever for that. I don't know. It's not desirable for me.
I mean, do you think they're tracking you what you're printing?
I'm afraid, yeah, because actually, since the beginning, really, that's been the only thing that's actually put the wet blanket on 3D printing to start with. Really, is the fact that like people suggest that you know you could just build your own weapons or whatever.
Dude, I would
You could do
never
it.
fire a 3D printed gun.
Come on.
I'd pull it with a string if I was behind a riot shield.
Mm-hmm.
You had the
Yeah.
trigger attached to a string, and then I was behind a riot shield that was behind bulletproof glass.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like some. It's a waste of time. I mean, for what are you going to use that for? You know, just like you getting ready for zombie war or something like that. Go make some blunderbusses with a fucking pipe. You know what I mean? Go do that shit. That's fine. Could always done.
Jeremy, in you, where you live, do you have a sky tower? Do you even know what I'm talking about? Like a needle tower? Hello?
Bro, I'm in a bad spot right now. I'm roboting, maybe.
No, you're fine. It's all good. Like where I
We got
am, and
water
I've
towers.
noticed, like around the world in the big cities, they always have like a needle tower, like this skinny little tower with a like some type of a fucking aerial on the top for catching frequencies, or
Bro, all I got is water towers.
they're probably about 20 meters tall. You're cutting out. Can't hear you. Are you driving? It's down air time, man. It's not looking good for the Earth Awakenings. Come on. Moderator. Probably riding his broom. Hope you don't mute me for that, Mr. Jeremy. I can talk like I'm from Arkansas.
It's not gonna. He's not gonna mute you. He'll just fine you. You can pay your fine to
Fine.
Cash App.
Yeah. I'll pay him in Monopoly money. I really wanted to have another glass of wine, but it's an $80 bottle, and I don't want to open an $80 bottle for one glass of wine because it's like 4 glasses of wine to a bottle. Truth prevails. Welcome to the show.
What? Oh,
I've been waiting for you all night long.
I've been here all night long. Have you been waiting for me? I only stepped away for a few minutes.
Oh my God.
What? Tell me why it is so hard. Oh, AK, you're in the room. Dude.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. There's Doofus. I can't believe he actually come on to VC. So why do you keep disagreeing, right, and saying that what I'm saying is wrong? That the horizon extends out behind that boat. You can see the faint line
I'm
of
not
it.
saying that that is wrong.
in one because the sky is like being downcast onto the water, making a false one, and then you'll post a picture. You'll post an image of where it's more defined and it's definitive, and you can actually see that it is actually right there.
I want to make this very clear because I'm driving and I have to get somewhere where I won't be able to talk. So I just want to make sure it doesn't matter that you have an explanation. That's not what I'm disagreeing with. Great, you have one. What I'm asking for is, where the fuck did that explanation come from?
It's not an explanation. It is a description of what the effect is doing. It's a description of what's going on, where when you say it, people can understand you. Like that's what lumen is.
Great, where does that come from? That's the
no.
question. Where does it come from?
You're not
Hang on, hang
describing
on.
what looming is. You're actually explaining why. Okay, so if you describe what was happening
Hang on.
there is
Wait,
okay. You can
wait.
see it.
Dude, we need to have some backstory because, like, the listeners don't know what the fuck you guys have been talking about in chat,
All right.
and it seems like you have a disagreement about some like aspect of the environment. Can you like someone fill us in? Because like we don't know what you've been talking about.
The definition of looming.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
not given
So
a definition of lumen.
actually,
All I
you
did was I
are.
described the effect. I described what the
No.
effect was doing. Like if you,
Yes,
because
that
when you
that is
say a
mostly
definition,
explaining of how it occurs.
when you say a definition,
In your description, you're explaining what's happening. You're saying the line above the line that is the false horizon. You call it the false horizon in the picture. The sky is mirrored down. Is reflected down. You're seeing sky that is actually above. You're seeing it further down and partially obstruct the view to the horizon, and that's why you see the second line where the horizon is fainter. That is an explanation of why this is happening. If you were just describing what was happening, you would say, okay, you see a line that could appear like the horizon, but when you look closer, you see a fainter line that does actually appear to be a horizon, and the color where the fainter horizon is seems to be like the darker sea overlaid with the blue from the sky, but you would not
blended in the
claim where
colors.
this blue is coming from or why it occurs this way. And what you're doing is you're saying why it occurs this way.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't explain anything
Of
to
what's
anyone
been
that,
going on.
like, for people that haven't been watching the chat. Like, we don't know what you're talking about. Like, can you explain what is the debate here?
Because what they do is they try to claim that
This
lumen
thing right
is
here, actually. I just posted it in the chat.
What they try to do is they try to say that things are being loomed, and when they talk about things being loomed, they talk about it as if the object is actually being lifted up from behind a curve, and that it has actually went over the Earth's curve. This is the context and with it, which it always comes up, and that's not what's going on. When you have a lumen effect, there is only an appearance that the object is being lifted up, because the blending of the colors happens. And the sky, it's like there's a downcast of an image of the sky or the colors of the sky onto the water, and it shortens, but you can still see during instances of lumen, you can tell when it's being loomed because you can generally, most times, see the false, you can see the actual horizon still a faint line, and you'll see where the false horizon is. And when I explain that this is what's going on, then if it says and then posts a picture that shows a day when it's not happening and it shows the horizon, or it at a moment where it's not happening, it shows the horizon right where it's at and demonstrates that the boat is not being moved at all whatsoever, right? That it just appears to be because a false horizon was created.
So
Me, it seems like
Hold on a
every
second.
time we
Where this conversation started, I said nothing about behind the horizon or around the curvature. The entire discussion started with what kind of effective refraction could cause something to be visible for further. And the only answer I had to give was looming. Then she gave her definition. I needed to know the definition that she gave of looming, where that
I didn't
came
give a
from.
definition. And I've said that 500
You
times.
specifically said looming,
I
then a dash,
described
then a bunch of
the
words.
effect.
That's a definition. That's you defining terms.
I describe the effect because when people say define something, then they will go in one word that you have different from what is written in the text as an actual definition of what's going on. I know how that's played. I can describe it in layman's terms. I can describe the effect of what's going on without actually using word for word definitions from out of some textbook. Now, if you disagree with me with what's going on, and to add to correct something else that you said, that is the context of which that conversation came about, because I was in VC having this conversation with someone else, and you were in the text chat, and you always do this in the text chat, which I'm surprised that you came into VC, but you always start disagreeing in the text chat without ever actually answering anything. So if you're disagreeing with the description that I gave of the effect that's happening that causes it to appear to be lifted when it's not, by creating this false horizon, then please explain in your terms, within your understanding, what actually is happening.
Did do that already.
Okay, I gave you my description several times, and I gave it to you again today. In addition, when you described looming instead of defining it because you want to make that distinction for some dumb reason, why is it that I can't find that description of that effect anywhere? The only person that says it is you.
Yeah, he's asking for a source.
You haven't
Where's this
even.
coming from? This understanding of looming, and you
I don't need you
refusing
to
to give it.
interpret this conversation for me, dude. I can hear what he's saying. I don't need you to tell him.
Well, you're not
Tell
responding
me what
to it.
I'm saying. I don't need you to tell me what I'm saying after I get done saying
I
it, and
don't
I
know
don't
why
need you
you're
to tell
getting
me
so
what he's
butthurt
saying
about this.
after, because you're narrating this, and I'm here. I can hear him, dude. So
Well,
you
I don't
saying that
think
an
that
object? You
I don't
saying that an
think
object?
anyone can prove like like obviously when you're looking at the horizon, there's a lens in the middle. There's some type of a lens, right? And like, who can prove where that lens is?
So Doofus, you
Guys,
said
just
that
let Truth and Doofus go back and forth, please.
you said that
Okay.
you explained your understanding of the effect that's happening here, but you did not. Only every time I ask you, you only highlight an object appears to be loomed. You don't explain what's going on or why it appears to be that way. And what's your understanding of what's going on?
Did I highlight the object appears to be loomed, or did I say the object has an apparent location that is higher than its geometric location? Which one was it?
You highlighted
know?
object being, yeah, my mic is not unmuting when I unmute it, so it takes me a second. Every time that I asked you, you highlighted and reposted the same thing over and over, where it said the object appeared to be loomed. Now you're saying, okay, so now what are you saying? You're saying it appears to be moved out of its geometric location. Why do you use the word geometric location when you're also using the word appear? Because geometric location means from a specific point that it's actually being moved from that specific point. But then you use the word appear, which means it's only optical, that it's not actually being moved. So the fact that you use the word geometric in your statement is very misleading. It's like you're trying to say that it's being moved without saying it's being moved, because you use the word appear. Has it been moved? Or does it only appear to be moved? And if it only appears to be moved, what's causing it to appear to be moved?
Okay, you got a whole lot of things backwards in there. When I used the word appears, I didn't use geometric location as the subject of what appears, because obviously that's not what I mean. If you look at the context of the sentence actually says the object appears to be in a different location. The geometric
It's right
location
there.
is different than that. In addition, when I asked you, did I say object is loomed or object is appears to be in a different than its geometric location? You said loomed again. No, the word loomed is not in the definition I highlighted for the 16th fucking time. I'm actually describing looming without using the word looming. right?
Yeah, but how do you know
You
where the
just
geometric location is, bro?
you just said that you don't use the word appear with the word geometric. Then you just posted your
The
own
subject of.
comment where you
Be
said
specific
appears
about what I
higher than a
said. I said
geometric
subject
location.
of.
I am being specific. You're lying.
No, I said
You're double
appears
speaking.
is not applied to geometric. It's not the subject of the word appears. I said that the object, its apparent location, that's the subject of the word appears. It is then compared with the geometric location. This is a linguistics problem, and I'm surprised that you're not getting this.
What is the issue? Why are you disagreeing?
Right. The
I'm not
reason I'm
having a problem.
disagreeing is
The only
because the
problem.
description. Right. The reason I'm disagreeing is because the description I got follows no description of looming I've ever found anyone say anywhere. And the description that I gave, that the object has an apparent location which is higher than its geometric location, is the
You're not
description I
explaining
find
why.
everywhere. So now,
You're
if I
not.
have a description that I gave that I have found in several different places, and her description does not fit that, I want to know where she got it from.
Just saying that the object appears to be doing something. You're not explaining what's going on and what's causing that. That's all I've
Yeah,
asked.
like
That's the only thing that I've
exactly.
wanted.
Why does she need to supply some stupid source? Exactly.
Because it seems that she pulled that straight from her ass.
Well, and you would be wrong.
But
So
what?
I'm asking you
Okay,
what
well
you
then,
your
if
think of
I'm
an
wrong, where
understanding
did
of
it
what
come from?
I'm asking you what your understanding of what's going on is if you disagree with what I explained.
I disagree, and I
If you
explained why.
disagree with my explanation of what's going on, what is your explanation? And it can't just be because it appears to be somewhere or it appears to be in a different place. Like, why? Do you understand what you posted? Or are you just posting shit, pulling it out of your ass? Why does it appear to be lifted or loomed? Because we know it's not. It only appears to be.
The reason why the object has an apparent position which is higher than its geometric position is because the light took a path which is bent downward.
Light.
But no.
What is
Hang on.
what light?
This guy is
What light?
taking
Hold
like
on a
a
second.
position.
Let me respond to what he just said. What light?
Objects
Because you said this
you
earlier in the
reflect
text
light.
chat too. Is it the light that's bouncing off of you, the light that's bouncing off the water, the light from the sky, the light off the ship? What light? There's light everywhere.
Bending down from where?
Light being
Guys,
reflected
listen
from
to
the
my
object
voice.
answers
Hold
the
on,
from
Doofus.
where.
Hold on, real quick. Guys, listen to my voice. Let Truth and Doofus go back and forth for like 5, maybe 10 minutes, please. Go ahead, Doofus.
All right, so I had posted this to her multiple times too. The distant object was highlighted for her. She's asking me where the light is coming from. The distant object, I've highlighted it so many fucking times. There it is. In addition, downward from where? From the object, clearly. Because if I'm talking about the apparent position of the object, the light should be coming from the object. I hope that's clear to everyone in the room.
Well, I'll find something and share it with you. I'll have to go find, because this has been from a long time ago. Because the thing that's going on, it has nothing to do with the light of the ship. It has something to do with the effect of the light coming from the sky on and onto the water into your eyes. It doesn't even, like the ship only appears to be that way because of light from something else being cast down. It's not even about the light coming from the ship. The only thing about the light
Right,
coming from
so
the
now
ship
where's that
is
description
you can
coming from?
see it. This is a
Right, you keep
description
saying the light
of
is
what's
from the sky and it's being reflected from the surface, or if it's coming
so.
from the sky. Right, that description of looming, I would like to know how you came to that conclusion, that description. Where did that come from? Because I can't find that anywhere.
Well, okay. Before I grab something, I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear what you're actually saying. What are you claiming? Are you claiming that the ship is actually, that what you're seeing, the image of that ship is actually moved from where it actually is, that it's somewhere else from where than what we see it? Is that what you're
Can
saying?
I ask a favor? Can you post what the fuck you're talking about? Can you post a like
It's all in the
what
text chat.
image are you? Yeah, yeah. Like, because that was a long time ago. Can you do it now?
No, it's been
Right.
recent.
It's
You can
all
just
within the
scroll up a
past.
little bit.
It's all within the past 15 minutes been posted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah, with this. Yep.
So
Okay,
it'll
so
take
that's
me
a
a minute to
container.
dig some citation up if that's what you're asking for. But what I'm asking you is, what are you saying is happening? Are you saying that that ship isn't where it's at? Are you saying there's not a false horizon being created? Are you saying that the ship, like, what are you saying is going on here?
I'm saying the photo you presented is not a good example of blooming, because all it is a ship on water. Nobody really cares about that. What I'm interested in is the actual description of a phenomenon that is typically classified as, or called, it is categorized as looming. That effect,
What do you
I
mean? That
gave
is
a
lumen.
description for that effect that I gave a description for. You gave an alternative description. That's what I'm having this whole conversation for. I want to know where that came from.
What, that picture right there? That is lumen. If that's not lumen, what is it?
Nobody's contesting that. He's
He just
asking you to
said that the picture.
substantiate
Hey,
your
dude, I don't
explanation of
need you
how
to
looming
interpret.
occurs.
I said I do not need you to interpret.
Yeah,
That is
AK, hold on.
exactly what he said.
Apparently you do.
AK,
Apparently I don't,
AK,
because
just
you're
hold
not
on a second.
understanding what he's saying.
We all know. We all know that this photo involves a lot of zooming.
Right, it's not even about
No,
okay, so the photo that you
you
posted
said it wasn't
and the photo
lumen. What
that
is
I
it?
immediately posted right after it, the ship is just sitting on water just normally, just like any other photo of ships just sitting on water. It's not an example of looming.
The one that you posted, the one that I posted is lumen. It's not lumen. What is it?
It's the
It
same
appears to be
photo.
floating in
What
the
the
air.
fuck?
No, dude, it's if it's the same photo, then you've done some kind of like filter to it or something, or did something with the contrast or whatever. Because the one on
Looks like
top,
magic.
it appears to be floating in the sky. Like, that's when
Yeah,
you look
man.
at it, it appears to be loomed, but it's not actually, because there's a false horizon. You can see the actual horizon. And when you reposted that picture right after, it kind of demonstrated what I'm saying, which was crazy that you posted it. And now you're saying, like, nothing, you're just going around in circles, dude. If it's not lumen, what is it?
It's a ship just sitting on water. And again, the description I gave for looming is that the apparent
is
position
lumen.
of the object is higher than the geometric position. You then asked me, what about the cause of that? Well, the light is taking a path that's bent downward. Now you're disagreeing with
wait.
that. So now we're at
You
this
just
weird
said,
impasse where we're both disagreeing with each other's positions. But the funny thing is, I posted a source for my definition and you didn't.
well, you just said that you just now said it differently than what you've been saying it, because you have been saying it. It appears to be
Rewind the
moved out.
stream. Go back and check.
You said it appears. You've been saying that it appears to be lifted out of its geometric location. Now you said it is being lifted out of its geometric location. So
Did I not say
let's put
apparent
this
position?
clear.
Rewind the stream. Did I say apparent position or not?
Just now you said it is moved out of its geometric location.
Did I say
Yeah,
the
but hang
apparent
on.
position is different than its geometric location? Yes or no?
Hang
It
on.
depends on which
How can
time. It depends. If it was before just what you said a second ago, then yeah, you say appears to be lifted out of its geometric location. It's all through the text chat, and that's what you said earlier. But if you're referring to what you just said a minute ago, no, you said it is moved out of its geometric location. That's my
Hey,
issue.
find that for me. Find it for me in the stream. Because I know I said apparent position is different than its geometric location. I know for a fact that's what I said. I say it every time. It's the same thing.
Back
It's
the
never
YouTube
different.
stream up. Back to you two stream up and listen to what you just said before we had this conversation. Like the very,
I'm
this
not going
very
to do
last
work
thing
for
you
your
said.
claim because you're claiming I said something different. I never do work for someone else's claim.
Tell me to do it. You just said it. You can't even.
I
if you can't
never
even
do
keep
work
up
for
with what
someone
you're
else's
saying.
fucking claim. Never somebody else's claim. Never do it.
Oh, that's what you said. Because I
That's
have to get
your
clear
claim.
what you're saying is actually going on.
Okay, well, the
I can't
apparent
get it
position of
clear
the
whether you're
object is
saying
higher
yes.
than its geometric position, and I'll say it the same way every single time.
Apparent. Okay, so it's not actually been moved. It only gives the appearance that it has. What's causing that appearance? What's causing it to appear like it's been lifted when it's not? When we know that it's actually right where it's at.
How can you take the apparent position of the object is higher than the geometric position and say that it's not different? How can you do that to the conversation we're both taking part in?
Apparent is not actual.
A
That's
sibling,
why
a
you keep
child, a
using.
parent. All right, the word apparent doesn't mean optical either, because you said that earlier. That was hilarious.
If something is apparently somewhere, it is an optical effect. How can you not say that it is?
Okay,
That would
can you
mean
give
like
me a citation for your definition of apparent, meaning it's optical?
does appear have a part in the word apparent?
It does. Does the word appear have the word optical in its definition?
How can it not be optical?
I don't know. Can we find a place where it says it? For fuck's sake.
I'm
Because
trying
it
to
seems
get
every
you to be
time I
clear
come
about your
to an
understanding of what's going
understanding,
on.
I try to
No, because you
find
want
out
to
what
say
these
appear, then
words
you want
mean,
to
but you
say
guys keep saying it's optical. But I don't know where this comes from because it's not in any dictionary.
you can't even say something specific, like whether the ship is actually being moved, whether it's right where we see it, whether it's apparent, whether it just appears that its geometric location is being moved, or being moved out of its geometric location.
All right. So if I'm not being specific, what do the words its apparent position is higher than its geometric location mean to you?
Apparent means that it appears to be a certain way. I don't know why this. I don't know.
Is apparently in the parking lot right now. Is it true then that it is not in the parking lot?
Oh my God, that's just how you're using the word. Apparently,
It's how the word is defined, because appear and apparent never means it has to be not the case. That's never
what
part
has
of the
to happen
definition.
for something to appear in any way? If it's going to appear, don't you have to see it? It's not appearing to you in any way if you're not seeing it, and if you're looking at it, it's optical. Like I don't even understand why you're even arguing this. It's because
Yeah,
you want
because
to
you're
use the
stretching and there's
word.
no
You want to
definition in.
use no because you want to use the word so loosely so you can double speak and get away with it. Like is the ship where it's at?
One would say,
Is that
especially to somebody who's on the ship, that the ship is definitely where it is located. However, what the words were that I actually used was that its apparent location, where it appears to the observer, is in a different place than where it's geometrically located. That means that
you're
the
wrong.
thing that you see is in a direction which is in a slightly different direction than where it actually is.
And you're wrong because you can see it in the photo that you posted right after mine.
Okay, what would
Which
it
I don't
look like
understand why
in
you
a
even posted
photo?
it.
Here's a good question for you. What would it look like in a photo if something was in a different apparent location than its geometric location? What would that look like?
It's not in a different location. It's exactly where it's at. You posted that.
Let's see if you can answer the question this time. What would it look like?
What would what look like? It would appear a certain way. That's why we use the word
Nobody
appear.
cares. Nobody cares.
So the point is, if the entire image is shifted up and it is in an apparent location that is slightly higher than the geometric location, the photo will look like the same thing.
It's not, the entire image isn't shifted anywhere. The only thing that there is an effect going on, and you can see, I don't even know why you're even arguing this. This is not even debatable. Like, you even posted a
Right,
picture
because
right
I'm
after
using.
it that demonstrates what I'm saying. The ship is right there where we see it. There's a false horizon created on the one on top, where there's an image of the sky being cast down onto the water, because you can see the faint line of the horizon. And if that's not what's going on, then you tell me. And you're saying that the ship is actually moved, that it is moved from its actual location. We're seeing it somewhere other than what it is. And you're just wrong. It's not even, you're just wrong. And anybody looking at these
Okay,
photos
I am
know
just
that you're
wrong
wrong.
is not very convincing. Just saying I am just wrong is not very convincing. In addition, the definitions, the words I'm using, the phenomena I'm describing, come straight from optics. People have described these effects and have published works about these phenomena. Now, when I go out and I measure the atmosphere and the conditions necessary for these phenomena to occur, you're telling me that your definition is more important because you said it, and that's bullshit.
You not, are you saying that that's not a false horizon? Don't worry, I'll
I'm
get
saying
it.
it's very much
Like,
just a horizon because you pointed out where it was. And you know, if you can see the horizon, it's not false anymore, right?
It just plays on words. He does this with everything. I completely
it's bullshit.
understand.
I'm just so sick of it. Look,
Yeah.
and you tell me, is there a false
It's
horizon
all
created
crap.
in that photo
There's
or
always
not?
a false horizon, but what he's saying, if you see the horizon, that's the horizon. But we all know it's just a, they're all false. You never see the geometric horizon. It's optical. Things move up and down or closer and further. He knows this. He knows you know you understand. He just wants to demean people and play on words and say he's smarter than you. He's looked over the papers that people have studied that can't be wrong because it's written down. And it's just a play on words anyway, so you can use apparent in many different ways.
All right, that's about the
So
fourth time
rather,
you had to say it was a play on. Hold on a second, because that's about the fourth time you had to say it was a play on words. It's not a play on words. The definitions of the words that I'm using are definitely corroborated by other people, and I can find citations for people who measure these things, and I have also done the measurements myself.
Never
So
said it was.
it's not a play on words. It's
yeah.
not a play. Hey,
Calm
Rakia,
down.
it's not
Calm
a
down,
hey,
man.
hey, Rakia, it's not a play on words.
It's the first time I've said it, by the way, and it is a play on words when it means
You
the
said it
same
4
thing.
times.
Like, yeah, I don't know why you're interrupting me. So I'll start over. It is a play on words in my mind because it can mean different things, and y'all are basically saying the same thing. Y'all just not understanding because you don't even want to try and understand what she's saying. You know you're right because you are using the exact definitions that the educated person that wrote the paper is using to describe where the ship or where the horizon appears to be.
No, the reason I know I'm right. No, the reason I know I'm right is because the way that she's describing looming is not the same as anybody else has ever described the word looming. And the way that language works is if everybody knows the same definition for these words. So if I have the definition of looming that everybody agrees upon, that's what that means, and she has her own version of looming that nobody knows about, then I can't possibly accept her definition, right?
no, I'll grab you something. I just wanted to get clear on what you, because it's going to take me a minute. I haven't dug into this for quite a while. It's been a while since went into in-depth discussions about this.
Yeah, I want to do.
But I want to be clear about what you're saying though, because that is what lumen is. That's what lumen is all about. Something appearing to be loomed due to a false horizon being created, and it cuts the horizon off. So the horizon doesn't extend out as far as it normally would because there's a false horizon created which cuts it off, and that is exactly what gives the image the apparent and an appearance of floating in the sky, right? Because the horizon is cut off. Now, if you're saying, and you I want to be clear. You are saying that no, the horizon is exactly where it is. The boat is being moved out of its location.
I was already very specific. The entire lumage is subject. The entire image is subject to looming. But I do want to make one more thing very clear because I wanted to do you a favor. The description that you gave me, and I posted it several times. I said it would be great if you used that description that you gave to describe an inferior mirage, because that's a great description for an inferior mirage. It is a terrible description for looming.
A mirage happens to the object, okay? Nothing is happening to the object. When you have a mirage, it's given an effect on the object. Lumen is when it's not given an effect on the object, but the horizon is being cut off and a false horizon is created, giving the object the appearance of floating, of being loomed up. That's the difference. That's why I didn't call it an inferior mirage, because the object is not being miraged.
So you said the object has to be mirage. Can the sky be miraged? Is that possible?
So if you can if you can understand the effect of lumen by understanding it that way, that is a good way to understand it. It just doesn't affect the object. It's only considered or called a mirage if the object is miraged. That is what's going on with the sky onto the water. There's a false horizon being created.
Well, they often say that mirages.
So the sky is an object, right? The sky can be miraged. Is that correct?
Just says right, because he's going by definitions like mirages are always inverted or whatever. That looming isn't a mirage, but if you look up the definition of mirage, it says optical illusion. If you look up optical illusion, it describes exactly what a looming and all the other phenomena of how we see in the distance due to whatever, call it refraction or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter, but how we see in the distance creates these optical illusions, which is a mirage. Circular, like, these definitions are very vague. You can look up looming to mean one thing and looming to mean another, but mirages to one person, maybe an expert, might be just this effect that inverts an object in the distance like a ship. It makes it appear upside down. That's mirage. But looming, that same ship that's upside down, that's lifted up or appears